Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I hope everybody had an awesome weekend. Welcome back, Sweet Pea Gang. I know I missed you guys. I was like, I don't know if I can do a whole weekend off without seeing my crew. This is kind of hard here. I had to go out here and be out here on these YouTube streets. What's up, Pretty Brown? Hey, Marilda. Hey, Baca. Hey, Maddie. Oh, he's so handsome. Tell you, I was like, oh, I might have to be out here on these YouTube streets listening to some old mess. Where I was just out and about. And I was like, I thought I started to do out because I got the documents and I started to kind of like prep us for this trial. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna let them have Sunday off. I ain't gonna I'm gonna give Sunday off because I started to do a stream last night so I could trial prep us for this case since I was able to locate the court documents for it. So, but I figure we gonna probably have some TiVo time, maybe a little bit, but we may not have enough. Would you say you got some juicy bits? Would you say and you ready? Yeah, that chat was definitely something else. Wait, was done in the dark? Hey, hey, that is awesome. Like I find it so, because everybody, we had us a good time. Like everybody got something going on. Would you say he'll take the who? Who taking the plea deal, OnlyFans? Good morning. Yeah, I don't know. We have fun. I enjoyed it. You say you patiently waiting on her. You got some questions. She said she was 18. Hey. Oh. Don't be that way. Good morning. Good morning, my only fan. Good morning to you. Ugh, I tell what I don't think he definitely not taking no plea deal because I don't think they're offering him one. So with this one right here, there is no plea deal to have because they're not offering him one. Like, no. They said no, you're going to trial. You're going to trial, and we have opening statements. And it's a DP case. So yeah. It wasn't originally a DP case. I'll explain to y'all why it changed to a DP case. We'll look at the documents on one of our breaks or something. But it wasn't originally a DP case, and then they upgraded it to a DP. Yeah. Yeah, I think I definitely know it was the one when we was doing the Houston Danker. He went to a plea deal right as soon as we was about to start that one. And and Yeah, I guess I don't think they offer him one. Not from what I could see. Hey, Marty, good morning. Good morning. Did you get my message back, Marty? But if you seeking a DP, Maddie, why would they want to? Besides life, why would they want to? Why would they want anything besides life for a DP case? Yeah, I sent the message back on up under your post that you posted on the Naziah Harris one, the Jarvis Bus trial. Hey, good morning, Vanessa. Oh, Stearns and oh yeah. I forgot them ones went to plea deal. Okay, got you. Hey, Ann, good morning. You said the prosecutor is really good on this case? Awesome. Well, we know, well, I yeah, it's nothing like having a good prosecutor on the case. And hopefully a good judge. Hopefully not a snoozer. Cause that last trial, I think the judge like just took me all the way out of it. Like, took me all the way out of it. You said as long as it's not Fulton. Well, in Fulton County, we do get the jokes. We do get the messes. We do get the judge scolding people. We do get some things out of that, right? Hey, good morning, film. We never know what a verdict gonna be because we don't never know if the prosecution team can make it through the case. So there's that. We may get some entertainment. We may get some content, right? If we in Fulton County. Because they definitely don't know what they're doing sometimes. Look, my coffee just popped up on my nose. It like flashed my nose. I got my coffee. I haven't switched over to my tea. Hey, catch up court. Good morning. How are you? Or afternoon or evening. I don't know. What time is it? Yeah, y'all make sure y'all go check catch up court out. I'll put his thing in the description box. He does the catch ups on our trial. So if you want like a short or condensed version on just the main points versus and you don't see everything, you can definitely check him out. He comes on at 6 o'clock most of the times Eastern Standard Time. So I think yeah, so that's like 3 o'clock my time, but 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So that is awesome. So let's see here. Yeah, you said it's afternoon here. I kind of figured it was afternoon. Yeah, okay. Marty, she know. Look, she know. 2:45. Wow. I know. And OnlyFans working it will probably going into the next day. I can't keep up. You say you tried TV. Pretty Brown said I tried to read TV before, and it didn't work out. I was going through withdrawals bad. Obviously, abusive best friend. Yeah, I think that I definitely know you're gonna have to get tea with caffeine, because if not, you are gonna go through some withdrawals. Merelda said it is 3:43 in Cape Town, South Africa. Oh, yeah, these time zones. Marty, Marty, email me so you don't have to go back and look for the response that I responded to you. It's just that take it to trial with 2 L's at Gmail. Whenever you get a chance. So we have another great seal of the state of Florida. I like theirs is lit up too. Right? We will go over the arrest warrant. Oh, it's long too. Gosh, guys, the arrest affidavit is 22 pages long. I don't even ever recall seeing an arrest warrant affidavit this long. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, we'll look at it, right? To kind of on one of our breaks to piece it all together. I'm assuming y'all ready to get in here and look at our opening statements that are coming up. You see it, day one coming up, opening statements. Are you ready to go ahead and get into the courtroom? I'm pretty sure y'all don't want me talking about this arrest warrant right here. Whew. Now remember, this is the case. This is from 2018. So in case they have any sidebars or anything like that, we'll go over the arrest warrant affidavit. I have a lot of paperwork on this one, so I was able to find all the court documents, so we are good there. Okay, I'm seeing those ones in Sweet Pea games. Like I didn't even have to ask for them this morning. Y'all thirsty? No, no, just play. Look, thirsty on this Monday morning. Get us in the courtroom, girl. Like, what you doing? Okay, well, let's see what they got, what we have this morning.
All purposes. And you're all ready for me to bring in the jurors so we can start with the opening statements?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring in the jury. I'll give them some instructions and we'll start with the opening statements. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope you had a wonderful extended weekend. Before we begin with the opening statements, I want to remind you of some of the instructions I gave you Thursday afternoon, the high points. Something first, most importantly, that I've repeated multiple times, the most important element of a fair trial is that the jury base its decision only on the evidence presented officially in the trial. Therefore, as you know, don't talk to anyone about the case, including your fellow jurors. Don't do any research about the case by any form whatsoever, electronic or otherwise, and avoid all media coverage of the case. Remember also a rule that I told you about, which is as the trial progresses, don't form any definite or fixed opinion about the merits of the case until you've heard all of the evidence, the arguments by the lawyers, and the instructions on the law from me. With regard to note taking, you've been provided with a pen and pad to take notes should you wish. You're not required to take notes. Please remember during the breaks when I send you back into the jury room, leave your notepad on your chair and it will be there for you when you come back into the room, into the courtroom. And that also follows for the every day of court session. Of course, during deliberations, you'll be entitled to take your notes back with you to assist you during deliberations. We're about to begin with the opening statement. If you recall, on Thursday, I advised you of the importance of the opening statement. If you recall what I told you, what the lawyers say to you at this time is not evidence. This is not part of the evidentiary portion of the trial, but it's very important. The way I like to explain it to you is if you could imagine if we didn't do opening statements, we would just start with the state calling witnesses and you would have no idea what this case is about. We have an adversarial system. Each side opposes the other, and there are things on both sides that they think are important. So it gives them an opportunity to prepare you for the evidentiary portion of the trial. It gives them an opportunity to tell you what evidence they think will be presented once we start hearing the evidence. And that's a huge advantage. Rather than you going into the trial cold with no idea what the case is about, now you will be able to have advance notice of what they believe you should be paying close attention to, and that will give you a tremendous advantage in all regards, but in particular at the end of the case when you hear their arguments reflecting on what the evidence was. With that, though, remember what they say is not evidence in that regard. And we start off with the state has the burden of proof, and they may begin with their opening statement. Mr. Cormier.
I have to do it, Eric. I have no other choice. I'm going to lose everything. If my wife finds out something like that, oh my God, bro, I'm going to lose everything. Bro, I have a spot. I have to find a spot where I'm going to dump her. I'll throw away all the clothes, or I'll burn them, or I'll wash them with Clorox. Those are the words from the defendant in this case on August 21st, 2018. The evidence will show you that Jose Soto Escalera, the defendant in this case, he had a problem. He had a big problem, and he needed to find a way to get rid of it. He had no other choice in his eyes. And that problem that he had was the victim in this case, Tania Wise. On August 21st, Tania Wise was a mom. She was 38 weeks pregnant, and she had no idea that this defendant was carefully planning out her murder. You're going to learn that the defendant in this case, he worked for Waste Pro. He was a garbage truck driver, and he worked with his nephew on the garbage truck. And the reason we're going to know and hear how he planned out this murder is because he did it on the garbage truck while they're driving around, picking up trash, doing his route. But what the defendant didn't plan on is that it's all recorded. There's video, there's audio, and even though they talked in Spanish, everything is going to be translated in this case, and you're going to hear the defendant as he drives around on his trash route trying to figure out where he's going to get rid of her body. where he's going to leave 38-week pregnant Tania Wise for dead, how he's going to kill her. Let's go 2 days later. That was August 21st, 2018. Let's go to August 23rd. That's the date of the murder in this case. And it's a normal day for Jose. He's driving in his garbage truck and he's planning out a murder. He cannot let his wife know that he got another woman pregnant who's now 38 weeks. He's running out of time. She's getting ready to schedule a C-section. She's going to have this baby, and he cannot let that find out because he's going to lose everything. That's all he cares about. What's going to happen to him? Not that he's going to kill a 38-week-year-old pregnant mother. That doesn't concern him at all. And he's talking casually in this car to his nephew. You think I should choke her? Or would it be better if I just do a big blow and it's all over with really quick? And then he tells him, you know what? She's not the type of person that anyone's even going to look for. They're not even going to look for her. They're not going to worry about her. And you know what? If they don't find anything within the first 48 hours, they're never going to find anything. Well, despite the defendant's planning and discussion over and over again of where he's going to do it, which way he should do it, how he's going to commit this murder, he made some mistakes. And on August 23rd, you're going to hear from the victim in this case, Tania Wise. You're going to hear from her mother, Elizabeth Bedolla. She is helping Tania put her son to bed that night, and then Tania leaves the house. The last time she sees her daughter alive is sometime after 8 o'clock on August 23rd, 2018. She doesn't know exactly where her daughter's going. She thinks she's just going out for a little bit. Tania didn't have a car. She didn't have a way to go anywhere, and you'll learn through the recordings that the defendant, part of his plan was to lure her out, to get her out of the house, and then to take her somewhere to murder her. So that's August 23rd. That's the night of the murder. And you're going to learn the defendant, he goes, he picks her up, and then he takes her out to complete his plan. So fast forward to the next morning. It's August 24th, 2018. Tania Wise has been murdered. Christine Gabin is driving in St. Lucie County. The site of this murder is it's on a road called Russo Road. It's just north of Indrio. It's a little bit west of town. There's an intersection between Russo Road and Johnston Road. And it just so happens that this route is along the defendant's trash route. It's a spot that he passes, that he drives on his garbage truck route. But Christine Gabin, she's driving down that road that day, and on the side of Russo Road, she sees what she thinks is trash in a ditch, in the swale on the side of the road. But when she looks closer, she realizes it's not trash. It's Tania Wise. So immediately she sees a body on the side of the road and she calls 911. St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office is going to respond out to the scene. One of the first officers, Deputy Gilkey, he gets there and he takes some photos of Tania as she is found the way that she is initially. You're going to hear that crime scene investigators, there's 3 different crime scene investigators that worked on this case: Donna Carmichael, Kayla Lim, and Janine Vasquez at the time, now Janine Hiller. They go out to the scene because now there's a dead body and they need to figure out what happened. So they go and they look at the body. Tania Wise is face down in the swale on the side of the road. There's still some water. She's wet, she's damp. They see some hair, loose hair around the area where her body's found, and she's completely face down. They turn her over. They can see that she has some injuries to both her head and to her neck, and that there is what appears to be vomit within the swale of where her face was laying down. They collect all the evidence at the scene. They document all the evidence at the scene. They take photographs, and Tania Wise is brought to the medical examiner's office to have an autopsy performed. So now we're on August 24th. She's been found. She's brought to the medical examiner's office, and the defendant is there riding in his garbage truck again as if nothing happened. And he's talking to his nephew again about what happened. And he's telling him, he says, yeah, even though I had gloves on, I washed my hands with that brake cleaner. His nephew asked him, was there any blood? And he said, yeah, there's blood. It was all over the clothes, but I got rid of it. They're not going to find any evidence. And once again, he's talking in this truck He doesn't know that she's been found at this point yet, but he's saying, no one's even going to look for her. No one's, she's the kind of person that runs away for a few days. I'm fine. He thinks he's in the clear. No one's going to find her. So that's August 24th. And what's going to happen is now law enforcement's going to start to work the case. They are going to figure out who knew her, how did they know her, when's the last time people saw Tania Wise, because they need to start gathering evidence. They need to figure out who she was with, who she saw, what could have happened to her. And they start to bring in people for interviews the next day on the 25th. And what also happens the next day on the 25th is her autopsy. And what you're going to learn what happened to Tania Wise is that she suffered 2 major injuries that could have caused her death. She was struck, and you're going to hear from Linda O'Neill, the medical examiner at the time. She was struck on the top of her head, and she suffered skull fractures. She suffered hematoma, edema, and that the cracks in her skull came all the way up to her orbital bones. Linda O'Neill will tell you that that was a significant blow that she took, and that it couldn't have been done with a fist, that it had to be done with some type of extremely hard object. The other injury that you're going to hear that Tania Wise sustained was a 19-centimeter cut across her neck. It comes from the front to the back, consistent with it, someone possibly standing behind her, and there's multiple cuts. There's 2 separate cuts, and the cuts were so deep, it went through her jugular vein and almost to her spinal cord. And you're going to see photographs of that. And the reason those cuts are so deep and she's hitting the head so hard is because this defendant had to make sure she was gone. He planned it out, and he was worried that he was going to get found out. He thought he was going to lose everything. And his solution was to kill Tania Wise and Josiah Wise, which was going to be the 38-week-old baby that she had that was getting ready to be born within the next couple of weeks. You're going to hear that the sheriff's office continued to work on this case. They gathered evidence, and they eventually talked to the defendant in this case. He goes into the sheriff's office on August 25th, 2018 for an interview. And when he comes in, he drives in a silverish gray Dodge truck. Now, what you're going to learn about this truck is that same day of the finding of the body or the same day of the murder on August 23rd, there's another individual by the name of William Mullen. William Mullen owned a pizza shop at the time, and he was driving on Russo Road in that area at about 11:30 at night. And he sees something that's odd to him. As he's driving down the road, he sees a silverish truck, meets the description of the defendant's truck. It has some fog lights on, and it's just sitting on the side of the road. He says he sees the truck, he pulls up, it turns its lights off, it turns its lights on, and then it drives off. And he thought that was kind of weird. So the next day, when he sees law enforcement there, he goes and calls 911 and says, hey, I saw this truck out right there where that body was found last night. And just so happens that the day that this defendant comes in to give an interview, he's driving a truck that matches that description, consistent with the truck that's seen right at the murder scene. Another piece of evidence that the sheriff's office says, you know what? It's starting to look like it's Jose Soto Escalera. So he gives consent to search his car. Law enforcement, they swab his car that particular day, and then they talk to him. And when they talk to the defendant, you're going to hear his interview, you're going to listen to his words, and you can watch him. He comes in as if, despite what he just did, despite after cutting her throat twice and bashing in her head, he's surprised. He's sad. I can't believe this happened. I feel bad for her family. I hope you find who did this. I don't know anything about it. He minimizes his relationship with Tania Wise. He's like, yeah, I know her. We're not friends. She comes over. Her son plays with my son. They start to ask more questions. She was pregnant. Is there any reason that we're going to find out this is your child? Are we going to learn that this baby is yours? Nope. Not my child. That's not possible. I've never had sex with Tania Wise. That's not me. So obviously, law enforcement, there's a medical examiner. They're going to do a paternity test of this baby that Tania had. And they're going to look into that. But what they're also going to look at is they're going to start to look at phone records. They're going to look at calls. They're going to do search warrants. And that's exactly what is done in this case. After the 25th, they do a search warrant subsequent on the defendant's vehicle again on September 24th of 2018. And at that time, they use something, and it's called Blue Star, and it's a chemical that they spray inside of his truck. And if there's blood inside, it lights up blue in the dark. So they spray that. And sure enough, they look inside of his truck, and there's parts that are glowing. Evidence that there was blood in his truck. So what do? They cut out the carpet where they see some of that blood. They swab that. They send that off also for DNA testing. So what you're going to hear about the DNA evidence in this case is that they took a lot of swabs and they tested a lot of stuff. But there's a couple things that are extremely important. And one of those is that they checked multiple people to see who could be the father of that child. And the 99.99%, it's the defendant. So not only did he kill Tania Wise, he killed his own son that she was 38 weeks pregnant with because he didn't want his wife to find out that he had been with someone else. He cut her throat and bashed her head in, knowing that possibly it was his child, but he did it anyways. Because he had planned it out, and he said, I have to do it, Eric. I have no other choice. You're going to hear some additional evidence that even though that evening he's going to tell law enforcement what he did and where he went, and the cell phone evidence that's going to introduce in this case, the cell phone tower evidence, it's going to show that's not correct. That's not where he was. The evidence is going to put him out at the scene of the crime. It's going to put him near that area where this crime occurred out on Russo Road. So throughout the trial, listen to the evidence, use your common sense. But when you go back and you listen and you watch and you hear what is said on these recordings and you consider what the facts are, that the fact that this was his child and that he lied about it and that he hid it and that he then planned this murder for multiple days and then he carried it out, at the end of this trial, you're going to find the defendant guilty of both first-degree murder of Tania Wise and first-degree murder of an unborn child, because that's what the evidence is going to show. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cormier. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, sir.
Please do. Thank you.
Unfortunately, the profession that Miss Wise was in, a dancer and an escort, brought her into contact with many unsavory characters. And what you will learn in the days following the discovery of her body, law enforcement got DNA samples from many men, not just my client. They got a DNA sample from a gentleman by the name of Mark Burke, who she was involved with and was her longtime paramour and pimp. They got DNA from a person named Bradley Rodriguez Jr., who was also her longtime boyfriend, who had been kicked out of her mom's house because he was violent with Tania in front of her mother. They got DNA from a gentleman named Eric Alvarado, who is my client's nephew. And they got DNA from a person by the name of Giovanni Alvarado, who dropped Tania off on the night that she was murdered. You will also learn that Miss Wise had told Bradley Rodriguez Jr. that he was the father of her son. And you will learn that she also told Mark Burke that he was the father of her son. It was in this fraught situation that her untimely demise occurred. And the judge is going to tell you, when we talked about it during jury selection, that reasonable doubt can come from the evidence, lack of evidence, and conflicts in the evidence. I'd ask that you use a discerning ear and eye during the course of this trial and listen to not only the evidence that you see and hear, but the evidence that you won't see and that you won't hear. And I have no doubt that at the close of the evidence, you'll have no other alternative but to find my client not guilty of both charges. Thank you.
Thank you, attorneys. We now begin with the evidentiary portion of the trial, and the state may call its first witness.
Yes, sir. People say for it, call Christine Gator.
Do you swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Get that over this way for the witness.
And you may inquire of the witness.
Morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Christine Gaben, Gaban,
Okay, Ms. Gavin, have you lived here in Fort Pierce all your life?
since I was 7 years old.
Okay, and let me take you back to August 24th of 2018. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I left my house and in Spanish Lakes Fairways, went to Johnston Road and was going to take a shortcut to my granddaughter's and went down Russo Road.
Okay. And you go down, and where did your granddaughter live?
She lives over all the other side of Emil Avenue.
Okay, and you left your home and you were going to your granddaughter's house?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you took a shortcut and you got on Russo's Road?
Mhm.
Okay, and describe in as much detail as possible what happened and what you saw on August 24th of 2018.
Started down Russo and I was looking out my windows and there was like somebody had thrown bags of trash out the window. And so I got to the end of the road where Rusacas crosses and I stopped and I thought, oh, wait a minute, that's not what I saw. And I stopped and got my bearings again. And I thought, I think that was something more than just a bag laying there. So I turned around and I went back and saw that it was a body laying there. So I stopped and called 911.
Okay, and do you remember what time you called 911?
About 10:50.
Okay, and how do you remember that time?
I was very shocked, very upset. So I just sat there and waited for him to arrive.
Okay, and when you called 911, did you take a look at the timestamp on your phone?
Yes, I think it was like 10:54, something like that.
Okay, and the police officers arrived?
Mhm.
Okay, without telling us what you said, because that would be inadmissible hearsay, but did you tell the police officer what you saw?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gaiman, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
No cross thank you.
May this witness be released from her subpoena?
She may.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Ms. Gavin. You're released from your subpoena. That means you're free to stay or leave as you wish. You may step down from the witness stand. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. The people of the state of Florida called Deputy Josh Gilkey.
So raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Over that way.
Morning, sir.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Deputy Joshua Gilkey, Gilkey.
Okay, and it's obvious based on your dress. What will you do for a living?
Road Patrol Deputy in St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, go ahead and give the jury a thumbnail sketch of your education, your training, and your experience, please.
I have an associate's degree in criminal justice. I've attended the basic academy for law enforcement. I'm a traffic homicide investigator, and I've worked for St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office for about 8 years now.
Okay, and were you working back on August 24th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in what capacity were you working? What was your assignment?
Road Patrol Deputy.
Okay, And go ahead and just give the jury a brief summary of what a road patrol deputy does on a day-to-day basis.
Road patrol deputy typically responds to calls for service. So you call 911, and if it's within that area that I'm working, I will respond to that call. I also do routine traffic stops as well.
Okay. And on August 24th of 2018, were you on duty?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And describe for the jury how you were dressed.
We had a different uniform back then. It was like the other deputies in this room, polyester uniform. So I was dressed in that uniform.
Okay. And were you in a marked unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you receive a call or to respond to the area of Russo's Road and Johnston Road in St. Lucie County?
I heard my zone partner, he got dispatched to the call. I just happened to be a little bit closer, so I arrived on scene first.
Okay. About how far, just give the jury an idea, about how far away is that area from Indiana Road?
So it's approximately about a mile and a half.
Okay. And so you get dispatched and walk the jury in as much detail as possible what you see. You are the eyes of this jury, so walk them through what you see.
So whenever I first arrived on scene, I saw the caller in a black car, made contact with her. I believe her name was Christine Gavin. And she informed me that she had saw what could possibly be a deceased body down the road, approximately 50 feet away from us to the east on the south side of the roadway.
Okay. And did you approach that body?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what you saw.
I saw what appeared to be a female body, and she appeared to be deceased at that time.
Okay. And what did you do in response?
I immediately determined that this was going to be an active crime scene due to there being a deceased female on the side of the roadway. Rescue was there with me as well. Nobody went up and touched the body or anything like that.
Did you touch the body?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to show you what has been marked as States Exhibits 116 and 117 for identification purposes. Take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are those photos? What do they depict?
Those are photos of the deceased female laying face down.
Okay. And are those photos of the deceased female as they appeared on August 24th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did you arrive on scene?
I believe it was approximately 11 a.m.
11 a.m. Okay. And are these photos fair and accurate representations of how the deceased female looked on August 24th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence Exhibits 116 and 117. Any objection?
No objection.
These two items will come into evidence without objection at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me remind you of something I told you on Thursday, since it's been 3 days in between. The items that officially come into evidence by my pronouncement take on a different significance. They're the actual evidence in the case. They will go back with you into the jury room during deliberations. There may be other items that are used during the trial that do not officially come into evidence, such as items used to refresh a witness's memory or a demonstrative aid here in court. That's not the actual evidence, will not go back with you into the jury room. Also, now that an item is officially in evidence, it may be shown to you or published to you by either of the attorneys. And you may proceed, Mr. Richardson.
And permission to publish, sir.
You may do so.
Okay, so as we're looking here at Exhibit 116, go ahead and describe for the jury and also for the record what we're looking at.
That is what I saw whenever I first arrived on scene and made contact with the body.
Okay, and Exhibit 117,
It's another angle.
same body,
Yes, sir.
and both of these depict the victim on August 24th of 2018.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and from that point forward, you're a road deputy, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then did you then notify detectives within the homicide division of the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office?
I notified my supervisor, and supervisor makes the notifications from there.
Okay, so from that point forward, this was not your case. More homicide detectives came in and they began their investigation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Gilkey. I have no further questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
Just very briefly, sir, that area that you found the body in, that wasn't a wooded area, correct?
It's partially wooded. Just depends on where the victim did.
Okay. Do you remember taking a deposition in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember stating in the deposition when you asked if the area was wooded, you said, I wouldn't describe it as wooded?
Right.
Okay. No further questions?
Any further questions from the state?
No regret.
May Deputy Gilkey be released from the subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Deputy. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish.
Thank you.
And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
William Mullen.
Please swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
If you could, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
William Drew Mullen III, Mullan.
And what do you do for a living?
Self-employed.
All right. And back in 2018, did you own a business?
Yes.
Okay. And what business did you own?
There's a pizza restaurant in Vero Beach.
Okay. And during that time, would you ever have to travel along Russo Road in San Lucie County?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you travel along that road?
It was just a cut through from my house to get to Vero. So like a back road, stay away from traffic, that kind of stuff.
So what I want to do is I want to go back to August 23rd of 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. Was there something that occurred that led you to reach out to law enforcement?
Yes. That was the, are you talking about this is the day during the day, right?
Or during the nighttime?
During the nighttime.
Is there something
yes.
that you saw that on an evening along Russo Road?
Yes.
Okay.
What is
it that you saw as you were, well, first off, were you driving at night on August 23rd?
Yeah, I'm at night. Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah.
And
So,
where were you going?
I was going back home from the pizza place. So I was pulling onto Russo Road, and usually there's nobody on that road at that time of night, and just so happened to be a truck sitting there. So
All right. Now, before I ask you some questions about the truck, approximately what time of night is this?
this was between 11 and 11:30.
And if you could describe for the jury, you're turning down Russo Road.
Yes.
Describe for them what you see. If there is a vehicle, describe the vehicle. What do you see it doing?
Yeah. So as soon as I turned on the road, it was dark, and then all of a sudden, lights popped on. So it was probably about 150 yards down the road. So I thought that was very suspicious. So I started coming towards the vehicle, and that vehicle started coming towards me. I noticed it was a truck, and it was kind of creeping towards me. It was a silver or gray truck, like a big truck, like a full-size truck. And it was like a clean truck. I noticed it had like shiny, like kind of chrome, like rims and, pieces on the truck and whatnot. And then I just passed by the truck. So dark tint windows.
And you described something happening with the lights when you saw the truck?
Yeah, as soon as I pulled on the road, it was like the fog lights had popped on right away. So which I thought was suspicious, because instead of turning on all your lights, it was like fog lights. I feel like a lower light, so.
And that's my next question. So you described it as fog lights. Where would those lights be on the truck that you saw?
More down towards the bottom. So that's why I thought was suspicious. It wasn't like your normal headlight that popped on. It was like a light, two lights that were on the bottom. So.
And as you approached the truck, what did it do?
immediately started, I could tell it just started like kind of creeping towards me. So as I was going east from Johnson Road, it started coming west towards Johnson Road.
Right. And then where did that truck end up going?
Since it was kind of weird, I was watching it in my rearview mirror. It stopped at the stop sign, and then it took a right, which would be north on Johnson Road.
And did you do anything in response at this time?
No, I mean, I just kept going and went home that night, like normal. So
So you didn't contact law enforcement?
not that night, no.
All right. What caused you to end up to reaching out to law enforcement?
Well, this was my everyday route. So the next day when I was coming down that road, I noticed they had it blocked off. And I was coming west towards, I was on 27th Ave. I'm from Vero, so I call it 27th Ave. So then I went down to Indrio, went down, then went west, got on Johnson Road, started going towards Vero. And then when I came up on Russo Road, I noticed that there was police officers parked there. And I saw a tent set up right where I saw that truck. So I figured maybe I should stop and at least tell them what I saw the night before in case it had something to do with it. So.
And is that what you ended up doing?
Yes. I immediately pulled over on the side of the road and spoke with the detective.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No cross-section.
Need Mr. Mullen be released from his subpoena this time?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Mullen, you are released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish. Thank you. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. The state calls Elizabeth Bedoya.
Elizabeth. Bedoya. Raise your right hand and face this way.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Morning, ma'am. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Elizabeth Bedola. Last name.
Scoot up to the microphone and maybe we could angle it so it can amplify her voice. There you go. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Elizabeth Bedola. Bedolla.
Okay. And did you know a female by the name of Tania Wise?
Yes, she's my daughter.
Okay. She's your daughter. Okay. I want you to go ahead and describe Tania for us. So first, way back on August 23rd of 2018, how old was Tania?
She was 23.
I'm sorry.
She was 23.
Okay. And did she have children?
Yes. At home, she had an 8-year-old, Jamar, and she was pregnant.
Okay. How far along was she in her pregnancy?
She was about 8.5 months.
Okay. And had Tania decided on the name of the baby?
She decided that on the baby shower. It's Josiah Thomas Wise,
Okay. A boy.
a boy.
Okay. And did she live with you on August 23rd of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you guys live? What was the address?
2014 Southwest Larchmont Lane in Port St. Lucie.
Okay. Is that located near Bayshore Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. And is there like a is there a Winn-Dixie close to that area?
Yeah, if you continue the road, it's 2 blocks down. There's a Winn-Dixie.
Okay. Do you remember her phone number?
I believe so. It's 772-607.
Okay. And did you pay for her phone or did somebody else pay for it?
Bradley paid for it.
And what's Bradley's name?
Bradley, I think it's Rodriguez. I'm not sure if Rodriguez or Hernandez, one of the two.
Bradley Rodriguez?
Uh-huh.
Bradley Rodriguez Jr.?
Yes.
Okay. So let me go back, and I want to focus you in on the events of August 23rd, 2018 in the evening time. Do you remember that time?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. What were you doing around 8 in the evening on that day in your house?
Me and my daughter, Tania, we had given her son a bath because he was going to school. So we gave him a bath around that time always. And I had him, I was going to get him dressed. She was going to go out. She needed to get drinks because he didn't have no drinks for lunch the next day.
Okay. And did she, about what time did she leave?
It's probably around anywhere between a little bit after 8. I mean, I said a little bit. I mean, I didn't exactly look at the clock, but I know it was a little bit after 8. Could have been 8:15, 8:20. It was around that time.
Okay. Okay. And when she left, where was she going again? I couldn't quite hear you. I'm sorry.
She was going to go get drinks for her son for school for his lunch.
Okay.
That's the purpose she left the house, because she had problems walking and everything because of her pregnancy. So she left just to get the drinks.
Okay. And was that the last time you ever saw your daughter, Tania?
Yeah, by the door. Yes.
Okay. And are you aware if Tania had a follow-up doctor's appointment the following week?
Yes, it was a Tuesday for her C-section. They were going to schedule her C-section.
Okay. On the next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a scheduling appointment for her C-section.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Any questions from the defense?
And prior to your daughter's murder, you were aware that she was dating Bradley Rodriguez Jr., correct?
Yeah, they kind of had some type of relationship
Because he actually lived with you in your house, is that right?
for a short period of time.
Okay, and in March of 2013, you had actually kicked him out of your house, right?
Correct.
And that's because he got violent with Tania?
I didn't like the way he treated her, yes.
Okay, but he laid hands on her in front of you.
I don't recall seeing him hitting her at all, but I just didn't like the way he treated my daughter.
You were also aware that she was dating another gentleman by the name of Mark Burke?
Objection, relevance.
Overruling objection. You may answer the question.
She was dating him. Like she separated from Mark. They kept a friendship and she dated Mark.
Were you aware that Mr. Bradley Rodriguez Jr. would threaten Tania?
Objection, relevance, and exceeds the scope of direct examination.
I'm concerned about, no, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer the question.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Bradley Rodriguez Jr. had been threatening Tania?
At one point, she had mentioned it to me.
Did you believe that Bradley Rodriguez Jr. was the father of your daughter's child?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection as to what this person's opinion was is irrelevant for purposes of the trial.
Around August 15th or 16th of that year, you took your daughter to Bradley Rodriguez Jr.'s house to pick up the baby clothes, is that right?
Yes.
And you told law enforcement that Mr. Burke actually was also abusive with your daughter, right?
Objection, hearsay.
Hold on a second.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, if you want to rephrase it.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Burke was violent with your daughter, correct?
I think he was.
Had your daughter just started speaking with another gentleman who went by the nickname of Casino, but his real name was Jared Christie?
That was her friend, yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Direct from the state.
No regret.
All right, thank you. Now you may step down from the witness stand. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. The people state of Florida call Dr. Linda O'Neill.
Raise your right hand and face the stage.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Over this way.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Linda Rush O'Neill, O''Neil.
Okay. And Miss O'Neill, what did you do for a living back on August 23rd of 2018, 25th of 2018?
I was an associate medical examiner for District 19 Medical Examiner's Office in the state of Florida.
Okay. Can you give the jury a thumbnail sketch of your education, your training, and your experience, please?
I graduated from the University of Memphis in 1987 with a Bachelor's of Science degree. Following that, I attended East Tennessee State University Quillen College of Medicine, where I graduated with a medical degree in 1992. After that, I did a 5-year residency program, which I completed in St. Louis at St. Louis University Hospital in St. Louis. After that, I did a 1-year fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office in Broward County, Florida.
Okay. And are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida?
I am.
Okay. And I want to talk specifically about your career track. You just mentioned Broward County. So can you go ahead and elaborate on that for the jury? What did you do in Broward County?
I joined there. I did my fellowship training there. And then I joined as an associate medical examiner there in January of 1999. I continued to work for the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office until 2004. And then I became an associate medical examiner for the West Palm Beach County Medical Examiner's Office. And I was there until May of 2009, which at that time I joined the District 19 Medical Examiner's Office. And I was there until I retired in 2020.
Okay. And go ahead and just give the jury a general description of what a medical examiner does on a day-to-day basis.
Basically, in the state of Florida, the medical examiner is investigating certain deaths that fall under their jurisdiction. Most of them, of which we do autopsy examinations on, and the autopsy examinations are done to determine cause and manner of death.
Okay. And go ahead and describe what an autopsy is. Give the jury an overview about what an autopsy is. What an autopsy is. I'm sorry.
Basically, an autopsy is an examination of a deceased person. It's an external examination of the body and an internal examination of the body. The external examination of the body is not only just the characteristics of the body, female, male, height, weight, also whatever's on the body, be clothing or anything else that you would find on the body. Evidence would be collected from the body. Then there would be documentation of injuries or any other kind of abnormalities on the external part of the body. Photographs would be taken during all these parts of the autopsy examination. Sometimes x-rays are taken prior to the internal examination. And then an internal examination is done in which the chest cavity is open, the abdominal cavity is open, the cranial cavity is open, and all the organs inside those cavities are taken out and examined.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your entire career?
I don't remember the exact count, but when I retired, it was over 5,000.
Okay. And have you ever testified in circuit court regarding your findings from an autopsy?
I have
Approximately how many times?
over 100 times. I don't have an exact number.
Sure. And were you working on August 25th of 2018?
I was.
Okay. And what were you doing that day?
That day on August 25th of 2018, I became involved with the case of Tania Wise and did an autopsy examination on her that morning.
Okay. And what materials did you review in order to form your opinions in this case?
You mean just recently or at
Ever.
the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, obviously, all the findings of the medical examiner's office, any information that would be given to me by law enforcement or their personnel, laboratory findings, because we do other things like toxicology analysis and microscopic examinations. We did an X-ray examinations on her body. So all of those would have been involved in determining the cause and manner of death.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned a toxicology test.
Yes.
Was it, we'll start there. Was a toxicology test performed on Tania Wise?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and first explain what the toxicology test is and what it's testing for.
During the autopsy examination, we take blood and other body fluids. Those are sent to a laboratory that does the toxicology testing. They test for, they do drug screen and alcohol screen, testing for the presence of those in the body. And that was done in this case.
Okay, and what were the results?
The results in this case, I took heart blood from her body, and the heart blood showed a level of 0.017 grams per deciliter of ethanol. Also, at the time of the autopsy, I took vitreous fluid, which is fluid from the eye, and that was tested and showed no ethanol present in that specimen.
Okay, and ethanol is alcohol.
Correct.
Okay, so can you go ahead and explain to the jury why that number for ethanol is important to them?
Yes, in this case, there was some decomposition occurring, and ethanol can be created by bacteria that is in the body and is affecting the body after when decomposition starts. It can create ethanol in the body. So her level was so small that in all likelihood, in my opinion, it's from the decomposition, because the vitreous fluid in the eye, there's none present. And also on this particular autopsy, there was a collection of blood in the cranial cavity called subdural hemorrhage, which would be unlikely as affected by bacterial decomposition than the heart blood would be. And it showed no evidence of ethanol either. So none in the vitreous fluid, none in the ocular fluid, and just a small amount in the heart blood fluid.
Okay, is that more consistent with decomposition and inconsistent with ingesting alcohol, like beer, wine, etc.?
Yes.
And did you, I think you mentioned it earlier, but as part of your autopsy, do you take photos to document the injuries and the other important aspects of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 118 through 143. If you could take a look at those for me for a second. What were those numbers just to review? 118 to 143.
These are all photographs from the autopsy examination.
Okay, and those exhibits right there, 118 through 143, are those fair and accurate depictions of the autopsy that you performed on Tania Wise and her baby Josiah?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence 118 to 143.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Okay, so here we're looking at exhibit number 118. Go ahead and just briefly describe what we're looking at here, Dr.
This is an initial photograph. This is how she was at the medical examiner's office before we started any of the examination. So it's an initial photograph showing her at the medical examiner's office.
Okay, and is it part of your process for every autopsy to take photographs like this where the victim comes in or the body comes in and you take initial photographs without unclothing them first?
Yes.
Okay, and let's advance to exhibit number 119. And same question, what are we looking at here?
This is an identification photograph. This is taken after the body is cleaned so we can get a good picture of the face for identification.
Okay, and I first noticed there's some red marks on her face and shoulders and chest and arms. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
One of the things that happens after we die is the postmortem settling of the blood, which is called livor mortis or lividity. When we die, our blood stops moving in our body and it will settle to the dependent area by gravity. So if you're on your back, it can settle on the back. If you're lying face down, it could settle on the front of the body. And for a period of time that can move, like for a period of time, if someone was on their face and moved over to their back, the lividity can move to the back and vice versa, or in any other way that gravity is affecting the body. But after a certain amount of time, that lividity becomes fixed, which means that it's not going to move when the body moves. So it's fixed in the position of the dependent gravity in a body position.
Okay. And if we could advance to exhibit number 120, please. Okay, so here we are looking at exhibit number 120. What exactly do you see here, doctor, that's important to you?
This is a photograph of a wound on the top of the head. It's on the top of the head, but the posterior aspect, so the top back of the head. You can see there through the head hair, you can see that there's a large wound that's visible.
Okay. And exhibit number 121, please.
Again, that's a close-up showing that this is a gaping wound, and it's a full thickness gaping wound, because even now, even with head hair there, you can see at the bottom of that photograph skull, you can see visible skull through the margins of the wound.
Okay. And exhibit number 122, please.
This is that same wound.
123.
This is after the head hair around it has been shaved, so you can get a better look at the margins of the wound and the tissue involving the wound. And then again, you can see the skull through the base of that laceration.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're looking at exhibit 122 here. Okay, so tell us about this wound, doctor. Can you go into more detail about that wound? First of all, what you believe caused it, and what were the consequences from it?
Well, this type of wound is a blunt trauma injury, meaning that it's a forceful blow to the body. Blunt trauma injuries include bruises or contusions. It includes abrasions, scraping of skin. It includes lacerations, which is kind of a crush and tear injury of the skin. And fractures are also common blunt trauma injuries. In this case, this wound is a full thickness laceration or blunt force trauma. And there is fracture of the skull too underlying this. So this is a full thickness laceration, full thickness blunt force injury, which would have been a very forceful blow with some type of heavy object. I can't say specifically what that object was.
Is this something that could have been caused by human hands, or does it require something heavier and more substantial?
I cannot think of a way that this could have been caused by a human hand.
Okay. So when you say a heavy object, can you elaborate on that?
Objection, Judge Foster.
I'll rule the speculation objection so long as it's within your ability as a doctor to describe it with some specificity.
Heavy object being something not lightweight, something with some weight to it, and it would be used forcefully to cause this injury.
Okay. Would it have had to have had a sharp edge to it at some point?
This is a blunt force injury, so blunt force injuries wouldn't necessarily be caused by anything sharp. There's no sharp margin of the wound. When you think of a laceration is kind of a tearing, a crushing, tearing injury. Like if you had a piece of material and you tore it and you have those little bridging fibers between it, that's kind of what happens with a laceration that you can see in that photograph. A sharp force injury is going to have smoother margins, like if you had that same material and you cut it with scissors, and it would be nice and smooth on each side. So this is a blunt force injury.
Okay.
If we could advance to the next slide, which is exhibit 123.
123? What are we looking at here?
This is the same wound. In the previous photographs, it's gaping open. So we try to reapproximate the margins to see if we can get any other identifying features, not necessarily to determine right from the picture what it was, but if we have something that we could compare it to later, it might help, in that comparison.
In exhibit 124.
That is the same wound, reapproximated with the margins pushed together. You can see there's some perpendicular lacerations extending from the margins of the wound.
Okay. And how long was this wound?
The wound was 9 centimeters in length, which is approximately 3.5 inches.
And go ahead and describe the consequences of this wound. What conditions did you see? What flowed from that?
Well, on the internal examination, when the skin is removed from the scalp, there's a skull fracture that's visible. And then when the top of the cranium is taken off and we look at the brain inside, there's actual bruising of the brain. There's subarachnoid hemorrhage of the brain, which is the thin layer that covers the brain itself. And then the dura, which is a thicker membrane around the brain, there was subdural hemorrhage or hemorrhage underneath that dura. So it not only affected the skin and the skull, it also affected the brain.
Okay. And when you say subdural hemorrhage, what exactly does that mean?
That means that there's collection of blood, that there was bleeding inside the cranial cavity that collected in the subdural space.
Okay. And you also used the word that I have the same question for, subarachnoid hemorrhage. What is that?
The arachnoid layer is very thin, translucent tissue that covers the external part of the brain. And so it would be hemorrhage underneath that layer.
And you indicated that there was a skull fracture present as well?
Correct.
Okay, can you describe that for the jury?
The skull fracture starts at the point where you see this laceration, and it curves around to the left side of the skull, the left parietal and frontal region of the skull. So it's a linear fracture extending from the point of the blow.
And is there also cerebral edema?
Yes.
Present? Can you explain to the jury what that is?
When the brain undergoes trauma like this, one of the things that quickly happens is the brain swells because of the injury. So cerebral edema is swelling of the brain.
Doctor, O'Neill, can you, based on your training and experience, can you describe for the jury, as best you can, how much force was used to cause the injuries to Miss Wise's head that we've seen thus far?
What I could say is it's extreme force. It's one forceful blow with an instrument that would be heavy enough to create that wound.
Okay. Is the wound that you've just described and the pictures that correspond to it, would that have automatically rendered Miss Wise unconscious, or could she have maintained at least some measure of consciousness after receiving that blow?
It may or may not have rendered her immediately unconscious.
And I want you to set aside the other injuries and just focus on this injury, okay? If we set aside those injuries, is this head wound, is this head injury sufficient by itself to cause death, assuming that there's no immediate medical attention that Miss Wise could have received?
Yes, this one could have caused death.
Okay. Now, as we're sitting here, you've just described the injury. We've seen the photos. Let me ask you this. Did Miss Wise feel a high degree of pain as a result of this injury?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Counsel, you can approach.
And then let's proceed to the next exhibit. What number is it? Okay. We're looking at 125, I'm sorry. Go ahead and describe this for the jury.
This is a photograph of the same injury. The skull is present at the base.
Okay. And 126? What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the skull after the scalp has been removed. During the autopsy examination, we make an incision across the top of the scalp and reflect it forward and reflect it backward. So this injury, that you can see the skull is visible, the entire skull is visible. And you can see that linear, there's a line that's going in the picture. It's horizontal just above where the ruler is, and that's the fracture. The point of impact being on the right side of that, and then that linear fracture extending across that photograph.
Okay. And the next exhibit? Which is what? We're looking at 127 here. Go ahead and explain what we're looking at here.
Again, that is the fracture, linear fracture. The top of the head is actually just above the ruler there. The top of the head is towards the right. So that would have been underlying that point of impact. And then you see the linear fracture. It gives you a little bit better location of how that fracture starts at the top posterior part of the head and then goes the around the left side of the skull.
Okay. And 128, please. Okay. Again, what are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the brain after the skull cap has been removed. You can see there's darker red regions of the brain, and then there's more pink or lighter regions of the brain. The darker red regions are where there is hemorrhage and contusion of the brain. And that would be, there's a little thin translucent membrane. That's the subarachnoid membrane that we were talking about. And you can see that there's hemorrhage underneath that.
And the next exhibit, which is 129. Okay, so let's transition from the head injury to other injuries of the body. What were the locations on the body that you observed additional injuries?
There was a large incised wound that extends from the front of the neck to the back of the neck. And then in this photograph, you see a smaller incised wound, which is on the left clavicular region of the body. So just near the left clavicle. That's an incised wound. That's a sharp wound. If you look at the margins of that wound, you see they're nice and smooth. So it's caused by something that's sharp.
I believe we're looking at 129 here. And go ahead and I believe you said this was on the clavicle?
In the clavicular region of, yes.
Okay. And how deep and long was this wound?
This one was 2 centimeters in length and 0.5 centimeters in depth. To give you a comparison, 2.54 inches is related to a centimeter. So, I mean, 2.54 inches. I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And we'll move on to Exhibit 130. What are we looking at here?
This is the incised wound of the neck. This wound starts in the front of the neck and goes around to the right side of the neck and to the right back of the neck. This is the incised wound at the anterior margin, and it's really bifurcated. Right here, you're seeing one margin of that wound. If we go to another photograph, I think you'll see that there's more than.
Yes, ma'am.
Just,
go to 131.
Right. So this is the wound margin when the head is tilted back, and you can see that there are 2 distinct lines, a V-shaped bifurcation of the anterior part of the neck where this incised wound starts at the front of the neck. You can see it goes full thickness through the skin, and then it goes around the side of the neck to the back of the neck. In this case, there are 2 wound tracts that merge. So there's 2 incised wounds that merge into one wound tract.
Meaning that there were 2 wounds, not one. This is not one continuous wound. This is 2.
2, yes.
And can you explain and describe for the jury how long each wound was, as well as the depth?
Yes. I believe I said it backwards before. So an inch is 2.54 centimeters. To give you, I think I said it backwards last time. But this wound in centimeters was 19 centimeters in length. And in inches, that would be 7.5 inches in length.
Okay. And the depth?
The depth of the wound ranged from in the deepest part of that wound, it went to 1 1/2 inches. And in other areas, is 1 1/4 inches in depth.
Okay. At any point along that wound, did it approach or even touch the neck bone or any bone in the neck?
At its deepest margin on the lateral neck, you could see the cervical vertebrae at the base of the wound, yes.
And describe the amount of force that would have had to have been used to create those wounds that we're seeing here in Exhibit 131.
This would have been caused with a sharp force instrument. So it's a cutting, incised, sharp force injury. So depending on the wound and how sharp it was, it would depend on the force.
You mean the instrument? You said the wound and how sharp it was. You mean the instrument?
The instrument would have a sharp edge, yes.
Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah, so depending on the instrument and the sharpness of the instrument, that would depend on how much force it would take to create these injuries.
Okay. And what is the directionality of these incised wounds?
These wounds start on the front of the neck and end on the posterior part of the neck.
Okay. So front to back.
Front to back.
And if we could advance to the next slide. Okay, now we're looking at Exhibit 132. Go ahead and describe this for the jury.
So this is on the right side of the neck. This is where those 2 incised wounds have merged together and it created one larger incised wound. And you're looking at that wound gaping open on the right side of the neck.
Okay. And the next exhibit? 133.
Again, that's the incised wound. You can see the bifurcation on the anterior neck. And then on the right side of the neck, you can see that there is depth to this wound. You can see where it's gaping open. Those are the regions where it went the deepest on the right side of the neck.
And exhibit 134.
This is showing the wound approaching towards the back of the neck. So this is the right side of the neck, and the wound continues to the posterior right neck.
Okay. And exhibit 135. What are we looking at?
Because there's an incised wound of the neck, we want to see what things were damaged by that. There's obviously skin, soft tissue, and some muscular damage because of the sharp force trauma. But also we're looking at the vessels, what vessels would have been affected in the neck. In this photograph, you can see the forceps is holding up. This is the external right jugular vein that's completely transected. You can see the hole underneath the forceps, where the forceps holding it open. That's the jugular vein incised open.
Okay. And just a little bit more detail. What is the purpose, or what does the jugular vein do?
The external jugular vein, it drains blood from our scalp and face. It's draining it from our head in those regions and taking it back to the heart.
Okay. And and we're seeing here that the external jugular vein has been cut or severed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury the amount of loss of blood that it would have resulted from this wound?
Well, this wound, there would be quite a bit of blood lost from this wound, and this blood loss from this wound could cause death in and of itself if it's not medically treated.
Okay. And the next slide. 136 we're looking at here?
That's a close-up of that external jugular vein. You can see it better in this photograph. The opening there is the external jugular vein incised open.
Okay. Exhibit 137.
And this is the posterior neck. So you can see that this incised wound goes all the way around from the front of the neck, the right side of the neck, to the back of the neck.
And I want to return to the head injury for a second. Okay. As you know from the materials, the victim was found in near some vomit. Can you describe to the jury what would have caused the vomit?
Well, nausea and vomiting is not uncommon with head wounds and head trauma. So in this instance, that type of head injury could induce vomiting.
Is there a relationship between the victim vomiting and the loss of consciousness or the ability to stay conscious?
No.
And did you observe?
Did you ask and clarify that question and answer? I'm not sure I understood.
Okay. With respect to the vomit, okay, when somebody vomits, does that mean that can someone vomit in a state of unconsciousness?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe any defensive wounds on Miss Wise's body?
I did not.
Okay. And based on the materials that you've read and your overall understanding of the case, based on your examination and your photographs and everything that you've described, can you tell the jury what can you tell the jury about the time of death in this case?
Time of death is it's a very difficult thing to determine. There are factors that we look at to see if we can narrow down a time frame. basically, when we're looking at time of death, if in a case like this where a body is found outside, we start with the window that's the easiest, which is when do we know they were last alive? When can we verify they were alive? And then when were they found? So that's the time frame we start with. As far as I recall, I believe she was last known to be alive around 8 o'clock the night prior. And then she's seen by a passerby close to 11 o'clock in the morning the next day. So that's our time frame window. And then we look at other factors of the body to see if we can make any determination of anything that we can narrow that down. One of the things that we look at is the stiffening of the body. Stiffening or rigidity or rigor mortis is when the body, after someone dies, because of reactions that are happening in the muscle fibers of the body is first flaccid, then it becomes stiff, fully stiff for a certain period of time, and then that stiffness goes away. Typically, and under normal circumstances, that rigidity, it would take approximately 12 hours for it to become really full. So a person is really fully stiff. Then it would stay about 12 hours. And then after that, it would go away in 12 hours. So in about 36 hours, they've gone through the whole range. She was seen there at 10:53. Investigator from our office was at the scene around 1 o'clock and noted that there was full rigidity. So at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, on August the 24th, she was in full rigidity. Another thing that we look at when we're looking at the body is the lividity that we just discussed. The lividity is the pooling of the blood. The blood goes to where the lowest point that gravity is taking it, and it will stay there. And if it stays there and the body's not moved, it becomes fixed. In other words, even if we move the body after that, that lividity is not going to move. That usually takes somewhere between 8 and 12 hours. So in her case, at 1 o'clock, the investigator's there, she's moved, and her lividity is on the interior part of the body. So the next day, when I do the examination of the body, it's still on the anterior part of the body, which means it was fixed there. So at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that was fixed. So if we look at those time frames, assuming that the rigidity is there at 1 o'clock and the lividity is fixed at 1 o'clock, it could be at least 12 hours from the time of her death, and it can be longer, up to 24, which we know it wasn't that long because we know that she was alive.
Before you continue on with your examination, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our
Mid-morning bathroom break for 10 minutes. Please remember, leave your notes on your chairs. Do not discuss the case with each other. Please proceed to the jury room. Feel free to use the restrooms, and we'll be with you in about 10 minutes. All right, jury has exited the courtroom. We'll take a 10-minute bathroom break, recess. We'll come back in 10 minutes. Go off the record.
So I guess we get to see how this judge is going to be far as bathroom breaks, his first breaks and things. So I'm just reading the chat. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. See, it's like twofold, right? I think it depends on how their attorneys prep them. I think some of them, they can't show any. Like, they don't want them to show like they have a sense of guilt, I guess. Yeah, I'm surprised the mom stayed in there. I know she's not looking at the photos, but even just hearing the information, I'm really surprised she stayed in the courtroom for that one. But she handling it better than what I could handle it. I didn't know that the young lady had another child. Yeah. So just you said, yeah, so I just don't know. Yeah, yeah, Marilda. I mean, I don't know, but then the judge, yeah, right, Baca. Then the judge, like, you can't do anything. Like, it's almost like you damned if you do, damned if you don't. You only fan. Let's just hope for a smooth trial, no issues. Yeah, that I get that part too. I'm just trying to see. Oh, we do got a little TiVo time. I could take us past this break. Yeah. I'm just trying to think if I wanted to take us past this. I know that we are going through witnesses pretty efficiently. Yes, Marilda. He's okay. He may come in a little later. He said he work at night. So he just and Rachel was here earlier. She probably listening in the background, just probably not in the chat. But she chatted a little bit earlier. And yeah, Jason, he said he resting from last night. Yeah, we'll read over this stuff. The reason why they oh, no problem. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, I forgot to type it in the chat. So as far as the notice on their intent, because remember, at first this was not a DP case. They upgraded it to a DP case later. And we'll review over the documentation to show why. I also have the information in regards to when they did the search warrant for the truck. We can look at that. So we have photos of the truck. I mean, I'm assuming that they won't they'll allow us to see the photos of the truck. But mine is not color, but I do have them. And we can look at the truck and see what parts and what they submitted for that. I also have the arrest warrant, which gives all the probable calls. And I have his alibi because he's stating that he was at home, right? And I'm assuming that his wife is his alibi, but yeah, that's probably not going to work. So let me see here. So I'm going to go ahead and take us back into the courtroom. And we'll see how this goes.
All right, and you may continue with the witness.
One final question regarding this neck wound. If you were to set aside the other injuries in this case and simply look and examine the neck wound on its own, by itself, is that sufficient to cause the death of Tania Wise? So if she did not receive immediate medical attention?
Yes.
And part and parcel to your autopsy, is there a process by which a blood standard is collected?
At the autopsy examination, we do collect a blood standard DNA sample.
Okay, and what is the purpose of that?
It could be for anything, for comparison with other DNA, for comparison with evidence, for anything that might come up in the future.
Okay, so if investigators find a blood spot and they don't know the identity, would they be able to take the blood standard and then compare it to see if there's a match?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states number 144. Do you recognize this? And you can open it up if you need to.
This is an envelope that contains post-mortem evidence collection, Tania Wise, her autopsy number, and the date of the autopsy examination are on the envelope, and my initials are signed on this. So this would have been collected at the time of the autopsy.
Okay, and is that the blood standard of Tania Wise?
I can't see inside the envelope, but this would be an envelope that would be in. This is a DNA standard envelope.
Okay, is the packaging consistent with that being a blood standard of Tania Wise?
Yes.
Okay, and are your initials actually on that?
Yes.
Okay. Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition that it was in when it was collected on August 25th of 2018?
There are other initials and other tape on here that have been added since I did this.
Sure.
So it's been to other places, but the envelope, yes, is in the same type of condition, yes.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence exhibit number 144.
Move into evidence without objection.
Thank you. Okay, doctor, now I want to turn your attention to the baby, Josiah Wise. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as state's exhibit number 138 for identification purposes. What are we looking at here?
During the autopsy examination, as we open body cavities, we take photographs of things that are, any findings, internal findings. This is the abdominal cavity of Tania Wise opened, and that large object you see there is the uterus, the womb, and it is extremely enlarged because of a pregnancy.
Okay. And turn your attention now, and we'll move ahead to exhibit 139. What is that?
This is a photograph of the womb opened up. The head of inside this amniotic sac, you can see, which is still intact. There's a fetus, a near full-term fetus. The head of the fetus is toward the birth canal, the vaginal canal, so it would be in a head first type of positioning, and it's a near full-term fetus.
Okay, so it was head first into the womb. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And exhibit number 140.
This is the baby after I've incised the amniotic sac and I'm removing the baby from the body. You can see that this is the same position it was in. Full-term child with no abnormalities noted. Full-term fetus with near full-term fetus with no abnormalities noted.
Okay. And exhibit number 141.
This is the fetus, Josiah Wise, on the examination table. You can see that anatomically is well-formed male fetus. All the weights and measurements are consistent with the estimated gestational age of 38 weeks.
Okay. Exhibit number 142.
And this is the back showing there's no abnormalities, nothing abnormal about the development of this fetus.
Okay. And exhibit, finally, the last exhibit is 143.
Again, this is examination of the fetus showing that it's well-formed. All extremities are well-formed. Hands, feet, fingers, and toes are all well-formed, and the face are well-formed.
Did you weigh the baby and measure the baby?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe your results?
The weight was 5.22 pounds, and the measurement was 20 inches in length.
Okay. And I believe you said that there were no abnormalities. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your autopsy as well as your review of Ms. Wise's medical records, is there any indication that this was anything other than a healthy baby boy?
No.
This was a healthy baby boy.
Yes.
Okay. Did the baby live after Ms. Wise died, or did they die at the same time? Can you provide some detail on that issue?
At this gestational age, that infant, any infant or fetus inside the womb is dependent on the mother's blood flow for nutrients and oxygen. When the mother has died, that blood flow stops. So the infant doesn't die instantaneously, but as it's depleted from oxygen and blood flow, it would die after she died in a matter of minutes.
Okay. And what was the baby's cause of death?
Well, this was an intrauterine fetal demise, and it was an intrauterine fetal demise due to the maternal death due to blunt and sharp force trauma.
Okay. And final few questions. Based on your training and experience, could the head injury to Tania Wise have occurred before the neck injury?
It could have, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Just very briefly. Ma'am, you said that you reviewed Ms. Wise's medical records.
Yes, I was given medical records to look at.
Okay, and did that include her records from her OBGYN?
There were some OBGYN records, yes.
Okay, and you are aware then at the date of her last appointment with her OBGYN on August 13th of 2018, that they estimated that the fetus was 31 weeks gestation. Is that correct?
I don't recall that from them.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you her OBGYN's records from that date?
Okay.
Permission to approach the witness, Judge? Thank you, Judge. You'll see the date right there.
Yes.
And then the
August 13th.
highlighted portion right there.
Gestational age. It does say 31 weeks.
Okay, so on Ms. Wise's visit to her OBGYN who had been monitoring her pregnancy the entire time, on August 13th of 2018, her OBGYN noted that the baby's gestational age was 31 weeks. Is that correct?
According to those medical records, that's what they put in their medical records, yes.
Okay, and that was her OBGYN for the entirety of her pregnancy, correct?
I don't recall, but possibly yes.
Okay, would you like to see all of his medical records?
No, thank you.
Okay.
If that was her OBGYN, that was her OBGYN.
Okay, and also on that record that I just showed you, the estimated date of delivery for the fetus was October 15th of 2018. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's correct or not.
Would it refresh your recollection again if I showed you the OBGYN's records that you reviewed?
I don't know if I reviewed those specifically, but you can show them to me.
Sure,
yes.
permission to virtually, Mr. Thank you.
Yes, it just says, it does say 10/15/2018.
EDD, estimated date of delivery, correct?
That's correct.
And ma'am, in your review of Ms. Wise's OBGYN's records, you learned that she had something called SVT.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what SVT is?
SVT is supraventricular tachycardia, meaning that the heart can go into a rapid beat.
And it can be potentially fatal for the mother and the fetus, is that correct?
It's potentially fatal, yes.
Okay, and that's why Ms. Wise's pregnancy was actually a high-risk pregnancy.
That along with, I think that she had had a previous C-section also.
And just one final question. I think that you said this when you were talking to the state, but there was no independent injury to the fetus, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Any further questions from the state?
The difference in gestational age of the child, does that affect the cause of death for the child?
No.
No further questions.
And may Dr. O'Neill be released from her subpoena at this time?
Subject to recall.
You may step down subject to recall from the attorneys. Please be sure to have a contact number for them to get in touch with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break a little bit early now because the attorneys have some business to attend to outside of your presence to keep the case streamlined. And counsel, if we could get 12:45 suffice, we got done a little bit earlier than I thought. 12:45. So take your lunch break. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any research whatsoever. Please leave your notes here. Let's aim at 12:45 coming back into session. Thank you. The jury has exited. Before we break, there was that issue that the state mentioned earlier about taking testimony outside the presence of the jury to establish the unavailability of Ms. Lim, I think it was. Lim.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to do that at 12:30 perhaps?
I don't know if I can get my witness here in time.
Okay.
I'll try to get her here as quickly as I can. I just don't know.
Well, it might be convenient just to, since we got the time, or
Yeah.
I don't know when you were planning on putting on her testimony.
Yeah, either today, we might be able to get to it tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll come back at 12:45 then.
Okay.
We're here. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you at 12:45. Go off the record.
Okay, so they are going to lunch. Like, wow. Okay, let me get some. Yeah, I think so too. OnlyFans. Yeah. Let's see here. I wasn't expecting. I didn't think that would be. So they'll be back at 12:45. So what about, will we have about an hour or so? Have you seen me, Marilda? Like, okay. Okay, so I think that we'll do let's do this. Let's do the I think I'll do the search warrant first. Wait a minute. I think. Mm. Okay, thank you, Baka. Okay, so right here, so I'm gonna start with I'm gonna start with the search warrant. For us to look at. Hopefully everybody can see it. So he was arrested at this point in time. So they already have him in custody. This is the search warrant for his truck. So this is the truck that they took in order to search for any evidence. So it looks like it is I want to say it may be a Dodge. But I said his vehicle was owned by Jose, right? Hispanic, got his name. And here's his wife. Her name is Deborah. Or Deborah. I mean, I guess it depends on what you're. And there is now being kept possible clothing, DNA evidence, trace evidence, latent fingerprints that was not previously known. So of course, it's my first time reading it because I don't be reading stuff before we get in there. So here's the inventory. So they took a section of the carpet on the driver's side floor, a swab from the driver's side seatbelt buckle. They took the driver's side bottom seat cover, driver's side seatbelt. I believe swabs of the driver's side armrest, swabs of the driver's side. I don't know what that means. So if y'all can read that, good for y'all. Okay, therapist. We got swabs of the driver's side door panel. Oh, swab of the driver's side door panel. So that was another driver's side sun visor. Now, I wonder why they didn't take anything from the passenger side or any other parts of the car. Maybe they'll send it. Maybe they'll put it in a little later. Okay. So that's the search warrant. Let me share this one. So this is the so-called alibi that they're trying to present. So I guess when you have an alibi, they have to give a notice of alibi, right? This was filed back in 2018 because remember this case is from 2018. Is saying that at the time of the alleged offense, that the defendant claims that he was at home. Of course, right? The names and address of all witnesses known to the defendant that he intends to use to establish his alibi is, I'm pretty sure this is his wife. Will testify that Jose stopped at home in Port St. Louis at approximately 8:30 to 9 o'clock. This same person will testify that he is the roommate of the defendant, that he was home all evening on the date of August the 23rd, 2018, that at approximately 8 o'clock p.m., the defendant left his home and that he heard what he assumed was the defendant return home when he heard the front door close at approximately 10 o'clock p.m. This person will testify that she saw the defendant's vehicle in the driveway about 9:30 and that he had came to bed later that evening. Defendant demands the names of all witnesses known to the state to have information concerning the defendant's alibi. So this is the alibi, and I'm almost sure that this alibi is being provided by his wife. I don't think it's a guy as a roommate. I mean, I see where you see in that, Merelda. I don't. Let me see. I got that impression too. And I got this roommate impression, but then it later changes it down here and saying, will testify that she saw the defendant. So I'm wondering if they had a typo or something. Because see, will testify that Jose's, maybe it's two different alibis. Oh, maybe that's what we got going on. So the names, so that means it's plural, and addresses of all witnesses known to the defendant that he intends to establish his alibi. So it's two of them. So this person right here will testify that he stopped at his home approximately from 8:30 to 9 o'clock for 15 minutes. So it's two different people. He would also testify that he is the roommate of the defendant. I think this is supposed to be a she. And that he was home all evening on the date of August the 23rd, 2018. Okay, so he was home all evening, and what she can testify to is that at 8 o'clock, the defendant left his home. So at 8, and that I think this is supposed to be a she. She heard what she assumed was the defendant return home at approximately 10 o'clock. So he went to this person's house, so-called, quote unquote, from 8:30 to 9, somewhere around there, and stayed for 15 minutes. He left there, and then he went back home, and that's where they testified that they seen the car in the driveway about 9:30, and she heard the front door close about 10 o'clock. So does that make sense now? Y'all said the SD typed this up. She might have. She might have. Yeah, so it sounded like he was gone from 8 to 8. They stand from 8 p.m. But his vehicle was back in the driveway at 9:30. Pretty brown. But he did not go into the house until 10 o'clock. Yeah, so this is them trying to establish an alibi for him. Yeah, so I guess, so we know he was away from the house definitely from 8 p.m. So I guess maybe it takes 30 minutes to get to this guy's house right here, right? So it must take 30 minutes to get where he went. He stayed there for like 15 minutes, right? 15, somewhere between there. He left at 9, and then by 9:30, he was back in the driveway. And I guess he sat out there, and then at 10 o'clock, he opened the door and got into bed and act like did nothing happen. So that's what we have for that part. Let me get up another document for us. I like looking at these documents for some reason. I haven't figured out why, but I do. Okay, so right here, this is the notice in regards to the DP. So remember, originally it wasn't filed as a DP case. It didn't get filed until January 4th, 2019 to seek the DP. So it basically says, hey, the state attorney, Bruce Colton, and hereby gives notice that the state of Florida is seeking the DP. And the reason why they're seeking it is at the time of the filing of this notice, the state intends to prove the following aggravating factors. So they saying that he was convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of threat of violence to a person. The capital felony was for some type of gang. The capital felony was cruel, heinous. The capital felony was, I don't know about this part. It says something about a homicide. And I'm assuming they're talking about what's going on now. And it's saying that the victim was up under 12. Yeah, Marilda, I don't know if they talking about for the baby, and that's why they seeking the DP. I'm assuming that's why, because that would be the person up under 12. It seemed like all of this stuff is, but I don't know why we have this part. Number one, that the defendant was previously convicted of another capital felony. I don't know if he. Yeah, and I that's why I think they upgraded it, and they saying that after when everything comes and they build their entire case, these are the things that they're going to be able to prove. But number one, right here with this section, is saying that he was previously convicted of another capital felony. Or am I missing something? So he got another crime in there, right? Or unless they saying the first original crime is to Tania. To the mom. But when I looked in the system, to find this information, I was on the only thing that I located for him was a whole bunch of tickets. Traffic infractions. So she said, let me ask. He's so silly. I can't. Let us know. I'm gonna put that one off to the side because we may go back up on there and see. Maybe I missed something when I was looking for it. Okay. So I'll log back in and we can go back and look in a second. Yeah, because it was originally filed. This is the original filing. Yeah, I think she gonna have to, she gonna testify. I don't know if she testified for the defense or if she's gonna testify for the prosecution team, but she's gonna have to try to establish this alibi because that's his wife that's trying to do this alibi for him. So this is how it was originally filed. It was second degree unaliving with a weapon and second degree unaliving for unborn child. And it's saying on or about August the 23rd, 2018, Jose did unlawfully by a dangerous or depraved mind, or regardless of human life, didn't care. Although they saying without any premedited design to affect the death of a particular individual. Unalive and unalive Tania Wise, a human being. And during the commission of the said offense, the defendant carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use any weapon. A knife. I see a knife. So they saying on count 2 that he caused the injury to the mother of an unborn child that resulted in the unaliving of the unborn child. So that's how the original counts were put in. Okay, film says that it's important to note that the inclusion of the prior felony as an aggravator in the filing is a standard procedure in Florida capital cases and does not confirm a previous conviction. Okay. Okay, awesome. Yes, they are. They count. It's 2 different counts. It's for the baby and then one for her because the baby was, I mean, the baby could have survived, right? So that's just like another human being. Yeah, so I definitely think that. I don't know. I'm hoping that's not the case, Baka. I'm hoping that they talk about maybe. Yeah, the baby was nearly. Yeah, I mean, a baby could survive at 24 weeks, 23 weeks with medical technology that we have out here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Pretty Brown. I'm thinking that they're talking about in relation to the mother. So they're gonna be able to prove that as an aggravating factor that hey, the mom was unalive, and that's an aggravating factor when we talking about the baby. Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely, especially with technology nowadays. I just be kind of reading this stuff while we doing this. So this is the arrest report. So he was arrested on September the 21st, 2018. So I believe we just heard the guy, the officer testified to this. That on August the 24th, 2018, that responded to an area. They don't have the okay. So they redacted the witness, young lady's name that testified. Remember, she was saying that she assumed it was a pile of debris on the side of the road on the south side. She drove past the debris and saw that it was consistent with the first pile, turned around, drove back to the first pile. So it was 2 different piles. She drove back to take another look. Oh my gosh. When she looked back at the pile of debris more closely, saw it was a body laid face down in a ditch. Can y'all see it? Oh, maybe. Is it cutting it off the screen? Wait a minute. If I blow it up too much, I can't see it. I'm like squinting to see this. I'm trying to keep it on the screen. Let me see. Let me see if I make it a full screen with the document. Let me see if I can blow it up now. Oh. This is not gonna let me do it like that. Okay, this is as big as I can probably get it for us. So wow. So okay, so I don't remember her saying that in her testimony in regards to seeing the body laid face down. Yeah. So the St. Lucy's Sheriff's Office was notified, and they pronounced the person unalived at the scene. A crime scene was established. Criminal investigation came out. CSI was notified. Detective Cannon conducted a recorded interview with the reporting party sitting in the vehicle across the street. So that's when she had her recorded interview. The ditch that Blank originally thought was a bag of trash and kept going she stated that she saw another bag of trash down the road, and the first one didn't look like the second one. So she turned back around. Oh gosh. So this is where the crime scene is at. It's on the south side. It has shorter grass. It has a drainage ditch. Gosh, what a way to be just unaliving somebody and then just throwing them away like literally like trash. Like the nerve of some people. The deceased later positively identified as Tania was in a ditch on the south side, approximately 150 yards, was face down. She had on blue denim jeans. Her black shoes were on her feet. The soles of her feet were facing up. There are black socks with red on her feet. She had on a black t-shirt. The shirt was not at her waistline. It was about halfway up her back. Her lower back was exposed. Is this a lot? Is this too much information that I'm reading off to y'all? I feel like I'm reading an autopsy report. Okay. Wow. So they can see her tattoo that was on her lower back. It appeared to be 2 roses flanked on either side by a single purple and colored dandelion. Her head was turned to the south. She had long, dark hair that covered her face. She had on her eye, there appeared to be a pair of eyeglasses with red arms tangled up in the back of her hair. Her left arm was raised at the shoulder and the elbow was bent at about a 45-degree angle. Her left hand was raised near her head. Her left hand was clenched, thumb up. Her right arm was extended with a slight bend in her elbow along her right side. There was discoloration at her waistline on her left side, and her left elbow was exposed. There did not appear to be any signs of decomposition. At the time of my observation, I checked the temperature with the WeatherBug app on my phone and geolocation settings. According to this information, it was about 86 degrees and 67% humidity. There were indications of tire tracks, right? Where she was at. Oh gosh. They're saying as they continue west. Wait a minute, look. Long, dark. They seen from a branch from a tree, long dark hair, which looks similar to hers. As they continue west towards Johnson's Road, where her body was, they saw a low-hanging holly tree branch. The branch was about 2 to 3 feet off the ground, and it hung over the drainage ditch. They saw more strands of long, dark hair similar to her hair hanging from the branch. In the grass in front of the branch was a small black flashlight. I marked the flashlight with my business card, which I folded in half. Ooh, is his DNA on the flashlight that was left at the scene? So of course they check the area for any type of cameras, things of that nature. They saying that she had a black cloth band around her right wrist and a tattoo of Queen was on her right hand on the outside hand of her index finger and thumb. Her t-shirt had a design of a white bear holding a black bear hand with the logo, "Let's Make a Panda." She had a piercing under the right side of her lip. Wise had a piercing in her navel. Okay, and then they're just describing her tattoos. No identification, cell phone or wallet was found with her body. Her left hand, which was clenched, had grass from the ditch in it. There did not appear to be any wounds on her forearms or hands. Hmm. Mm. Okay, so here goes some witness. Y'all see that? So this witness number 2, he came back and he said, hey, he saw them putting up the perimeter, right, for the crime scene. And he said, hey, I may have some information for you guys. He was driving back from Vero Beach, southbound on Johnson. He had turned on Russell. Is this Russo? No, Russo Road. He would travel east on Russo Road and saw a silver/gray pickup truck, unknown male, parked on the north side. The pickup was blacked out with no lights visible. The vehicle was about 150 yards east of Johnson Road and Russo Road. He said that he continued east and began to approach the vehicle, and the vehicle turned on its fog lights, which were low to the ground in the outer part of the lower bumper. The vehicle turned on its headlights as the witness got closer and slowly began to drive west on Russo Road. Witness continued east and thought the vehicle and its actions looked to be suspicious, right? So he watched the vehicle as it stopped at the stop sign at the intersection of Russo Road and Johnson Road. Witness says that he became concerned about the vehicle and its actions and began to stop to turn around. When the witness applied the brakes and the brake lights activated, he said the pickup truck turned north on Johnson Road, said he did not follow the vehicle or take any additional actions. So that's who saw the truck. The truck color, they saying that it was silver. He saw a silver/maybe gray pickup. And that's what color our truck is. Okay, what else we got in this? Okay, so this is when they notified the family. Gosh, they got all this stuff in this report. It's so dang on redacted. I don't even know what to do with that. I don't know. I'll try to I don't know. I'll try to read through this with all these blackouts. I don't know. Okay, so around 5:30, the detective, I'm assuming that this detective Cannon is going to be the person, victim's advocate, Vincent. They responded. They met with who she confirmed. This is probably the mom right here that's redacted at the home, right? They did record it and they notified that her daughter was found deceased. Of course, she was extremely distraught, right? call for blank, later identified. So she called somebody else to come to the residence to help answer any questions. She was 8.5 months pregnant. Said witness, they have it as witness 11. And Wise was due to deliver her baby within 2 weeks. Said she took Wise to all of her doctor's appointments for the pregnancy. Blank and blank said Wise had recently been dating a Hispanic male named, they don't have that name redacted, so maybe she was dating somebody else. Prior to dating blank, Wise had dated a black man named witness 7. So I guess these witnesses, they got 7 and 6. These must be like the boyfriends, and they just don't want to put them in the police report. Okay. I'm kind of looking at the chat, but I'm not looking at the chat. In the police report, the witness said that the truck was gray or silver. I don't know. Let's see. According to witness 12 and witness 11, witness 6 worked for blank as a delivery person. Witness 6 did not work directly for blank, but was a contractor for a Hispanic male named Peachy. Witness 6 says, and Wise had lived at blank with witness 11 from approximately January 2018 to March of 2018. Witness 11 observed witness 6 and Wise in a physical altercation in front of the yard blank in March of 2018. Witness 11 said she saw Wise and witness 6 shove and push each other during the altercation. Law enforcement was not notified of the fight. Witness 11 told witness 6 to leave. Witness 6 moved out of the residence. Witness 11 said Wise continued to date witness 6, and he was controlling of Wise and would threaten her. Witness 11 said witness 6 paid the cell phone bill for Wise, and he would threaten to shut off her phone if she did not do as he asked. Witness 6 was possibly the father of Wise's unborn child. So witness 6 must have been a boyfriend or current boyfriend. Witness 11 must be her friend, because witness 11 says she saw Wise and witness 6 kind of like getting into it. Okay. So after witness 6, now they saying this is where he may be a possibility for being a child's father, and that's witness 6. So if they thinking that he's possibly the child's father, her and the boyfriend number 6, they had to be dating before this time where she reached 8.5 months pregnant. Right? So it doesn't seem like somebody knew that she was dating, because they thought that he possibly could be the baby daddy. So now, according to witness 12 and witness 11, oh, no, we read that. Sorry, guys. Okay. After witness 6 moved out, he lived in his vehicle for about a week and obtained an apartment or townhome at Fort Pierce in Florida. Witness 12 moved in with witness 6 as the roommate for about 2 months. at what is going on? 2 months at blank. Witness 11 and witness 12 said Wise confided that witness 6 sold weed. Wise had proof on her cell phone of witness 6 selling weed. And witness 11 said Wise had backed up her phone to her iCloud as Wise was going to return the phone to witness 6. Witness 12 said witness 6 owned a 40 caliber handgun. So he also owned a gun, y'all, and threatened Wise with the firearm in the past. Witness 12 says she moved out of witness 6's apartment in June or July of 2018 after they had a dispute over the rent money. They got issues. So it sounds like witness 6 got some. I bet you the defense is going to be trying to put this on witness 6. Now, I don't know who witness 6 is just yet. But it sounds like they're going to be trying to put this on witness 6. What you think? Like, it sounds like, because remember, they always trying to say he the baby daddy. He the one on a firearm. He the one that been out there and they've been shoving and pushing each other. Is witness 6? And then he couldn't get into, he got into it with witness number 12, who was living with him over the rent. And remember, he got a 40 caliber handgun and he had already threatened her once before in the past. So witness 12 said witness 6 currently lived at the same apartment with witness 6's father. Witness 6 drove a black, they don't have a car, which Wise would borrow on occasion. Witness 11 said that Wise kept a bag of baby clothes at witness 6's apartment. Witness 11 said she took Wise to blank to retrieve the bag of clothes from witness 11. Thought it was about maybe August the 15th, 2018 or August the 16th. Witness 11 stayed in the car while Wise went in the apartment. Wise returned with the bag of clothes. Witness 11 said Wise and the items smelled strongly of marijuana, weed, to the extent that witness 11 would not even allow the items back in her home and made Wise shower. Gosh. Witness 12 said a family friend named Blank told witness 11 and him, witness 6 had been stalking Wise in his black Honda from down the street of witness 11's home. They said Blank worked at Blank with witness 6. Witness 11 and witness 12 said Wise had a very turbulent relationship with witness 7. Wise and witness 7 dated and they lived together at, oh gosh, that's another man. Oh goodness. So there go another man coming into the picture because that's witness 7 that they referencing. Oh boy, let's see here. So we had witness 7. Now he had also been controlling and violent with Wise in the past. So we got witness number 6, who had the handgun and who had threatened Wise. And then now we at witness number 7, where we're finding out he had been controlling and violent, right? Because it say right here, witness 11 said witness number 7 had been controlling and violent with Wise in the past, and Wise, they were involved in an investigation for fraud by the PSLPD, and arrest warrants were issued for both of them. So were issued for both witness number 7 and Wise. See case number, blah, 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 for further information. Wise surrendered herself on the arrest warrants in October of 2017. Witness 7 had not surrendered himself and was still avoiding law enforcement on the active warrants. Witness 7 kept in touch with Wise on the phone, and witness 11 was almost positive that witness 7 and Wise would still meet in person on occasion. Witness 11 says she provided the bond money to have Wise released from jail, and Wise moved into blank. Neither witness 11 nor witness 12 knew witness 7's whereabouts. Witness 11 says she last seen Wise on the night of August the 23rd, 2018. Witness 11 believed Wise was going to meet a friend she only knew as blank. Wise left the house about 8:20. They estimated the time as she watched the TV show, because she was watching the TV show, and that's how she got reference for the time. And she went to get coffee from the store before returning home to watch the show. She said that Wise was wearing blue jeans and she couldn't remember the shirt. And Wise told witness 11 she was going to the store. She said, but he also, okay, so you saying in regards to what the opening statements are saying in regards to what they're going to be able to prove she would. This is, oh my goodness, they got everybody up in here. This is the victim boyfriend. I guess this the marijuana guy. Well, let's do this. I am going to go and I'm gonna replay the opening statements for us. The opening statements were really, really quick. So we'll watch the opening statements, and by that time they should be back from lunch. They got everybody's testimony on this thing. I wouldn't. That's all right. I wasn't. It's hard reading through that, at least for me, all them blackout screens or whatever you want to call them. So I'm gonna put the opening statements back on here. We will look at that, and
If my wife finds out something like that, oh my God, bro.
Mr. Cormier.
I have to do it, Eric. I have no other choice. I'm going to lose everything. If my wife finds out something like that, oh my God, bro, I'm going to lose everything. Bro, I have a spot. I have a spot. I have to find a spot where I'm going to dump her. I'll throw away all the clothes, or I'll burn them, or I'll wash them with Clorox. Those are the words from the defendant in this case on August 21st, 2018. The evidence will show you that Jose Soto Escalera, the defendant in this case, he had a problem. He had a big problem, and he needed to find a way to get rid of it. He had no other choice in his eyes. And that problem that he had was the victim in this case, Tania Wise. On August 21st, Tania Wise was a mom. She was 38 weeks pregnant, and she had no idea that this defendant was carefully planning out her murder. You're going to learn that the defendant in this case, he worked for Waste Pro. He was a garbage truck driver, and he worked with his nephew on the garbage truck. And the reason we're going to know and hear how he planned out this murder is because he did it on the garbage truck while they're driving around, picking up trash, doing his route. But what the defendant didn't plan on is that it's all recorded. There's video, there's audio, and even though they talked in Spanish, everything is going to be translated in this case, and you're going to hear the defendant as he drives around on his trash route trying to figure out where he's going to get rid of her body, where he's going to leave 38-week pregnant Tania Wise for dead, how he's going to kill her. Let's go 2 days later. That was August 21st, 2018. Let's go to August 23rd. That's the date of the murder in this case. And it's a normal day for Jose. He's driving in his garbage truck and he's planning out a murder. He cannot let his wife know that he got another woman pregnant who's now 38 weeks. He's running out of time. She's getting ready to schedule a C-section. She's going to have this baby, and he cannot let that find out because he's going to lose everything. That's all he cares about. What's going to happen to him? Not that he's going to kill a 38-week-year-old pregnant mother. That doesn't concern him at all. And he's talking casually in this car to his nephew. You think I should choke her? Or would it be better if I just do a big blow and it's all over with really quick? And then he tells him, you know what? She's not the type of person that anyone's even going to look for. They're not even going to look for her. They're not going to worry about her. And you know what? If they don't find anything within the first 48 hours, they're never going to find anything. Well, despite the defendant's planning and discussion over and over again of where he's going to do it, which way he should do it, how he's going to commit this murder, he made some mistakes. And on August 23rd, you're going to hear from the victim in this case, Tania Wise. You're going to hear from her mother, Elizabeth Bedolla. She is helping Tania put her son to bed that night. And then Tania leaves the house. The last time she sees her daughter alive is sometime after 8 o'clock on August 23rd, 2018. She doesn't know exactly where her daughter's going. She thinks she's just going out for a little bit. Tania didn't have a car. She didn't have a way to go anywhere. And you'll learn through the recordings that the defendant, part of his plan was to lure her out, to get her out of the house, and then to take her somewhere to murder her. So that's August 23rd. That's the night of the murder. And you're going to learn the defendant, he goes, he picks her up, and then he takes her out to complete his plan. So fast forward to the next morning. It's August 24th, 2018. Tania Wise has been murdered. Christine Gabin is driving in St. Lucie County. The site of this murder is it's on a road called Russo Road. It's just north of Indrio. It's a little bit west of town. There's an intersection between Russo Road and Johnston Road. And it just so happens that this route is along the defendant's trash route. It's a spot that he passes, that he drives on his garbage truck route. But Christine Gabin, she's driving down that road that day, and on the side of Russo Road, she sees what she thinks is trash in the ditch, in the swale, on the side of the road. But when she looks closer, she realizes it's not trash. It's Tania Wise. So immediately she sees a body on the side of the road and she calls 911. St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office is going to respond out to the scene. One of the first officers, Deputy Gilkey, he gets there and he takes some photos of Tania as she is found the way that she is initially. You're going to hear that crime scene investigators, there's 3 different crime scene investigators that worked on this case: Donna Carmichael, Kayla Lim, and Janine Vasquez at the time, now Janine Hiller. They go out to the scene because now there's a dead body and they need to figure out what happened. So they go and they look at the body. Tania Wise is face down in the swale on the side of the road. There's still some water. She's wet, she's damp. They see some hair, loose hair around the area where her body's found, and she's completely face down. They turn her over. They can see that she has some injuries to both her head and to her neck, and that there is what appears to be vomit within the swale of where her face was laying down. They collect all the evidence at the scene. They document all the evidence at the scene. They take photographs, and Tania Wise is brought to the medical examiner's office to have an autopsy performed. So now we're on August 24th. She's been found. She's brought to the medical examiner's office, and the defendant is there riding in his garbage truck again as if nothing happened. And he's talking to his nephew again about what happened. And he's telling him, he says, yeah, even though I had gloves on, I washed my hands with that brake cleaner. His nephew asked him, was there any blood? And he said, yeah, there's blood. It was all over the clothes, but I got rid of it. They're not going to find any evidence. And once again, he's talking in this truck. He doesn't know that she's been found at this point yet, but he's saying, no one's even going to look for her. She's the kind of person that runs away for a few days. I'm fine. He thinks he's in the clear. No one's going to find her. So that's August 24th. And what's going to happen is now law enforcement's going to start to work the case. They are going to figure out who knew her, how did they know her, when's the last time people saw Tania Wise, because they need to start gathering evidence. They need to figure out who she was with, who she saw, what could have happened to her. And they start to bring in people for interviews the next day on the 25th. And what also happens the next day on the 25th is her autopsy. And what you're going to learn what happened to Tania Wise is that she suffered 2 major injuries that could have caused her death. She was struck, and you're going to hear from Linda O'Neill, the medical examiner at the time, she was struck on the top of her head, and she suffered skull fractures. She suffered hematoma, edema, and that the cracks in her skull came all the way up to her orbital bones. Linda O'Neill will tell you that that was a significant blow that she took, and that it couldn't have been done with a fist, that it had to be done with some type of extremely hard object. The other injury that you're going to hear that Tania Wise sustained was a 19-centimeter cut across her neck. It comes from the front to the back, consistent with it, someone possibly standing behind her, and there's multiple cuts. There's 2 separate cuts, and the cuts were so deep, it went through her jugular vein and almost to her spinal cord. And you're going to see photographs of that. And the reason those cuts are so deep, and she's hitting the head so hard, is because this defendant had to make sure she was gone. He planned it out, and he was worried that he was going to get found out. He thought he was going to lose everything. And his solution was to kill Tania Wise and Josiah Wise, which was going to be the 38-week-old baby that she had that was getting ready to be born within the next couple of weeks. You're going to hear that the sheriff's office continued to work on this case. They gathered evidence, and they eventually talked to the defendant in this case. He goes into the sheriff's office on August 25th, 2018 for an interview. And when he comes in, he drives in a silverish gray Dodge truck. Now, what you're going to learn about this truck is that same day of the finding of the body the same day of the murder on August 23rd, there's another individual by the name of William Mullen. William Mullen owned a pizza shop at the time, and he was driving on Russo Road in that area at about 11:30 at night. And he sees something that's odd to him. As he's driving down the road, he sees a silverish truck, meets the description of the defendant's truck. It has some fog lights on, and it's just sitting on the side of the road. He says he sees the truck, he pulls up, it turns its lights off, it turns its lights on, and then it drives off. And he thought that was kind of weird. So the next day when he sees law enforcement there, he goes and calls 911 and says, hey, I saw this truck out right there where that body was found last night. And just so happens that the day that this defendant comes in to give an interview, he's driving a truck that matches that description, consistent with the truck that's seen right at the murder scene. Another piece of evidence that the sheriff's office says, you know what, starting to look like it's Jose Soto Escalera. So he gives consent to search his car. Law enforcement, they swab his car that particular day, and then they talk to him. And when they talk to the defendant, you're going to hear his interview, you're going to listen to his words, and you can watch him. He comes in as if, despite what he just did, despite after cutting her throat twice and bashing in her head, he's surprised. He's sad. I can't believe this happened. I feel bad for her family. Hope you find who did this. I don't know anything about it. He minimizes his relationship with Tania Wise. He's like, yeah, I know her. We're not friends. She comes over. Her son plays with my son. They start to ask more questions. She was pregnant. Is there any reason that we're going to find out this is your child? Are we going to learn that this baby is yours? Nope. Not my child. That's not possible. I've never had sex with Tania Wise. That's not me. So obviously, law enforcement, there's a medical examiner. They're going to do a paternity test of this baby that Tania had. And they're going to look into that. But what they're also going to look at is they're going to start to look at phone records. They're going to look at calls. They're going to do search warrants. And that's exactly what is done in this case. After the 25th, they do a search warrant subsequent on the defendant's vehicle again on September 24th of 2018. And at that time, they use something, and it's called Blue Star, and it's a chemical that they spray inside of his truck. And if there's blood inside, it lights up blue in the dark. So they spray that. And sure enough, they look inside of his truck, and there's parts that are glowing. Evidence that there was blood in his truck. So what do? They cut out the carpet where they see some of that blood. They swab that. They send that off also for DNA testing. So what you're going to hear about the DNA evidence in this case is that they took a lot of swabs and they tested a lot of stuff. But there's a couple things that are extremely important. And one of those is that they checked multiple people to see who could be the father of that child, and it's 99.99%, it's the defendant. So not only did he kill Tania Wise, he killed his own son that she was 38 weeks pregnant with because he didn't want his wife to find out that he had been with someone else. He cut her throat and bashed her head in, knowing that possibly it was his child, but he did it anyways. Because he had planned it out, and he said, I have to do it, Eric. I have no other choice. You're going to hear some additional evidence that even though that evening he's going to tell law enforcement what he did and where he went, and the cell phone evidence that's going to introduce in this case, the cell phone tower evidence, it's going to show that's not correct. That's not where he was. The evidence is going to put him out at the scene of the crime. It's going to put him near that area where this crime occurred out on Rousseau Road. So throughout the trial, listen to the evidence, use your common sense. But when you go back and you listen and you watch and you hear what is said on these recordings, and you consider what the facts are, that the fact that this was his child and that he lied about it and that he hid it and that he then planned this murder for multiple days and then he carried it out, at the end of this trial, you're going to find the defendant guilty of both first-degree murder of Tania Wise and first-degree murder of an unborn child, because that's what the evidence is going to show. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cormier. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, sir.
Please do. Thank you.
So, oh, sorry. So they are back in court. Yeah. Oh gosh. I while we was listening to the opening statements again, like I said, I've never read the police report. But guys, it is like, woo. Like, I didn't know, like, just so y'all know, like they found the condom at the scene. I just heard the prosecutor talk about the phone records. Like he had deleted all his phone records during this period of time. And his phone. I'm sure we'll hear about some of this stuff. And then they have her friend's statement in here. Like I said, it's 22 pages long. And I'm trying to figure out, it looks like he was trying to really pin this on boyfriend number 6, which is witness number 6, because it appears that he was texting witness number 6, acting like he was her. Yeah, I knew it. It says that stated that they think that Jose has been trying to frame witness number 6 for the unalive. I kind of figured that. It said in the report. Y'all can't see it because I'm not showing it right this second. But I mean, I guess we can go through. Yeah. And this is coming from witness number 10, who is her friend. But she was a stripper. So I wonder if that's where he met her. So I guess she was like a stripper, kind of like an escort or something. I mean, she wasn't doing it currently at the time because she was pregnant, quote unquote. But just so y'all kind of know. You say you watch so many. You say no confessions. Are you talking about in regards to this police report, this arrest report? All right, I'm gonna put this back in court. Yeah, Pretty Brown. Yeah, I think they say that in the defense opening statements. They kind of they say something about it. Okay, I'm gonna put us back in court. I don't know. I don't think in this police report, I don't think he confessed, but it sounds like from the prosecutor's opening statement that he said something to his nephew. And I'm assuming that the defense is gonna try to spin this in some type of way. Yeah. Yeah, the defense did allude to that she was a stripper / dancer, and it's also in the police report, the arrest warrant, that she was yeah, I think I seen it somewhere in this report when I was reading. I don't know the name of it, but she was a stripper. At least that's what it. I mean, she wasn't stripping at the time, so I wonder if that's where she met him at. So yeah, she was a dancer / escort. Yeah, he gonna throw his nephew up under the garbage truck. I wonder if they got his nephew's statement in here. Yeah, I was just trying to see how all these people connected to each other. Yeah, I don't know if they have the nephews. I know they got the oh yeah, they got surveillance from the neighbors and all types of stuff locating this truck. Yeah, I don't know if I'm trying to see if they talk to if we can see what the nephew would know. Witness 16, I do see the interview for the wife. They do have hers on here. Okay, I'm gonna put this back in court. I don't know. I got to figure out some place to post this, maybe, and y'all can look at it. It's 22 pages, but we can always, if y'all want me to look and see what somebody said, because they sure got everybody's testimony on here. God, he was asking people about getting a illegal firearm about 3 weeks before the unaliving. Oh yeah, they didn't investigate the crap out of this. Okay, here we go, guys. I keep saying I'm gonna put y'all in the courtroom, but I won't put y'all in the courtroom. Let me put y'all in the courtroom. I'm up here reading the thing and just talking. Look, I'm just reading. I ain't put y'all in the courtroom. I'm just sitting up here talking through this thing. I'm gonna go back through it and see if I can highlight some points that may be good for us to kind of like, because even though it's just like, I don't know about you guys. I know we are at the the court part, right? But for me, I be trying to figure out how they came up with their investigation. How did they get everything to lead to this person? Who said this? Who said that? Because remember, all these people that's on this police report will not be called to the stand, right? They're only going to bring the people that are meaningful, right? But it's good to see kind of like how the investigation worked and where did they start off and what led them here and how it led there, even though it's real hard reading because all these people are witnesses and they do have their names redacted right now in this police report. Because remember, this is pretty early in the investigation. So it's kind of hard to read through it in some ways, but I'll see if I can go through there and highlight some different pieces that match up with some testimony here, or like I didn't know that they had found a condom at the scene. Like, whoa, well, wait a minute. And quiet as kept. Just so y'all know, I think that he was trying to claim, Jose was trying to say he had a hysterectomy, or not a hysterectomy. What's the thing that the guys get with the clip? A vasectomy. So he said in the police report, he like, I've had a vasectomy. I can't have no babies. I already got 4 of them at home. That ain't my baby. It ain't no way I can be my baby. That's that other man's baby. So that's in the police report. Like he said he ain't got no baby. So he don't even, it ain't no way it could be my baby. So that was his thing, Besides that, he was out here having an affair, right? And he was willing to lose everything. I said he got a hysterectomy. That's for women. He got a vasectomy. He got the clip. But yeah, I wonder, and I'm gonna go back up here and try to see what else when the DNA samples came back. Because they do have some stuff on the autopsy. They do have the swabs. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff in here. All right. Okay, let me stop playing with y'all. You said read them reports on some other time.
Carmichael, if you'd come forward, be sworn by the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Go ahead and state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Donna Carmichael, Carmichael.
Okay, and you're recently retired, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What was your former occupation?
As the crime scene supervisor for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office,
How long did you work there?
31 years.
Okay, and while you were the supervisor of the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, was there a crime scene investigator named Kayla Lim that was under your control and supervision?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you know her well?
Yes, sir.
How well do you know her?
Very close friends. I know her husband, her child. We talk on the phone. Actually, spoke with her this morning.
Okay, did she have a baby recently?
Yes, she did.
When did she have the baby?
About 3 weeks ago.
Okay, and have you been in communication with her since she had the baby?
Yes, several times.
Okay, or do you have personal knowledge as it relates to her health?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you go ahead and tell the judge how Miss Lynn is doing since she had her baby?
Miss Lynn is still having complications from having the baby. She is running a fever because she has an infection. They're having a hard time getting her blood pressure under control. She's even had to go back to the emergency room due to her blood pressure. She has lupus, and that's causing part of these complications. They are also having problems with blood clots. She's had a baseball-sized blood clot, and so they're closely monitoring, have her on medication, prescription medications to try to get all this under control.
How often does Miss Lim visit the doctor?
She just was at the doctor's office on Thursday, and she's in contact with him daily.
She maintains daily contact with the doctor?
Yes, sir, they're monitoring all of her vitals.
Okay, and did Miss Lim also have a high-risk pregnancy?
Yes, sir, due to her lupus.
Okay, and did she miss a lot of work because of that?
Yeah, she missed 7 months of work.
Okay, is she back to work, or is she still on FMLA duty?
She's out on FMLA.
Okay, is Miss Lim, based on all of the circumstances that you just described, is Miss Lim able to report to court and testify in this case?
No, sir, due to the symptoms, her blood pressure goes up and down continuously, and she never knows when she's had an episode, and that's causing migraines for her and that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions from the defense?
No questions.
All right, any argument from the defense as to the requested finding? For the record, as the attorneys know, we previously took our testimony along with another witness who's pregnant as well, in case there arose a circumstance where she's unavailable to perpetuate her testimony, or her testimony was perpetuated. From the defense, any objection?
Yes, Judge, we do object. Again, I understand the nature of the situation. However, this being a capital case, again, we have offered that the witness be able to testify via Zoom. I do not think that there has been a sufficient evidence laid that this witness cannot testify via Zoom. Her testimony would be very brief and short. She could come today or tomorrow on Zoom and be done with her testimony very quickly. So we'll leave it to the discretion of the court. And we've had no medical testimony of any person with medical knowledge regarding her inability to, again, get on a Zoom. She's not hospitalized. To my knowledge, she is at home. And while under the care of her doctor, she is at home. And I don't know that anything's preventing her from, again, with the age of technology, getting on Zoom. to do a very brief trial testimony.
Yes, sir. As authority, I would cite a case called Richardson versus State, 182, Southern Third, 918. It's from the First District Court of Appeals in 2016. That case, the First District said that the witness who had delivered less than 2 weeks prior to trial and had been seen by her physician on the morning of trial and had told the prosecutor that she was in, quote, a bad way and having difficulties. The First District said that that did meet the unavailability requirement under the former testimony exception. This case is no different. In fact, what makes this case different is that Ms. Lim's medical condition seems to be worse, not better than the witness in the Richardson case.
I suppose I should note too, Ms. Lim has testified before me multiple times. I can't even count how many times. So it's not, I'm really not in any situation that she's have some kind of fear of testimony, which helps me make a finding that I find it's true. She's suffering from significant medical consequences of childbirth, fever, infection, uncontrolled blood pressure, and it would be inappropriate for me not to find that she's unavailable. So I will find her that she's unavailable pursuant to the rule as a predicate to allowing her perpetuated testimony to be played before the jury. When do you intend on doing that?
This afternoon.
All right, let me know when you're going to do that. I would give the jury an instruction that the testimony was taken pursuant to a procedure as if it's part of the trial. It was perpetuated, and they should consider it as if it's taking place during the actual trial.
Yes, sir.
All right.
No objection to that admonishment, Judge, so long as we don't tell the jury the nature of the reason.
Right, I'm not going to tell them whatsoever.
Yes.
So then the only other question that I have is, so the perpetuation of her testimony is on a video
Mhm.
that I have on a thumb drive. I marked that as an exhibit. I was just going to ask the court to move it in as a court exhibit. And then she admitted 3 photos, I think, and 3 swabs that were admitted during hers. They're the same exact exhibit numbers from the prior hearing that we already did, and I would just move those before I play her testimony is what I guess the way that I planned on doing it. I don't know if the defense has any objection to that.
I have her admitting.
Where's the one that's all put together?
7 things. So I have her admitting 36 to 39, which are pictures of the truck. And then she also admitted 33, 34, and 35.
36, 37, 38, 39.
Yep.
3 swabs.
33, 34, 35.
Correct.
All right.
And then the USB, which is just a video of what we filmed.
All right, so that'll be what we'll do. The USB will come into evidence part of the record as far as to memorialize what her testimony is. But let's be sure to separate it out from the other exhibits so that when we send the exhibits back to the jury, we don't actually send that exhibit back to the jury for deliberations.
The perpetuation.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, because if just like any other testimony, if they want to view that, they can.
Exactly. We don't want to just automatically send it back with the other exhibits. We have to separate it out. It's part of the trial record, but it's not an exhibit for jury deliberation purposes.
I believe it is exhibit 149. So we'll have to make a note, 149 does not go back with evidence.
Yeah, so keep it in a separate
Once it gets.
place. In fact, you may want to even take it over to your office just to avoid that happening.
Okay.
Any other matters to address before we get started with the jury? I'm not sure if we have all the jurors in the back at this time. The record momentarily, jurors are using the restrooms. All right, we continue with the trial. The state may call its next witness.
They would call Dr. Stossel.
So if you can come forward, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
You can have it for that way to witness stand.
Good afternoon, doctor. If you could you state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Ruel, R-U-E-L, Stossel, S-T-O-E-S-S-E-L.
All right, and obviously I called you doctor and you're wearing scrubs, but what do you do for a living? What is your profession?
High-risk OB.
And how long have you been working as a high-risk OB?
1993.
And where do you currently work?
I have a private practice in Palm Beach County, PJ Boulevard.
And how long have you had your own high-risk practice?
I'm going on 26 years now.
All right. When you say high risk, what are you referring to?
Situations where the mother has an underlying medical condition that impact on her pregnancy, and or the fetus has a birth defect or something going on that makes the gestation high risk or the unborn child high risk.
All right. Before I get into the particulars of this case, where'd you go to school?
SUNY Stony Brook, Long Island.
And what degree do you have from there?
MD.
All right. And prior to that, did you have to go to undergrad?
Yes.
And where did you attend undergraduate studies?
CUNY, Brooklyn.
All right.
City University of New York, Brooklyn, sorry.
And what was your undergrad major?
Biology.
After you went to medical school, did you have to do a residency?
Correct.
What additional education did you have after you attended school, and where did you do your residency?
Residency at State University of New York, Downstate Medical Center in Brooklyn, and Kings County Hospital.
And as part of your profession, do you have to undergo continual training and certifications to maintain all your licensing and ability to practice?
That's correct.
What do you have to do?
Take mock exams, review articles, research articles, etc.
And how many years has it that you've been practicing as a high-risk OB?
I finished my fellowship at Albert Einstein College of Medicine in 1993 after I completed SUNY Downstate OBGYN residency.
Now, in this particular case, did you have a patient by the name of Mrs. Wise?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And do you recall, or what are the circumstances of her going to your practice?
She was referred by Florida Community Health. We were a referral practice for high risk here in St. Lucie. She was referred for total OB care and planned for delivery.
All right. So were you going to be, or were you her OB/GYN for the course of her pregnancy?
Yeah, correct. We were the maternal fetal medicine high risk obstetrical program that she was referred to.
And patients that have you as their doctor, how often do they come and see you?
Depending on the situation, at anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks, sometimes twice a week if they're very high risk.
And does patients that come to see you, do you maintain medical records for their visits and keep track of their care?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And did you do that for Ms. Wise's case? Did she have medical records?
Yes, she did.
And have you had an opportunity to review those prior to today?
Yes, I have.
At this time, the state would move into evidence by prior business notification. State's Exhibit 151, the medical records of the patient.
No objection, subject to our previous discussion.
Subject to previous discussion and ruling, that item will come into evidence at this time.
All right. So you just testified that you are a high-risk doctor and you do get referrals out of St. Lucie County. Is that right?
All right, they referred to me for care.
What was the reason for Ms. Wise's referral to you?
It was a maternal condition of, she had a history of supraventricular tachycardia, or SVT.
And can you tell the jury what is SVT?
Basically means that the heart speeds up suddenly, and because this is going so fast, the blood flow patterns change. They can lose consciousness, have chest pains.
And based on this condition known as SVT, would that qualify her pregnancy as a high-risk pregnancy?
Yes, it does.
All right. And did she regularly visit your office?
Yes, she did.
Did she ever miss any appointments?
No, she did not.
When she attended, or when she first was referred to your office, did she have to undergo a standard blood panel that you require of all your patients?
Yes, as part of the process, but because she was a referral and not starting care with us, we were waiting for the final labs to be referred from the prior clinic. So we did not have all the labs at that time.
All right. But did you eventually get all of her records?
When we found out that she didn't really go to have the records, we ordered all the prenatal panels, we call it.
Okay. And in Mrs. Wise's records, was there any evidence of there being any drug use or anything like that?
Not I'm aware of.
Now I want to talk to you about ultrasounds. What do patients at your practice get ultrasounds?
It's a core part of our practice, correct.
All right. And based on your review of the records, did Ms. Wise have 6 ultrasounds with your practice?
I think it was 5.
You think it was 5? And 5, why would she have so many ultrasounds?
The initial screening ultrasound to complete the fetal anatomy and check on the baby's growth rate. and then serial ultrasounds thereafter to finish up the anatomy, continue to monitor the fetal growth rate, make sure that the gestation is remaining healthy.
So I'd like to start with the first ultrasound. Do you have records that show she had an ultrasound on May 17th of 2018?
Yes, I have.
At that point in time, how far along was Miss Wise in her pregnancy?
Based on the ultrasound that was given to us, she was 18 weeks and 3 days when we saw her on that date.
And as far as your opinion, any issues with the state of either Miss Wise's health or the baby's health at that time?
She was clinically stable. It's just that she has these intermittent supraventricular tachycardia. The gestation as a size equal dates, and we did not see anything that puts the baby high risk for any birth defects or abnormalities.
So let's go to the next ultrasound. Are you showing that she also had an ultrasound on June 15th of 2018?
That's correct.
Okay, and how far along did you determine the pregnancy to be at that time?
She was 22 weeks and 4 days.
And is that showing consistent growth with the time of the last ultrasound leading up to this one?
Yes, that ultrasound composite was coming out at 22 weeks, 5 days. And by early ultrasound, she was 22 weeks, 4 days. And the size of the baby was appropriate, and we didn't see any birth defects.
All right, let's go to now July 13th of 2018. Did you also complete an ultrasound on that day?
Say the day again for me, I'm sorry.
July 13th of 2018?
Yes, we did.
How far along is Miss Wise's pregnancy at this point?
26 weeks and 4 days by that early ultrasound.
And what is the state of both her and the baby's health at that time?
At this date, we completed the anatomy survey of the gestation, the unborn baby, and we deemed it to be no gross malformations. The unborn baby's growth rate was appropriate at 2 pounds, 3 ounces at the 59th percentile, and seemed to be persistently in that 50th percentile zone for growth, which is appropriate. And she was doing well. We're just pending the cardiology evaluation because of the history of the SVT.
I think that leaves us with 2 more ultrasounds left. Let's go to July 30th of 2018. Did you conduct an ultrasound of Miss Wise at that time?
Yes, we did.
All right. And how far along was she, and what was the status of both her and the baby's health?
The gestational age was 29 weeks. By measuring gestation was 29 weeks, 5 days by our ultrasound criteria, and the baby was growing at the 53rd percentile with an estimated weight of 2 pounds, 15 ounces, sorry.
And then the last ultrasound would be on August 13th of 2018. How far along did you determine the baby to be based on the ultrasound at that time?
Based at, 31 weeks.
And what's the status of the baby's health?
Amniotic fluid volume was normal. She reporting normal fetal movements. The biophysical profile, which is a way of assessing the unborn baby by ultrasound, showed that normal fetal movements, normal breathing movements. Fetal tone was appropriate. So the baby got an 8 out of 8 for the biophysical profile, which is a good score.
All right. So from May 17th of 2018 up until the last ultrasound on August 13th, 2018, did she have a healthy growing baby?
Yes, sir.
Any indication that there was going to be any complications or any major things that you saw of concern?
At that time, no, but we're pending the cardiology evaluation of the mother's heart.
All right. Was there any indication to you that you saw that the child was not healthy?
By all our serial ultrasounds assessments, the baby was healthy.
Thank you, Dr. Stossel. I don't have any other questions.
Sir, you never received that pending cardiology report?
Because of her insurance, there was a delay. But her insurance, the primary care physician has to refer, and we had issues with them referring. So they eventually turned it over to us, and then we were able to refer on to the cardiologist.
Did you ever receive that report back?
Not I'm aware of.
No further questions for this witness.
State. Just one. Throughout the whole pregnancy, I know you testified to the beginning, but was there any ever indications that Miss Wise was using any drugs or anything like that?
Not I'm aware of, no.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any further recross?
No, Your Honor.
May Dr. Stossel be released from his subpoena at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to releasing Dr. Stossel?
No objection.
Thank you, Doctor. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to leave or stay as you wish.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. People state of Florida called Kenneth Barron.
Do you swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You can have it that way.
Afternoon.
No.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Kenneth Barron, last name Barron.
Okay. And Mr. Barron, do you know a individual by the name of Jose Soto Escalara?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
We used to work together.
Okay. How long have you known him?
Prior to working together, total probably like 10, 15 years.
Okay. And did you work with him at Waste Pro in August, in the summer of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. During your relationship, how would you refer to him as? Would you refer to him as an acquaintance, a friend, a really good friend? Where would he fall within that spectrum?
Probably in between an acquaintance and a friend, co-worker. You know, I did hang out with him a few times, you know, previous to Waste Pro.
Okay. Did you ever have any arguments with him or beefs with him or anything?
No.
Okay. Did you know the victim in this case, a woman by the name of Tania Wise?
No.
Had you ever met her before?
No.
Okay. Let me take you back to the summer of 2018. Did you have a conversation?
Is overruled pursuant to previous court ruling.
Okay, I'll start over. Let me take you back to the summer of 2018. Did you have a conversation with this defendant, Jose Soto Escalara, about a gun, a firearm?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jury about that.
I completed my route and I was at the landfill dumping the truck. They have two different places you can dump the truck, on the hill or inside the building. So I was on the hill. He approached me on the hill and asked me about selling him a firearm.
Okay. And tell the jury about that? What specifically do you recall about that?
He asked me about selling him a firearm. I asked him, like, what kind of firearm are you talking about? Are you talking about a large gun, small gun? Like, what are we talking about? And he just said, oh, he just wants something, something small, something like kind of like off the record, not like sell him something I personally own. Like, he wanted something like off the street, kind of, sort of.
Okay.
So I asked him why, because I know he has firearms. How he got them, I have no idea, but I know he had some. So I asked him, like, I was under the impression that he could legally.
I'll sustain the objection. You need to ask a question, make sure the witness is answering the exact question that you're asking.
Sure. Go ahead. You said, let me take you back. So you said that he wanted a gun that I believe you said you phrased it as off the records or off the books. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What did he specifically say to you? Did he say that he wanted a ghost gun?
Correct.
Is that how he phrased it?
That's how he phrased it.
Okay. Tell the jury specifically and exactly what he said.
He said, I'm looking for something like a ghost gun.
Okay. And what was your response to that?
I said, I don't have anything to do with any of that.
I'll overrule the objection as far as what he said in response. You can answer the question. I don't know if you answered it.
You can answer the question. I didn't quite hear what you said.
My response to what he said was, I don't have anything to do with that. Like, all of my firearms are legal.
Okay.
So I don't have anything illegal to sell. I don't know anyone that has anything illegal to sell. And I was trying to figure out, why are you asking me that? Because I was under the impression.
Hold on a second. Let's stick with the
Script, question and answer.
Yeah. Okay. So you didn't know why he asked you that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So here's my question. This homicide occurred, Ms. Wise's body was found on August 24th of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So as best you can estimate, when did this conversation occur with Jose Soto Escalera regarding the ghost gun?
This was 2 to 3 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks tops. It was recent.
Okay. So 2 to 4 weeks prior to the homicide, the
Correct.
defendant is asking you if you could obtain a ghost gun.
Correct.
Okay. And why did he approach you? Are you a gun guy?
Yes.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Jury should disregard the answer.
Okay. So he approached you and that happened. So let me ask you this. What did you do for Waste Pro?
I was a route driver.
Okay. And are you familiar with the route first of all, are you familiar with your own routes? I would imagine you are.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you also familiar with the routes, the trash routes of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. This victim was found on Johnston and Russo's Road, near the intersection of Johnston and Russo's Road. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. Did the defendant have a trash route along that area?
Yes.
On Russo's Road?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination? You're welcome.
Sure, I think you said that you knew my client for a long time before you started working at the Waste Pro together, is that right?
Correct.
And you knew his wife, Deb Soto Escalera?
Yes, but I didn't know her a long time though.
Okay, but you knew her,
I know her, yes.
right? Because Deb also worked at Waste Pro, right?
Correct.
Okay, she was a route supervisor?
Correct.
Okay, so that means she was over the people who drive the routes, is that right?
Yes.
Did my client have a person who rode in the truck with him?
Yes.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Was it his brother Eric or his nephew Eric Alvarado?
That's what I was been told, but I don't know that, for sure. I don't know the guy.
Okay, understood. You said when the seat was talking to you that my client asked you for a gun, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but what he told you was that it wasn't for him, correct?
After I questioned him about that, yes.
Okay, so he said it wasn't for him, and he told you that it was for his nephew, correct?
Nephew, cousin, something of that nature.
And you were ultimately fired from Mistress, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you believe that Deb had something to do with you being fired from Mistress, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
You didn't tell law enforcement that you believed Deb had something to do with you being fired?
A little bit, but not like it was all up to her, no.
Understood. No further questions, Judge.
Any further questions to the state?
No further questions.
May Mr. Barron be released from his subpoena at this time?
He may.
Any objection to releasing Mr. Barron from subpoena?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
State would call Janine Hiller.
Raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You swear affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Go over to the witness stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Janine Hiller, and my last name is spelled Hiller.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene investigator and latent print examiner.
All right, and in order to be, I guess, what agency do you work for?
I work for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
All right, in order to be qualified for that position, do you have to have any special training or education?
Yes.
What is it?
So I have an Associate's of Arts degree from Indian River State College. And through my almost 12, almost 13 years as a crime scene investigator with the Sheriff's Office, I have had numerous hours of training. Specifically, latent print training, I've had over 300 hours in friction ridge examination and forensic training in various forensic disciplines, over 700 hours. I'm a certified senior crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification and a certified latent print examiner, also through the Association for Identification.
All right, and were you working in that capacity back on August 24th, 2018?
Yes, I was.
And were you called out or responded to an area of Johnson Road and Russos Road out in St. Lucie County?
Yes.
Before I get into specifics or showing photographs, how would you describe that part of the county?
It is a very rural area. There's not a lot of housing in that direct vicinity.
And that would be north of Indrio Road?
To the north of Indrio, yes.
Close to almost the county line with Indian River County.
Yes.
As the crime scene investigator, what is your job when you get out to a crime scene?
As a crime scene investigator, when I respond to crime scenes, my primary role is to document the crime scene, analyze anything that might be in the crime scene, determine if it has any evidentiary value, collect and preserve that evidence.
And do you guys document the scene as it exists when you first arrive?
Yes.
How do you go about doing that?
Taking photographs.
Okay, now in this particular case, did you end up taking photographs?
Yes, I did.
Did you end up collecting evidence?
Yes, I did.
And also swabbing evidence?
Yes.
At this time, I have a package that's been previously marked for identification, States Exhibits 40 through 102. If you could go through this and just let me know if you recognize these photographs.
Yes, I recognize all the photographs in States Exhibit 4D through 102.
All right. How is it that you recognize them?
I took those photographs.
These are the photographs of the scene as you saw it back on in August of 2018.
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of the scene.
Yes.
This time, state movement evidence 40 through 102.
No objection, Judge.
Those items will be admitted without objection.
So I'm going to publish those photos that you just went through, and I'm going to ask you to go through these with me. All right, for the record, we have States Exhibit 40. What are we looking at here, Ms. Hiller?
This is an aerial photograph of the area of Johnston Road and Russo Road intersection that I took from a helicopter.
All right, and which out of the two roads we have, call it horizontal and one that's vertical, which road is which?
The road that's vertical, that's going off into the distance, is Johnston Road, that's going towards the south. And then the road that's going towards the side of the screen is Russo's Road, and it's going towards the east.
So this road here that I'm pointing at?
Yes.
To the east. Going to bring up now States Exhibit 41. What are we looking at here?
This is the same intersection. Now we're looking towards the north. So that road that's going off towards the right side of the screen is the Russo's Road towards the east. And the one that's short vertically is Johnston Road towards the north.
States Exhibit 42.
This is an image depicting the intersection showing that it's Johnston Road and Russo Road.
States Exhibit 43.
This image is depicting Russo's Road looking towards the west, and beyond that tent area that you see is the intersection that was in the State's Exhibit 42, the intersection of Russo's and Johnston Road.
So the stop sign way in the distance, that's going to be Johnston Road out there.
Yes.
And now we have State's Exhibit 44.
This would be on Russo's Road looking towards the east.
State's Exhibit 45.
This is on Russo's Road looking towards the southern side of the road.
State's Exhibit 46.
This is also on Russo's Road, pointing towards the east, where we started to see some portions of the victim.
All right. And so are you able to see where the victim is located in this photograph?
Yes.
Where is that?
The victim is located on the southern side of the road, so that would be the right area of the road in the grassy area, and there's a blue area that's within the green grass. That is the start of the victim.
And then what you're referring to is right here in this photograph?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 47. What are you documenting in this photograph?
This is just some of the overall pictures that we tend to take whenever we are documenting a crime scene. This is the victim still looking towards the east. You can see her head is to the east, her feet are to the west, and that's on that southern side of Russo's Road.
Now we have State's Exhibit 48. What do we have here?
This is a photograph depicting the victim on the southern side of the road. I am now in a different position. I'm standing on the road looking towards the south, taking like just the overall picture to document the scene.
State's Exhibit 49. Same question.
This would be from the east looking towards the west, showing the overall condition of the scene. You can see the victim still there in the kind of in the center of the picture, and this is looking towards the west.
And we have now State's Exhibit 50.
This is just a closer up photograph of the victim prior to us moving her or doing any examination.
And then we have State's Exhibit 52. What are you trying to show with this photograph?
This is just the overall condition of how we find the victim and how she is looked in the conditions that she was found in.
Did you notice anything in her hands when you examined the victim at the scene?
Well, initially we were only able to see her left hand, which was clenched in a fist. You can kind of see there, and it appears to be grasping something, but we don't know exactly what's in the hand.
So I think we're at State's 52. What are you trying to show with this photograph?
Again, we weren't able to move the victim just yet. So this photograph is just depicting what we can see without moving her. We can start to see from this image that there's some form of injury on her neck. We can see some blood and a little bit of the cut injury that's there.
And what we have now is State's Exhibit 53. How do you guys go about moving a victim at the scene, and I guess what's that process?
I mean, every scene is different. For this particular scene, once the medical examiner investigator arrives on scene, we put a bag, it's a body bag, so that white material that is underneath her up next to her, so that we could roll her directly into that body bag and contain any possible evidence that might be on her backside. And she's just placed there for us to begin our initial examination.
All right. Were there any immediately obvious injuries once you were able to move the victim?
Yes. So in this image, it's depicting the victim. This is exactly how she looked once we rolled her from that ditch area onto her back and into the body bag. You can see there's an injury to the right side of her neck.
And then we have State's Exhibit 54. What are we looking at in this exhibit?
This is a photograph of her right hand, which was underneath her body when we initially arrived. So just documenting the condition of her hand, and it's also closed into a fist and appears to be grasping something, and the hair tie that's on her wrist.
And we now have State's Exhibit 55.
This is more just documentation of the condition that she's in once we take her from the way that we found her, and documenting anything that we see.
State's Exhibit 56. What was the purpose of this photograph?
Again, we're just documenting the hands, the conditions of the hands. She's got her left hand now also is grasping, appears to be grasped. We don't know if there's anything else in there, but it is clenched into a fist grabbing that grass.
State's Exhibit 57.
This is kind of showing a position where we can start to see another injury on the left side of her neck, kind of around her collarbone.
State's Exhibit 58.
And this is just moving in closer to depict that image, or that this image depicts that injury that we can start to see on the left side of her neck.
And then we have State's Exhibit 59. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So in the center of this photograph, there is material that we believed
I mean, we're going to ask more questions too. I know what the objection is.
You're withdrawing the question, asking another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
In your work as a crime scene analyst, have you ever had the opportunity to come across vomit?
Yes, I come across all kinds of bodily fluids, to include vomit, feces, urine, blood, saliva, and semen. This,
based on your experience and what you've worked with in the past, was there anything significant that you saw in this photograph that you felt you needed to make sure you documented?
while on scene, we observed that the material that was in this hole where the victim's face was laying was consistent with bodily fluid that's consistent with vomit. So we documented that along with the blood that was there.
And this area that's in the center of the photograph where you can see a reddish color, where was the victim's head in reference to this?
Directly inside that little concave hole that's holding all of that material, that liquid, and the white liquid and the red liquid.
And what was the condition of the victim's clothes when you took her out of the soil on the side of the road?
A majority of her clothing was wet. In some of the photographs, I don't know if you were able to notice, but like the middle portion of her pants were pure dry, but then there was areas where you could see that they were wet. The front side of her was wet. Her hair was wet and matted. And then her clothing was, especially her top was very wet, and then her face and hair were wet.
What was the condition of the ground where she was found?
So she was kind of in a swale or ditch, so it was also wet. You can see the glimmer of some of the water just below that little hole where you see the white material and the red material. So you can kind of see the glimmer of the water that's there.
So now I want to go with State's Exhibit 60. Looks like we're now starting to see some markers in these photographs. What are these markers?
The cones that you see depicted in this photograph are cones that we place to identify any kind of specific evidence that we wanted to document, because we don't know when we're there, what's important and what's not. So we place markers for evidence that we want to document and possibly collect.
All right, and for cone A in this photograph on State's Exhibit 60, or let me go actually to State's Exhibit 61. What was of significance that you observed for State's, for marker A?
This image is depicting tire impressions that we observed on the ground from the road, which is the left side, onto the grass. So that would be the grass is on the southern side of the Russos Road, and like this image would be towards the east.
And I'll go with State's Exhibit 62. What is this?
This image is depicting a close-up photograph of those tire impressions that you observed with the photo marker A.
And State 63.
Also depicting that same tire marks with the photo marker A.
All right, now I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 64, and then I'll go up to State's Exhibit 65. What are you documenting in State 65?
This area is again on the southern side of Russos Road, kind of looking towards the southeast. And here is documenting a flashlight and some hair that is hanging from the tree and also on the ground. So the first cone, the one that's closest, I think it's B. That is the flashlight, and the cone further away, more in the ditch, is C, and it's marking hair.
And would this be State 66, a close-up of B?
Yes.
And then we have State 67. It looks like now we've moved on to cone D.
So this is kind of a little bit to the east of that area where you saw B and C on Russos Road. Again, looking to the east, cone D is marking that mark that's in the ground there right in front of it.
And what I'll do is I'll pull up State's Exhibit 68. What are we looking at in State 68?
Just the disturbance in the gravel and the divot that's different than everything else around it.
I'm going to go to States 69. Are we just showing more markers?
Yes.
States Exhibit 70. Is this the same thing?
Yes, so this is looking towards the east, kind of marking everything that we're finding directly around the victim, who's in the center of the screen at the top.
All right, we're at States Exhibit 71. Which marker are we looking at now?
This marker is photo marker number or letter F, and it's the start of a tire impression that was observed in the grass that goes from the grass area into the dirt on the road and into Russos Road.
Looks like we're now looking at marker G on State 71.
So F, G, and H, which we have in a line, you don't have F in this particular image, but is marking that brown area that looks like a tire was driving there.
And are you referring to, I guess, the furthest cone to the left, the brown area that's between those two cones?
Yes.
I think we're State 73.
This is just the same area documenting all the cones that are within the vicinity of the victim. We're marking the tire impression that's there between G and H, a cup, and some beer cans that were around the victim's body.
I'll go through States 74, and then I'll go to State 75, States 76. What are we looking at in 76?
This is a paper napkin that was on the ground just to the left of the victim's body, a little bit ahead of, to the east of her head.
Right. As the crime scene investigator, when you arrive on the scene, do you know all the facts?
No.
Do you, most of the time, do you not have very much information at all?
Correct. I
So
don't have a lot of information ever.
So do you collect everything that you see?
Not necessarily everything, but we do a lot of documentation and collect a lot of material from most crime scenes.
So we'll go to States Exhibit 77, States Exhibit 78, States Exhibit 79, State's Exhibit 80, State's Exhibit 81, State's Exhibit 82, State's Exhibit 83. The photos that I just went through, what are you documenting in these?
Just all the photo markers and cones, with the exception of, I think it was 80, States Exhibit 82 and 83. Everything was on the south side of the road, except for that, this Coke Zero bottle was on the northern edge of the road. But we just document all those cones and all those items so that we know what is there.
So now we're going to pull up States 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. What are we looking at in this photograph? Cone U.
Let me check my report. That's just a disturbance in the grass area that was noted that it was knocked down and in the dirt. So it was photographed and documented.
I'm going to go to States Exhibit 94, States Exhibit 95, States Exhibit 96. What are we looking at in States 96?
This is a photograph depicting photo marker V as in Victor, and it's a condom wrapper that was located close to the intersection of Johnston and Russo.
States Exhibit W, or States Exhibit 97, photo marker W. What are we looking at here?
This image depicts photo marker W, also very close to the intersection of Johnston and Russo, and it's a t-shirt that was located on the side of the road.
All right, then we have States Exhibit 98, States Exhibit 99. Is this the same shirt?
Yes.
And then we have States Exhibit 100, States Exhibit 101, then States Exhibit 102. What are we looking at in 102?
This is the area to the west. So standing on Russo's Road, looking towards the west, the intersection of Johnston and Russo, showing the conditions of the weather and the intersection and everything that we see. You can start to see this is more towards the afternoon because there's some storm clouds there in the sky.
So now I want to talk a little bit about the physical evidence that you collected. When you collect physical evidence at a crime scene, what are the other tests that a crime scene investigator can do to those items? Or at least prepare for them to be tested by someone else?
You're asking what will I do with them once I take them from the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. So once we collect evidence as crime scene investigators, we can take them back to our lab and we can examine them for biological fluids, which would include the blood, saliva, semen, and urine. Anything that might help us with our investigation. We can process it for latent fingerprints. We can collect DNA swabs from it. We can take clippings from it. We can do all kinds of things depending on what the item is.
And are you able to do fingerprint examination?
Yes, I am.
Did you examine items for fingerprints in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also swab items for DNA in this case?
Yes, I did.
This time I want to show you what's been marked for identification. States Exhibit 7. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I recognize States Exhibit 7 as I have labeled it in my handwriting. DNA swabs, top portion of flashlight, PMB.
All right, so you testified earlier there was a photo marker that there was a flashlight that was found in the grass?
Yes.
And did you swab that flashlight for? Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Okay, is that what State's Exhibit 7 is?
Yes.
At this time, State would move State's Exhibit 7 into evidence at 7.
No objection.
We'll come into evidence without objection. There's some.
Now, I want to ask you some items about, and before I ask you about, did you do fingerprint analysis? How is it that you're able to do fingerprint analysis?
As I said earlier, I'm trained as a latent print examiner. I am a certified latent print examiner through the International Association for Identification. To become a certified latent print examiner, you have to have education. Depending on your level of education, you have to have a certain number of years in the field. For my level of education, I had to have a minimum of 3 years of work experience as a latent print examiner. I have to go through 2 years of supervised casework while I'm in training or doing on-the-job training, in addition to all my classroom hours of training. And that, again, that was over 300 hours. And then once I meet all the qualifications for testing, I have to take a test. It's a 200 question test that I have to get a 85% or better to pass the first portion of the test. And then I have to do a comparison portion of the test, which I have to get 100% and make 13 correct conclusions.
And have you testified in court as a fingerprint analyst before?
Yes.
So in this particular case, did you process 10 separate items that were found on the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and would those include 5 Bud Light beer cans, 2 Budweiser beer cans, a Coke Zero bottle, and a plastic cup?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain anything of evidentiary value from any of those items?
No, I was not.
All right, and what does that mean?
It means that I just wasn't able to obtain fingerprints from those particular items. Latent fingerprints are an unintentional recording or recording of digital or friction-rich skin on your fingers and palms or on the soles of your feet. And those, fingerprints being left can be affected by the conditions of the item when you're touching it. It can be affected by the conditions where they are left.
There are certain, I guess, conditions that can affect whether or not you get fingerprints off of a certain item?
Yes.
Okay, and can that be the condition of where the item's left?
Yes.
For example, if it's left outside?
Yes.
In the rain or exposed to the elements?
I'll state the objection to the last form of the question.
Can the elements or the weather have anything to do with the condition of a fingerprint?
Yes. Fingerprints are mostly water, 98 to 99% water. So they are subjective to the conditions that they are in.
So from the items that you found, you didn't get any fingerprints?
Yes.
Now I want to ask you, did you also attend the autopsy on August 25th of 2018 of Miss Wise in this case?
Yes.
And was that autopsy performed by Dr. Linda O'Neill?
Yes, it was.
As the crime scene investigator, what is your role at the autopsy?
At the autopsy, my role was to document, again, take photographs, document and collect and preserve any evidence that we had found or collected during the autopsy.
And did you collect evidence at this autopsy?
Yes.
At this time, what I'd like to show you has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 9?
Yes, I recognize State's Exhibit 9 labeled as DNA Baby Boy Wise, and it's labeled in my handwriting.
All right. How do you go about, I guess, collecting a particular item of evidence in general?
It varies from item to item and what we're collecting and what we're doing. For this particular one, this is a blood standard, so the blood is taken from the person and placed on a card with 4 little circles of the blood.
All right. And this is the blood, in this exhibit, this is the blood from baby boy Josiah Wise from the autopsy.
Yes.
Okay. This time, state moving evidence was marked for identification. State's Exhibit 9. The evidence is 9.
No objection.
That item will come into evidence without objection.
What I'd like to show you is, did you also take swabs related to the victim's body during the autopsy?
Yes, I did.
What I'd like to provide you with is State's Exhibits 10 through 20. If you could go through 10 through 20 and just let me know if you recommend these.
Yes, I recognize all of these items.
All right, now I'd also like to show you what's been marked for identification in State's Exhibits 21 through 25. Same questions. Can you let me know if you recognize those items?
Yes, I recognize State's Exhibits 21, 22, and 23, 24, and 25.
All right, so on August 25th of 2018, you attended the autopsy of the victim, Tania and Josiah, correct?
Yes.
And was a sexual assault kit performed on the victim, Tania, at that time?
Yes.
And does that include taking vaginal swabs, rectal swabs, and oral swabs?
Yes.
And is there also done swabs of the victim's both hands of her fingernails and then also hairs pulled?
Both hands, some of the fingernails, pulled head hairs are part of the sexual assault kit. And then, what was the other thing you said?
Was there also hairs that were observed and taken and placed into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, so as far as State's Exhibits 10 through 25, are those the hairs and the swabs that you just described?
Yes.
Okay, did you package each one of these items?
With the exceptions of the ones that are in these envelopes, these are part of the sexual assault kit envelopes, which are, I did collect these from the medical examiner's office, but I didn't personally put them in there.
But you were present during the autopsy, you collected them, and that's what's in those bags?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move into evidence which would mark for identification as State's Exhibits 10 through 25.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
Did you also conduct, or were you also present when a search warrant was conducted at 2613 Cactus Circle on August 31st?
August 31st?
Or were you present for a search warrant at 2613 Cactus Circle?
Yes.
And what was your involvement for that?
I was there to document, much of my job is documenting, taking photographs. So again, that's what I was there for, to take pictures and assist with collection of evidence if any was located.
All right, and did you collect any evidence during the execution of that search warrant?
Yes.
What did you collect?
Some clothing, some vacuum filters, dryer filters, that's all I can think of at the moment.
And I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 26 and 27. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I recognize 26 and 27.
How do you recognize those items?
I recognize them as my handwriting. State's Exhibit 26 is hair from inside back of blue, underwear from Cactus Circle. These were not collected as part of the search warrant, but on a few days after the search warrant, when I was actually examining the clothing that was collected from that search warrant.
So you were present at the search warrant. There was clothing items collected, and these were hairs that you pulled off then from that clothing?
Correct. And then State's Exhibit 27, in my handwriting, that's here, in my initials on the tape, that's here, as hairs from the back of gray blue underwear from Cactus.
This time the state would move, it's been marked for identification as 27, 26 and 27, and evidence is 26 and 27.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
Did you take any DNA standards in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you take the DNA standard of one person by the name of Eric Alvarado?
Yes, I did.
This time I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 8. And if you could let me know if you recognize State's Exhibit 8.
Yes, I understand. I recognize State's Exhibit 8 as DNA standard buccal swabs of Eric Alvarado It is in my handwriting, date and time of collection, and my tape of signatures.
All right, I don't think, can you tell the jury how do you take a buccal swab?
A buccal swab means to take something from the mouth. So we take cotton Q-tips for the simplest form, stick them in the mouth, rub them around, collect saliva and skin cells from the inside cheek, and then place them into a container to protect them.
And is that what you did with that?
Yes.
Was that taken to Eric Alvarado?
Yes, it was.
Okay, at this time, the state will move in evidence is marked by identification as date and evidence is date.
No objection.
That item will come into evidence without objection.
Were you also involved in a search warrant of a Dodge Ram on September 24th of 2018?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and did you, perform that search warrant by yourself or with someone else?
With other people.
Who else were you with?
Donna Carmichael and Detective Jason Cannon.
And if you could just describe for the jury, what is the process that a crime scene investigator goes through when searching something like a vehicle?
Our process is always take photographs. We document everything that we do prior to us touching it as we move along. So with something like a vehicle, we'll take photographs of the exterior of the vehicle from the front, the side, the back, the passenger side, just to document how we find it. And then we'll go to the inside of the vehicle and do those same kind of photographs, take photographs on the inside driver, the rear driver, the rear passenger, and then again on the front passenger, just to document the condition of the vehicle that's on the inside.
And are there ever an occasion as a crime scene investigator where you use something that is referred to as Blue Star?
Yes.
What is that?
Blue Star is a blood reagent that is used to help us find or visualize latent blood, meaning hidden, we can't see it.
Under what circumstances do you use Blue Star?
Anytime that we would have a suspicion that we might be looking for blood or want to try to find possible blood.
Did you end up using Blue Star in this particular case?
Yes, we did.
And how do you, explain for the jury, what's the process? How do you use it? How do you get it onto a surface?
How do I use it, and what was the last part of the
How
question?
do you get it onto a surface? Like, how does it work?
So the chemical is mixed the day that we decide that that we're going to use it, on whatever it may be. We can use it on a variety of things. The chemical is mixed in a spray bottle, so we can spray that chemical onto the object that we're looking for latent blood. We have to work in the dark because this particular chemical creates a chemiluminescence reaction. So we have to work in a dark area. And if we find possible blood, we'll get a reaction that emits light for us to see and visualize. And it's going to be like a blue chemiluminescence or luminescence that we will see. So we'll set up our area. We're in a place where we can control the lighting. We have a camera set up ready to take photographs for whatever we may see or not see.
All right. And did you do that for the Dodge truck in this particular case?
Yes.
Did you also collect items of evidence, straight up? If you use Blue Star and you see a section that's lit up, what else do you do? What's the next step?
We take photographs of the area that we see, as we are applying it. And then if we find an area of reaction where we get that chemiluminescence reaction, then we will remove that section or swab that section, cut that section, collect the whole thing if we can. Depends on what the object is.
All right. And what's the purpose of doing that? Why do you take it or why do you swab it?
So that we can send it for testing to see if there's any possible DNA and get confirmation whether there is blood and if it's human or not.
For the search warrant of the truck on September 24th, did you document that with photographs?
Yes, I did.
And at this time, I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 103 to 115. If you could look through those and tell me.
Yes, I recognize the photographs, States Exhibit 103 to 115.
Is that photographs that you took during the search warrant?
Yes.
And then does it also show the documentation of you using Blue Star on the defendant's vehicle?
On the Dodge Ram, yes.
On the Dodge Ram? This time of state moving evidence marked for identification. States Exhibits 103 to 115.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
All right, for the record, we have what's been entered into evidence now as States Exhibit 103. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of that Dodge Ram in our evidence bay where we conducted all of the documentation and the application of the Blue Star. This is a front photo of that Dodge Ram and just kind of depicting how I'm finding it on that date. So I simultaneously will work around the vehicle, showing the front, the sides, the rear, the best I can, and then the other side.
All right, and before I go through all the photographs, I want to talk a little bit about, I guess, where are we in the photograph? Where is this photo taken at?
This photograph is taken at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's in the crime scene processing bay. It's a secure bay that we have access to in our evidence custodians.
All right, now in this particular search of this car, did you collect items of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What I'd like to do is show you first, I'll show you what's been marked for identification in States Exhibit 29. Do you recognize States Exhibit 29?
Yes,
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize it as it's labeled section of carpet from driver's side in my handwriting. And again, with my initials on the tape here.
Same question as to States Exhibit 28. Do you recognize 28?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize 28?
This is a section, or this is a set of DNA swabs collected from behind the driver door handle, and it has my initials on the tape here and here.
All right. So when you did a search warrant on this car, did you swab multiple parts of the vehicle to see if you could get any DNA to send out for DNA analysis?
That was done post application of Blue Star based on where we had reactions.
All right. So items that you pulled during the execution of this search warrant were based on what you saw from the Blue Star?
That is correct.
So for States Exhibit 29, why did you take this section of carpet from the driver's side?
Because we had a reaction in that area in the carpet, so we collected the whole area to be sent out for possible testing.
And I'd like to now show you also what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 30 and 31.
I recognize States Exhibit 30 as being the driver's side seat cover from Dodge truck. I recognize it as my handwriting. My initials are here on the tape. And then States Exhibit number 31 as my handwriting labeled as driver's side visor. And my initials here on the tape.
And same question for States Exhibit previously marked for identification as 32.
Yes, I recognize the States Exhibit 32 as labeled in my handwriting section of front driver's seat belt and my initials here on the tape.
All right, so for those items, the seat belt, the sun visor, why did you take those items from your truck?
We again, these were collected post the application of the Blue Star. Anywhere that we observed a reaction with the Blue Star was collected or swabbed.
So at this time, the state would move into evidence with marked for identification of state's exhibits 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
And then what I'd like to show you again is state's exhibits 155, 156, 157, and 158. Do you recognize those items?
I recognize state's exhibit 155 as it is labeled swabbing from tarp of armrest, and my initials are here. State's exhibit 156. I recognize as it is labeled driver's door armrest at pull bar, and my initials here. State's exhibit number 157. Labeled as driver's door panel top edge of storage area, and then my initials here on the tape. In state's exhibit 158. DNA swabs from the seatbelt buckle, date and time of collection, and then my initials here on the tape.
All right. And are these items that were also taken during the search warrant of the vehicle?
Yes.
And these were swabs that were done by you?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move in evidence with marked for identification of state's exhibits 157, 158, 156, and 155.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
So let's go back to the photographs that you took. So state's exhibit 103 for the record. You've testified this is the truck that is the subject of the search warrant.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have 104. What are we looking at?
These are the photographs of me just working around the Dodge Ram truck. So this is the driver's side vehicle from me standing at the rear.
All right, now we have state's exhibit 105,
This is the rear of that same Dodge Ram truck.
state's 106,
The passenger side of the Dodge Ram truck.
state's exhibit 107,
The front passenger hood area of the Dodge Ram truck.
state's 108.
This is a photograph depicting the interior driver's side area of the Dodge Ram truck.
All right. State's 109.
This is a photograph depicting the same inside driver area of that Dodge Ram truck. If you would like, I can get up and.
If you could.
This is after the application of the Blue Star. And then here we see the chemiluminescence blue color that you see there is that reaction to the Blue Star.
All right, and then what I'd like to show you, if you want to just stay here for one moment.
Okay.
So we have state's exhibit 111. This is state's exhibit 111 now that we're looking at. What do you see of significance? And I guess who is the person that's in that photograph and what are they holding in their hands?
This image is depicting again that driver's side area of that Dodge Ram. This person here is the crime scene supervisor, Donna Carmichael, and she is holding the bottle of Blue Star that is being applied to the driver's seat of the vehicle. We're working inside quarters there. Here you see that chemiluminescence reaction happening on the driver's butt area and a little on the center console.
All right. What I want to do is I want to go back one picture to, I guess, 110. So previously you showed us in this photograph, there was an area where you saw the Blue Star illuminated.
what do you do with that section? What is the next thing that you did?
For this type of material and this particular vehicle, we determined that it would be best to just remove that whole carpet area out of the vehicle and send that whole section to the lab for testing.
All right, now if we go to the next two photographs, is this State's Exhibit 110? Has that piece of carpet then been removed?
Yes, so you can see the interior portion of the Dodge metal is exposed now, so we've removed this whole section.
And is that the same carpet that we just was admitted in evidence as State's Exhibit 29, the piece of carpet that you identified as getting from the search warrant?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 111, and now we go to State's Exhibit 112. What has happened now in this photograph?
Again, due to the material, we decided that we would just remove the whole seat cover, the bottom, and the backing to send to the crime lab for possible testing.
And so what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 112 is that the driver's side seat cover that was taken that was previously entered as State's Exhibit 30.
Yes.
All right, and now we have State's Exhibit 113. What is the significance of this photograph?
This photograph is depicting the driver's side door during the application of the Blue Star. Here, Blue Star does react with the iron and the blood, so we will get a reaction on the surfaces here. And then we have some chemiluminescence reaction happening here along the door, on the handle, behind the handle, and then down.
All right, so Blue Star does react with metal.
Yes.
So on metal surfaces, it lights up.
Yes.
But there's not metal surfaces on all portions in this picture.
Correct. In the areas that I just identified on the driver pull bar, on the armrest, in that storage cubby area, there's no metal.
State's Exhibit 114. What were you, I guess, attempting to show with this photograph?
This is during the application of the Blue Star on the driver's side headliner and sun visor area. So there's some chemiluminescence reaction happening here and then along on the visor.
All right, and previously entered into evidence, State's Exhibit 31, the sun visor from the Dodge Ram. Is that the sun visor that we've already put into evidence as State's 31?
Yes.
And now we are looking at State's Exhibit 115. What are we looking at here?
This image is depicting, I'm actually in the truck, and this image is depicting the driver's side seatbelt. It's been pulled down to show the chemiluminescence reaction happening on the seatbelt here.
And in State's 115, was that section of the seatbelt removed from the Dodge Ram?
Yes.
And is that the section of seatbelt that's previously been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 32 that I just showed you?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Hiller. If you want to go back to the witness stand. Alrighty. Did you return to that Dodge Ram again on January 8th for the purpose of collecting additional evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was that?
Tire impressions. So to collect known tire standards to send for comparison against the images that I had taken of photo marker A at the crime scene.
All right, and what process do you use in order to take samples from the Dodge Ram?
For this particular case, we did two process. We collected some ink standards of the tires and then some mat boards that the tires rolled over the mat board and depressed the tread into the board for the tire examiners to compare.
And would you do those for each tire?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification. I don't know if it's easier for you to stand up or however you want to do this. But we got State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4,
5 and 6. If you want to look at those and tell me if you recognize these. If you want to pass them to me after you look at them, that's fine. too. Here's one.
I don't remember if that's an inked impression of. I recognize State's Exhibit 1 as a rear passenger ink impression from the Dodge truck. It's in my handwriting. State's Exhibit 2 as a rear driver ink impression from the Dodge truck. In my handwriting. State's Exhibit 3 as rear passenger known tire impression Dodge truck. Also in my handwriting. State's Exhibit 4 as the front passenger known tire impressions from Dodge truck. In my handwriting. My initials are on all the tape here. State's Exhibit number 5. Rear driver known exemplars. In my handwriting. And again, my initials on the tape. State's Exhibit number 6. Front driver tire exemplars from Dodge truck. That was a lot.
So State's Exhibits 1 through 6, are these the standards you took of that Dodge Ram truck that we previously just saw photographed?
Yes.
Okay, so what is inside of this brown envelope?
It's board. It's kind of in between like cardboard and foam, and you can, it will, the weight of the truck will depress the tire tread marks into the board.
This time the state moving evidence is marked by application States 1 through 6. Good evidence is 1 through 6.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence at this time without objection.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Judge. Mandy said that the Blue Star reacts with hemoglobin or the iron in hemoglobin, right?
Yes.
Okay. And hemoglobin can be present in other substances in the body other than blood. Is that right?
Not to my knowledge.
For example, let me ask it in a more clear way. You can have blood in your vaginal fluid. Is that right?
Yes, you could.
Okay. Not just when you're menstruating, but say you are having sexual intercourse. It could cause you to have blood in your vaginal fluids.
Yes, you could have blood during intercourse.
Okay, and likewise, you can have blood, which contains hemoglobin, and then the iron in that hemoglobin in your saliva too, correct?
If you have a wound that is bleeding, yes.
Or periodontal disease.
There'd have to be blood.
Right.
There'd have to be blood.
Or any type of gum injury.
Yes, any kind of injury.
Now, when you searched the truck on September 24th, 2018, I think you said that was pursuant to a search warrant at the Cactus Avenue residence?
The truck on September 24th?
Correct.
That was the search warrant just for the Dodge Ram at the sheriff's office.
Okay, I'm sorry. The truck was at the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Okay. When you did that on the 24th of September, where had the truck been prior to that search?
At the sheriff's office.
It had remained at the sheriff's office the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. From what date?
The truck was collected August 27th of 2018.
Okay, and remained at the sheriff's office, to your knowledge, until September?
Yes.
No further questions for this
Do you need direction to speak?
No, sir.
May Ms. Hiller be released from her subpoena at this time?
Subject to recall.
You may step down subject to recall from the attorneys.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time for our mid-afternoon bathroom break. Let's take a 10-minute restroom break. Please leave your notes on your chairs. Don't discuss the case with each other, and we'll be with you for about 10 minutes. All right, the jury has exited and will be in recess for 10 minutes. Give you a chance to use the restrooms. Go off the record.
Okay, so while they on their 10-minute break, I'm surprised that the defense, they didn't cross the forensic investigator really tough. I thought they would have asked more questions of her, but they didn't. I'm not sure what that's about, but maybe because she was just collecting the evidence. Gosh, but they definitely tore up his truck. Like the seat covers. Like, what if he was innocent? Or what if he innocent? They just tear up people's stuff. Like, I don't know. Like, what if he had nothing to do with it and they didn't tore up his truck and took all his seats and his pad and all of that stuff out of it? Then what? Do the state replace that stuff? Or you just had a loss because you were potentially a suspect? Do they put your car back together? I'm really asking. Do anybody in the chat know? I'm just curious. So they still on break. So just so y'all know, we don't have any TiVo time. So most of the stuff that she did testify to, the crime scene person, was the stuff that I read to y'all, like in the arrest report, right? You know how her hand was, in the arrest report, it does say that she was grabbing on, like she had grass in her hand and her hand was clenched. So I'm assuming kind of like this. And we did see the photo of the hand, which I was surprised that they kind of show, but I guess it's not anything gruesome in regards to that portion. Oh, film say you out of luck with no apologies. That's like messed up. That's messed up. That's what I will say. Let me see. What else did we have in there? Wow. Let me see. Do they have his statement? Wait a minute. Hold on. Because we know he's not going to take the stand. So let me see. Oh, this must be him. Oh, I'm going to read y'all his statement. Because he ain't going to testify. So let's see what he had to say. Let me remove this from the screen. Remove. Share window. Oh, because I'm almost sure this is his statement. I don't know why they got it. I'm assuming that they had it at witness 7 because let me see. I knew he had met her at dancing. Wait a minute.
Motion detected at front door.
Y'all, I am confused. Ooh, wee. So, hey guys, I think his nephew is witness 6. So I don't. Oh yeah, he gonna throw his nephew up under the bus if he was sleeping with his girl. Okay, so here go his interview. So this is Jose's interview. Let's see. How do I get this off the side so I can make this bigger? Oh, there we go. Because I don't really need that. This way I can probably see and stop struggling. I have to put my reading glasses on. So Jose's interview was conducted on August the 25th with Detective Cannon. He conducted a recorded interview of Jose. He stated, hey, he had been working at for approximately 2 months and had been previously employed as a contractor for this person, Peachy. We heard about Peachy a little bit earlier. He stated that he worked with witness 6, so witness 6, who was a helper at the place. He has not worked on any other bikes in about a couple months. So I'm assuming it's kind of an auto shop or something like that. Jose stated that witness 6 brought her around. So remember, witness 6 is witness 6 is this is witness 6 up here. Witness 6 was the one that he received some text messages from her during the period of time that she was missing. This is the text messaging conversation. So witness 6, this is his interview up here. This is all witness 6. Right here. And witness 6 is, I'm assuming witness 6 is, let me see. I want to say that's the boyfriend, but wait a minute. Yeah, witness 6. So these is the text messages that she sent to witness 6. But we can go over witness 6, but I just want y'all to kind of know who witness 6 is. So witness 6 is the boyfriend, but witness 6 and Jose, they know each other. Now, I don't know if we'll find out if this is the nephew, but let's see. So Jose said, witness 6, the boyfriend brought her around. Jose stated that Wise and her boyfriend came to a Christmas party, right? And Jose and his wife had held. I asked Jose if he ever kept in contact with her. Jose said, no, sir. Jose stated the only time that he talked to her was when bring somebody over to play with Jose's son. Okay, so she would bring her son over to play with his son. Jose stated that Wise will call his phone to set up bringing her son to his house. Jose described Wise as a pretty mellow, but kind of crazy talking ghetto. I asked Jose if Wise had ever talked about any other boyfriends besides Witness 6. Witness 6 is the one that we just was discussing up there that she quote unquote texted that night to Jose. Jose stated Witness 7 that beat the shit out of her. That's the other boyfriend that he's seeing, Witness 7. We looked at some of his statement. Jose stated that the black dude, he was her pimp. So the black dude was her pimp. Jose stated that he beat her and she came over to his house and his wife made Wise call the police and fill out a report around last March. So the wife knew about Tania. Because Tanya's son was playing with their son and would come over to their house. See right here? Jose is saying, he stated that her pimp, the black guy, he beat her up and she came over to his house and his wife, Jose's wife, made Tanya call the police and fill out a police report last March. Jose stated that Wise used to strip. So there go the stripping part, right? Jose stated that everybody said that he hasn't seen her. Jose stated that he was married for 2.5 years. Jose stated that he had 4 children that were local, but he doesn't talk to any of them due to personal reasons. Oh, so he already a deadbeat daddy. He don't talk to none of his kids. They all local, but he don't talk to none of his kids. He only been married 2.5 years. Interesting. Jose stated that he had Facebook and didn't know his username. Of course not. Jose offered to let us look at his Facebook on his phone. Jose's Facebook name is Jose Escalera. Jose stated that he doesn't post stuff on Facebook, but he does like things like looking at pictures and stuff, whatever. He stated that he's not friends with Tanya on Facebook. Jose stated that the only way he knows her is through Peachy's son. Jose stated that he only has one telephone number that he didn't have for a while. Jose said he talked to Tanya on Tuesday or Wednesday. Jose stated that they talked about on the phone on Wednesday. Jose stated that Wednesday and Thursday, Jose talked to her on around 8 o'clock. He was home. He was eating dinner. Jose stated Tanya was asking if he was going to be home because I'm assuming her son was looking forward to coming over. Jose stated that she never showed up on Thursday or Friday. I asked Jose, when was the last time he fixed someone's motorcycle? Jose stated that it had been about 2 months since he had worked on someone's motorcycle. Jose stated that he had no other involvement with Tanya. Jose stated that she would bring over her son and drop him off, and that was about it. Jose stated that he did not know someone that goes by the name of whoever witness number 9 is. So we have to, I don't know. I gotta see. I can't remember who witness number 9 could be. Jose stated that he did not tell witness number 9 he was fixing motorcycles. I asked Jose if Tania told witness number 9 Jose was going to be fixing 2 guys' bikes, and she told him that Jose had called her because he wanted her to come over and dance for those guys. Jose stated, see, that's some bullshit. Because I don't even know this guy, and I don't fix bikes, so I don't even know what they talking about. Jose stated that they could go to my house and click and check. Oh gosh, and check there are no bikes at my house. Jose stated that he would never ask Tania to dance for the 2 other guys. Jose stated that he knew she used to dance because she was a stripper. Right? I see you, Pretty Brown. I see. I don't know. So Jose stated that there was no chance that he was the father of Tania's child. Jose stated, no, not me. I had nothing to do with that. Jose stated that if he was to do something like that, he would take care of his responsibility for it. Like what happened with his first 2. So he don't have no reason. He already know how to be a deadbeat, and he know how to continue to be a deadbeat. Like, why I gotta unalive her for that? Jose stated that he would give a DNA sample with consent. Jose stated that he was home Thursday night. Jose stated he went to witness 14 to fix a battery at his house. So that's the alibi information that we have. Jose stated that witness 14, he stays off of Selvitz Road. Jose stated that he was there from 8 something to almost 9. Jose stated that he was there until about 9, almost 10 o'clock. He stated that the terminals were loose on the battery, so he was fixing something with the battery at this guy's house. He stated that he drives a Dodge Ram truck. It's a 2005 and it's gray. He stated that he don't never lend out his truck. So he stated that he would never have asked Tania to come over there and dance. Jose stated he would not be trying to set her up to dance for other guys either. Jose was told that Tania was unalive and that is why he is here. Jose says he has nothing to hide. Jose says that he never arranged for her to do anything as far as dancing or stripping or anything like that. Jose stated that he knew Wise was pregnant by witness number 6, the boyfriend. Jose stated that Tania was trying to manipulate him, witness 6, her boyfriend. Jose stated that Tania was always asking her boyfriend for money and to use his car. Jose stated that Tania told him that her boyfriend had hit her. Jose said, shoot, she talked to a whole bunch of guys. Jose stated, I ain't even never had schmecks with her. He said he ain't never loaned her his truck. He said that she ain't even been in my truck since March. He stated that he hasn't even seen her in a while. He stated that there will be no reason why his DNA will be on her. Jose said, look, I have not even had an affair, okay? So I don't even know. All we done did was be friends. I have not had any other dealings with this girl. He stated that he has been to her mother's house. He stated that he never said that her boyfriend was stalking her from down the street. He's never said that. He consented to a DNA swab, right? And they got a swab. He stated that her boyfriend's mother had called him and told him that the boyfriend had been arrested. Jose stated that he had 2 questions since we said that Tania was found unalive. Jose said, what the F happened? I don't know where he's trying to play dumb. He want to know what happened. What happened? What happened? So he said, Jose asked, what the F happened? Jose stated her boyfriend, his mother called him to tell him that her boyfriend had been arrested. Oh, I read that twice. Sorry. Jose signed a consent to for a search waiver for digital data on his iPhone 7. He says that witness 6 is like his nephew. Called it. That's where they getting that witness 6 stuff from. I knew it. So he like his nephew. So when the prosecution team is like with their opening statement saying that he confessed to the nephew, remember, it seemed like from all accounts, him and his so-called quote unquote nephew, they've been banging Tanya. They both been tag teaming. The witness 6 is the nephew of Jose, right? Can y'all see it? That's why the mom was called. That's why witness number 6, mom was calling Jose to tell him that her son had been locked up because this is like his nephew. See right here? Can y'all see it? Let me blow it up. Oh, let me see. How do I do this? Y'all know I don't know it. Y'all know I ain't no tech person. But let me see if I can. Oh, wait a minute. Stay back. Wait a minute. This is gonna be very interesting. Yeah, they messing with the both. So he didn't think that it was his baby because remember, he said he didn't got clip. He already a deadbeat daddy. Right? But it's something else that's starting to link some stuff to where either forensic or something where it started really pointing towards Jose, because I'm telling y'all, take the green banner off. Okay. So I don't think it's going to help you see this, but I'll try it again. Or maybe if I take me off of there. Just all right, I'm going to show y'all this part and then we'll go back into court. Okay. So it say right here. Y'all see where I'm highlighting? Oh, maybe I gotta take this off because y'all still can't see it. I'm gonna take the comments off right quick. Y'all see it? So that he's like his nephew. Right. So check it, and we can play around. I'm just somebody guilty, right? Somebody did it, but who did it, right? Because and what evidence are they gonna have? I know. How you think I feel, Vanessa? I tell you, it's not that much bigger over here either. I got it like on 175. Let me see. This is at 200. I probably need it at 200, but I can't. When I have it at 200, I can't scroll all the way over and stuff. Like it really make it where I can't fit it on the whole screen. I think like his nephew means not by blood. That's what I'm thinking. But guys, this is what I want to show y'all, because this is where they talking about that Jose was trying to manipulate and put it on nephew. Look. Witness 6 removed his cell phone from his pocket and began to search through it. He said that Tania texted him last night around on 8/23/2018. The boyfriend, witness 6, who is like his nephew, gave his phone to the detective, and it says right here, Tania sent the text message to the ex-boyfriend. You home or you running around, busy man? The boyfriend said, running around. Tania says, how's Pops? Boyfriend said, he's good. Trying to get him a job. He bored. Tania say, I'm at your house. The ex-boyfriend said, how? Then he sends her a question mark. And then he says, I think you text the wrong person. So Tania said, oh, I didn't. I was just effing with H. I don't know what that means. I guess you. Come back as a correction. Tania says, I am in Fort Pierce. That boyfriend / nephew says, oh, thought you meant to text someone else. Tania says, no. And then the boyfriend / nephew says, oh, I thought that you meant, oh, no. How are you in Fort? I keep reading the same lines. And Tania says, I'm with my aunt. So boyfriend / nephew says, oh, okay. Tania says, I have to talk to you tonight. Is it okay if I get dropped off? Question mark. Sure. The boyfriend / nephew responds, you gonna need a ride home too? Question. Then she texts back and says, maybe, I don't know. Witness 6, boyfriend / nephew says that she never arrived at his house. No further communication. Okay. So that's what we have as far as how I think that he was even trying to point it towards the nephew and like pin it on the nephew, but something with the DNA and okay. And so then even if we talking about that, let's play devil's advocate. Say he didn't really know. If they don't have any DNA like completely linking him to anything forensic at the scene or anything, because we really don't know just yet, or in his truck just yet. So just walk down this line, because I like to, think outside the box and just think, right? So let me ask y'all. So if the only DNA is that they found out that he's the baby daddy, does that put the nephew back into play in your mind? if the only thing that we got him linking him to this situation is that he the baby daddy and that he lied about having an affair with her. It's crazy because the ex-boyfriend / nephew, he has Tanya listed in his phone. Y'all see it as the petty ass baby mama. So maybe he's the baby daddy of her first child. Because other than that, I don't know why he would have petty ass baby mama. So She-Wolf, are you saying that? I see you put no. So my question to you would be is that if we only found out that he is just the baby's daddy and he lied about sleeping with her and there's nothing else, just hypothetically, would the nephew come into play? Yeah, Vanessa said this. Yeah, like it's real, you know, and it's nice to know all the, because you know the detectives, they had to go through all of this and all the evidence and who and what, you know, led them to Jose. Like, because there's a reason. I'm not saying they don't have any DNA for Jose. They most likely do. But remember, the prosecution team opened up their statement saying that Jose said this to his nephew. Like, this is the nephew, like his nephew, number 6, right? It seems like he's the baby daddy of one of her other children's because it says he got her labeled in his iPhone as petty ass baby mama. And the detective asked them why, and he said because she gets jealous and some other stuff in regards to it. And we can look at the entire statement. But I guess my thing is that, I mean, it's stuff that had to, you know, lead up to it, but it don't sound like, it sounded like he had kids before. Like, he didn't unalive any of those women. You said Jose is using Eric as a scapegoat because he didn't want to get caught and he may have relations with her in the past. Okay. But I want y'all to be, we'll look at this stuff as we go along and hear testimony and as evidence comes in, right? Because is this going to be a hurdle? I know that my OnlyFans has stated, like, how could he even get out of this? Is this an opportunity in a way for them to create some reasonable doubt stating that is witness number 6, the boyfriend, the AKA nephew? Because I don't understand why Jose would go tell the nephew anything. I don't understand why that would come out of his mouth and why he would say anything to him. It don't, that part, if you didn't did the deed by yourself, I don't understand why you would be asking anybody else anything about anything. You know, not to say that I want anybody to be out here unaliving or committing any crimes, but if you're going to do the crime, do it by yourself. And that way there's no witnesses and you don't have to worry about, you know, nobody knowing, right? So I don't know why he would do that. Like, I don't know. I don't understand why he would do that after he done did it. Yeah, he said that he never did. He said that they were just friends, Pretty Brown, but I know why he did that. He did that because, like, okay, he did that because, okay, he doesn't want his wife to know, right, that he was out here having an affair. And at this point in time in the interview, he didn't even, if you want to take it as if he didn't know anything, he really, really, really is not guilty. At that point in time, he didn't know if they knew or not. So yeah, he lying the entire time, but he lying because he doesn't want his wife to know. You said he gonna use everything. It was immaculate conception, right? Right, Baca. I don't know, but it's just interesting on how and we'll see, you know, what evidence comes in, because I don't know if all of this stuff is gonna come in or not. But we did hear the one guy that testified in regards to the accent about the weapon, right? 3 or 4 weeks. They also questioned him. He's in the police report too. So we'll see who comes up. Like, does the wife, does she testify? Is the nephew getting up on the stand? We know Jose is not getting up on the stand, so that's why it was good to kind of like look into some of his statement. And it's still a whole lot more of his statement. And we'll pick back up when we get done. You know, when we have another break. But yeah, he got because he's not gonna testify, so at least we can know what he said. I don't know. I know it was recorded, but I don't know if it was video recorded or what. And I don't think he was read his rights. Yeah, and whoever witness number 7 is, I don't know. We got to figure out who witness number 7 is, because witness number 7, they got a recorded interview and he was not free to leave because he was up under arrest for some other warrants. And I was like, dang. So he wasn't able to leave, but everybody know everybody. I mean, like, if you could see these witnesses' names and stuff, like everybody know everybody in this thing. Okay, guys, let me go ahead and hit play.
Jury's entering. And the state may call its next witness.
Yes, so people say Florida call Mark Chapman.
Now, you described this vehicle. The vehicle that you described, did you then go inside and swab different parts of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Right. And once you have collected the swab, what's the next process in the investigation?
They're sealed and submitted to the evidence unit until they're deciding whether they're going to go to the lab for testing or not.
Okay, how does that process work as far as you swab the vehicle? What do you do with the swab? How do you put it into evidence?
So it's sealed with evidence tape. An evidence voucher is created and submitted as the paper trail for the said evidence. And then our evidence unit takes the item in and stores it until it's ready for trial.
All right, what I'd like to show you now has been marked for identification. That states exhibits 33, 34, and 35. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize those exhibits?
My handwriting is on the envelope, and I also have signed the evidence tape indicating that I sealed the swabs.
Are these the swabs that you took back with CSI Carmichael back on August 25th of 2018 of the Dodge truck?
Yes, they are.
This time the state removing evidence was marked for identification. States exhibits 35, 34, 33.
No objection.
Presenters will come to evidence at this time without objection. All right, so what we have now on the screen is going to be State's Exhibit 36. And if you could, and you don't have to stand up just yet, what is State's Exhibit 36?
This was just a general photograph just showing what the vehicle was that we were processing.
Okay, so this is the Dodge truck that you processed on the 25th?
Yes, it is.
And where at the sheriff's office is this located?
It's located on our west side parking lot of the sheriff's office.
All right, so does the sheriff's office have primarily two main parking lots?
We do, and this is in the security area.
And if we could now go to the next State's Exhibit, which would be State's Exhibit 38. What are we looking at in this particular photograph?
It's a photograph of the front passenger area.
And is there any area in this photograph that you swabbed, in which you then collected it to send to the lab and tested?
Yes, I have.
Okay, where in this photograph did you swab this truck?
May I approach so I can point to it?
Yes, and did you bring the corresponding exhibit with you?
Yeah, so for this picture, it was going to be this pull-up bar right here. And that's gonna be exhibit 34,
So State's Exhibit 34, you swabbed the pull-up bar?
the pull-up bar right here, yes.
And what is the process that you do to get the swab?
So again, we'll take the sterile Q-tip, as we call them, the cotton applicators. It takes 1 drop of sterile water. I use this clean set of gloves, and then I would do all sides of the handle and then place the swab back inside the packaging, which then gets placed inside an evidence envelope and then sealed and sent to evidence.
And now I'd like to switch to State's Exhibit 37 for the record. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 37?
This is a picture of the front passenger door.
And do you see a portion in this picture that you swabbed for defect?
Yes, so this would represent me swabbing the door handle.
And what you pointed to on the screen, is that the black door handle?
Yes, it's the black door handle.
Okay, what State's Exhibit did you swab the black door handle?
That's going to be exhibit 35.
So State's Exhibit 35 is the swab for the passenger front door handle?
Yes.
And for the record now, I will switch to State's Exhibit 39. What portion of the vehicle are we looking at in State's Exhibit 39?
This is a photograph of the rear passenger area.
And do you see an area in this photograph that you also swabbed for DNA in this particular case?
Yes, through this I swabbed the pull-up bar and the rear passenger area.
And what is the State's Exhibit?
Oh, sorry, rear passenger door. Sorry, my bad. It's this one. Sorry, it's this right here to pull the door. Sorry, I apologize.
So as far as the State's Exhibit, what number are you holding?
33.
So State's Exhibit 33 would be a swab of where in this photograph?
This area right here, so the door pulls, so that's what you would use to pull the door shut.
So after you pulled the swabs in this case, you placed them all into evidence?
Yes, I did.
And then subsequently, are they then sent to the laboratory for analysis?
These 3 swabs are yes.
And outside of this, after you did this, did you have any additional involvement in this?
I took a photograph of an item that was requested back in January of 2019. It was a carjack, but that was the only other involvement I had after this.
I don't have any other questions at this time. Cross-examination?
Thank you very much. Just very briefly. Do you still need me up here at all? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm right here. You know, you can sit down. Thank you.
Ma'am, you're aware that my client voluntarily brought his truck there to the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and he voluntarily gave consent to search that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any further questions from Ms. Smith? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you. Ms. Step down from the witness. All right, and the state's next witness or item.
They will call Christopher Newman.
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to deal with is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear. Good afternoon. If you could please state your first name, spell your last name for the record.
My first name is Christopher. My last name is Newman, Newman.
All right. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently a detective / bomb tech with the state of Florida's Criminal Investigations Division.
All right. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience before doing that job?
Yes, I started with the Fort Pierce Police Department in 1999, and I worked road patrol and undercover investigations, and I was a training officer. Then I went to the state alcohol, tobacco, and beverages. I worked there for about 4 years, and I made a lieutenant, and then I worked for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And during your time with the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, what were your job duties with them?
I started off at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office on road patrol, and then I went to I can't remember the name of the unit. It was basically like a street crimes unit, and then I went into criminal investigations.
Okay. And is that what most people refer to as a detective?
Yes, sir.
And do you get assigned to criminal investigations?
Yes, sir.
What job duties were you working with at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office for this particular case? What was your involvement? What was your relationship to this case?
I was the lead detective for this case.
Now, as the lead detective, what are your job duties? How do you first get involved, and then what do you do once you get assigned a case?
I first got involved when we got called out to the scene, and there were several detectives there, and whoever the supervisor is picks who's going to be the lead detective. So you don't know until you get there. I was picked, and then you pretty much start running the investigation and supervising other detectives and assigning out duties to do.
All right. So in this particular case, did you have the opportunity to go out to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was that?
It was on Russo Road, I believe it was.
All right. And as the detective, are you out there picking up evidence? What do you do when you get to the crime scene?
Once I got to the crime scene, we do a walkthrough, just get an overall sense of what's going on in the crime scene, and start sending out detectives to do interviews with any witnesses.
All right. So as a detective, you want to talk to people that may have information about the case.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Now, as the detective, did you learn as to whether or not the victim in this case, Tania Wise, had a boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who did you learn was her boyfriend?
A Bradley Rodriguez Jr.
Right. Now, in addition to Bradley Rodriguez, did you learn of any other male individuals that may have had contact at some point with the victim, Tania Wise, in this case?
Yes, sir. There were several. There was a black male named Mark Burke.
Okay. Who's that?
That was apparently another boyfriend that she had in between two different instances of dating Mr. Rodriguez.
All right. What about someone by the name of Giovanni Alvarado?
Yes, he was supposed to be somebody that she knew and would talk to.
Okay. Did you learn of the existence of someone by the name of Eric Alvarado?
Yes.
Who's that?
That was Mr. Escalera's cousin, I believe.
Could it be his nephew?
Nephew, yes, sir.
And then did the name Jose Soto Escalera come up?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when that came up, did you request to conduct an interview with him at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, we did.
All right. Back in August of 2018, did the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office have a interview room?
Yes, we did.
And was it capable of recording interviews?
Yes, it was.
Video and audio?
Yes, sir.
And did the defendant come in on August 25th, 2018 to do an interview?
Yes, sir.
And was that video recorded?
It was.
Prior to today's date, have you had the opportunity to view what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 150?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is the thumb drive that I viewed because I also initialed and dated it.
At this time, the state would move an evidence which was marked for identification as State's 150, but I would ask for everyone to approach.
That item will come into evidence at this time without objection from the defense. And ladies and gentlemen, the item that you're about to consider, listen to, review, has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited and that you notice it has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to and consider the evidence. And you may publish the item.
I get some basic information out of the way first. Spell your whole name for me.
J-O-S-E. S-O. S-O-T-O. Escalera. Yes. C-A. 10-12. 76. Your address. 2613 Southwest Cactus. Cactus, yeah.
Yes, no.
Yes.
What's the phone number?
772-200-6163.
Obviously, you work at Waste Pro, right?
Yes, sir.
How long you been there?
I just started back, I would say like 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
Room support, I was a driver for independent delivery service.
So you were the driver of one of those trucks?
Yes, sir.
But a contractor, right?
Yeah, for a contractor, yeah.
Who did you work with?
Ricardo Pinero.
So you got a nickname?
Peachy.
Anybody else?
Honestly. And Bradley, that used to be my helper.
Bradley? What's Bradley's name?
Bradley Rodriguez.
Okay, do you do anything in your spare time for like
hobby.
All right, motorcycle. Yeah, motorcycles. What kind of
I
motorcycle?
got a Gixxer 1000.
Street bikes?
Yeah.
Street bikes. You work on them yourself? Or?
Yeah. I don't have nobody touch them. Unless it's motor work, then I bring it somewhere else.
Electrical and everything?
Huh?
Electrical and everything?
Depending where it is.
You ever hook up other people's bikes?
Yeah, it's been a long time though. It's been a while since I've done it.
All right, so are you friends with Bradley?
Yeah, they look up to me. I'm like an uncle to me.
Do you have a nickname?
Who?
You.
Joselito.
Joselito, that's you?
Yeah.
Okay. So you and Bradley are friends. You still stay in touch with Peachy too?
Yeah. I seen them this Friday that just passed at the gas station.
Yes. Okay. Did you know a Tania?
Yeah, Bradley's girl.
Yeah. How'd you know Tanya?
Well, he was the one that introduced her to us when we started coming back around.
You guys hang out after work or anything?
No.
No, just he just.
He went and he did his own thing. I never hung out with him like that. Kids are hard headed. Yeah, we just worked after work. You know, his way out home.
So how'd you meet Tanya?
Through Bradley.
Through Bradley?
Yeah.
Where'd you meet her at?
They came over our house in an apartment that me and my wife used to live. Right here in St. Lucie, West Virginia. We had a Christmas.
Step into the jury room for a second. Please do not discuss the case. So is it a defense witness that?
It's a defense penalty phase witness. I think, they're telling you Ricardo Rivera right here. Mr. Rivera, you've been listed as a witness in the case. There's a rule that's been invoked called the rule of sequestration. Witnesses in the case, even if you're gonna be a penalty phase witness, if we get there, you can't be present to hear the other testimony. I'm afraid you're gonna have to leave the courtroom, sir. Is that correct, Judge?
That is correct. Also, don't watch any media reports of the case.
Okay. What about the other people that are with them?
I don't know who they are.
Are you?
We didn't vote
Okay, you
before we
too.
did yours.
Are you also? She's a witness in the case.
Yes. What's her name?
Right.
That's last name?
Do you want to check the hallway for anybody else on either side of the case, or you're comfortable with that?
We're good with our witnesses
Okay.
are fine.
Are you a witness in the case, ma'am?
Okay.
All right, so you folks need to exit at this time, Mr. Rivera, and the young lady.
Thank you.
All right, well, that's actually kind of Better news than I thought. I thought you were going to say that you're playing the wrong tape or something like that. The wrong one went into evidence, and we couldn't unring the bell to something. All right, let's bring in the jury. We'll continue. Okay. Do you all need a restroom break since we're waiting for them? You good?
I'll tell you, we have an hour and 20 minutes. When you get one, I'll do it.
So that works out perfectly. It takes us just about to 5, right? Yeah. That's the remainder of the interview?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there may be a couple blank spots, so it's not a full hour.
Okay.
I think I'm out. Let me see. I might be able to turn it up on the TV. Oh, yeah, we can go up a little bit lower.
All right, so if you can radio to the other bailiff to bring them in whenever they're ready. Just let us know when they're coming in. All right, jury is entering. All right, please continue with the presentation of the evidence.
Christmas party. He came over her, and his mom. Rabbit's mom? Yeah. Wanda.
Trying to say her real name, but I couldn't get it out.
Yes, Romanita or something. Yeah, some crazy crap. I can never pronounce it either.
Did you ever keep in touch with Tanya?
No, sir.
No?
The only time we talked was when her son came over our house, because I have a 9-year-old, and she used to drop him off, and he stayed with us for the weekend. That was the only.
So you would watch her kids sometimes?
Yeah, because he'd come hang out with my son, so, we take him for the weekend, and then she would come back and pick him up.
Remember her son's name?
Jamar.
So you just watch him every weekend? Once in a while, or?
It went, in the beginning, she was bringing him, and then it just stopped. I don't know.
How would she get in touch with you for bringing him over?
She would call, or, yeah, she would call my phone, or let Bradley know, or whatever.
How would you describe Tanya? Like if you had to describe her to somebody, like personality-wise, who she is, what would you say?
She was pretty mellow, I could say, but kind of crazy. I don't know. Talking ghetto talk.
Did she
used to strip. That's what it was. She was a stripper or something like that. I never saw her, so I don't. I just knew about what people say.
Where did do you know where she used to strip at?
No, sir.
How long you been married?
You get this right, someone's gonna kill me. 2.5 years now.
Were you married before, or?
No.
Do you have a kid with anybody else?
I have several kids. I got 4 boys.
And 4 boys. What are the ages?
What's Jose's name? I want to say 25.
Okay.
Jose's 25, Damien's 24, Joel's 17, and AJ's 9.
That's a big spread, man.
Yeah.
Pretty well, a little bit. Almost stone, man.
I started when I was younger, the first 2. I was like 15.
Different moms, or?
Yeah.
All 4?
Huh?
All 4 different moms?
No, 3.
3? Which 2 have the same?
Jose and Damien.
I was 25, 24,
Yeah.
close to them.
Yep, that was my first surgery.
Is everybody local here or they live anywhere else?
No, they're around, just like, I don't speak to them, like, you know,
You have a Facebook account?
yeah, I have a Facebook.
What's your name on your Facebook?
To be honest, I don't even know how I was on here. I don't even, my wife's the one that looks all this shit up front. You wanna look at it, I'm like,
Yeah, if you can show it.
when it comes to shit like that, I'm not a genius.
So, guys, just for FYI, this was what I was reading in the report. So, just in case y'all don't. So, in case y'all don't hear something, this is what was all in that report that I was just reading. I was like, oh, okay, this is the same stuff. They must have just had it transcribed and just put it in the report to support why they arrested him. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and finish. I'm gonna finish playing.
Jose Escobar?
I don't remember, I don't know.
You ever post on here or the most?
I don't like, I tell you, I'll be honest, y'all, I'm not the smartest with that shit. My wife's the one that sometimes post shit for me.
You share an account or?
No, she got her and I have mine. But like I said, I don't.
You don't mess with it?
Yeah, I just hate like and be nosy and shit like that. But I want to post and I let her do it for me. But she don't know how to do it. She showed me 50 million times.
I'm the same, but I don't even have one, man. I can't even. Are you friends with Tania on here?
No, sir.
You're not?
No. Like people I have in this family, a couple of friends. Not too big on that Facebook stuff.
Were you ever friends with Tania?
Not on Facebook, no. She never.
When she would come over, excuse me, when she would come over, did she ever talk about, besides Mark, any other brother boyfriends besides her, Mark and Bradley?
No, sir.
Do you know Giovanni or Gio?
Gio.
Got a brother named Javi or Javier.
I know two Gios. One's a mechanic.
You know his name? Or?
I don't know what Gio you're, because the only Gio I know is Beachy's son.
Beachy's
son? That's Giovanni Rivera. That's the only Gio that I know.
That's Giovanni Rivera?
Yeah, and then the mechanic Gio. I just know him by Gio, but I don't really know his name.
That's, well, Giovanni Rivera is Peachy's son. Right?
Yeah. So young kid.
How old?
22.
So you got a brother?
Gio, yeah. Jacob.
Jacob.
That's Beachy's son too, yeah. Little guy.
And they live around here?
Yeah, they live in the same house.
Mechanic Gio.
His son, he fixes Hondas and stuff like that, but I don't really know too much about him.
You know, how old is he?
So older guy. I want to say he's in his 30s, I think.
30s. You know where he's from? Like
He lives here, I guess.
Here, but did he live anywhere else?
I don't know.
You don't know? I don't know like
They're
that.
from Puerto Rico. We all Hispanic. That's where we already come from. So I'm trying to get him back.
Okay.
How long have you had that phone number you have? Long time?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
When was the last time you think you talked to Tania?
Tuesday, Wednesday. She was supposed to bring Jamal over Friday.
Meaning yesterday?
Yeah.
You talked to her on the phone or?
Yeah, it was on the phone. I talked to her on the phone. She had what was it she asked me? She was asking me about Jamar. If he can come over.
Tuesday?
I think it was Wednesday.
Would it be on a phone call?
I always delete everything. So unless they want to look on my phone bill, that's fine. Yeah, it was Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. Cause it was Wednesday. I spoke to her Wednesday and Thursday. Matter of fact, because I remember telling my wife when I got home, I said, hey, guess who thought to bring Jamal over, he can come over.
What time did you speak to her on Thursday?
I want to say it was after 8.
After 8?
Yeah. Because I was home having dinner. Can I grab that? Yeah.
Who's that?
My wife freaking out. My wife's so nervous right now. I don't know why.
And when she called you Thursday around 8 at home, you having dinner, what she said?
No, she said, you guys are going to be home. So
She texted?
No, she called me. She said, hey, Jamar wants to come over. I said, all right, cool. That's fine. And then because I'll pick up AJ. I'll have AJ. And that was it. It was fast. I wasn't even on the phone for not even 3 to 5 minutes, something like that.
What time did she get there with Jamal?
She never showed up.
She never showed up?
No, she never did. And I'm glad I didn't tell my son because last time my son was kind of buttered. Oh, when is he coming over? So I just stopped. I mean, she brought him then. He was there. She was supposed to bring him this Friday. She never called or nothing.
Did you reach out to her?
No.
When's the last time you fixed someone's motorcycle?
Shit. I was working on one of my buddy's Pete's bike.
Pete?
Yeah, but that shit. Matter of fact, they stole his bike. And then they recovered it, brought it over to my house. And then he took it back because it was too much. I guess he salvaged it, so I don't know what happened after that.
How long ago was that?
About 2 months ago, I want to say.
Let me kind of just put this on the table. What we say in here is between us and here. Understood?
Yes, sir.
I'm not telling your wife anything. Okay? If you don't want to say certain things because you think it's going to get back to your wife or something like that, I mean, this is just us talking. I'm just saying here.
No, I hear you.
Okay? Because a lot of guys maybe sometimes with contact with other females, whether there's something there or not, their old lady may get a little jealous, so they may not tell the exact whole truth because they're trying to, so when they go home, they got to sleep with that other girl that night, and nobody wants drama.
Trust me, I hear you.
So did you have any other involvement with Tania?
No, sir.
None?
No.
Other than just watching her kid?
No. Just bring Jamal over. She hung out with us. Randy would come over. And then they eat.
Those houses and fixed her
Who, me?
bikes? Yeah, have you ever gone to anybody's house and fixed her bike?
When you do fix bikes, is it just in your garage or?
Yeah, they bring it to the house, change a tire, change, stretch it, lower, stuff like that. But she's never seen me work on anything. She probably heard that I know how to fix it, but never do that.
Oh, you know she used to dance, right?
Yeah, she was a stripper, that's what I'm saying.
Then maybe you were the father of the child. There's no chance.
I got nothing to do with that.
Absolutely positive. No way.
No way. No way. If I was to do something like that, I would take responsibility for it. Like what happened with my first two.
So you've done it before, right?
What?
Take responsibility.
Yeah, I got 4 kids from 3 different chicks, so if that was the case, but.
Would you have a problem giving a DNA sample to rule you out as the father of that child?
I don't care.
Would be an issue.
So what were you doing Thursday night?
I was home. I went to fix a friend's battery. It was loose or something like that on his car, and I fixed it.
Who's the friend?
Andre.
Andre?
Yeah. Figueroa.
Figueroa that used to work with?
Yeah. It was it's a gray Galan. That's what it is.
Mitsubishi?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you do that at?
At his house.
Where's that?
Right there. I just know how to get that. I don't even know the name of the street.
Is it in Fort Pierce or Fort
No, it's Port St. Lucie. It's actually down the street from here. It's on Selvix.
On Selvix?
Yeah.
And you were there from what time?
I got, I want to say 8 something. Almost 9. Maybe I was there for like an hour and 20 minutes, because I remember I was getting fucking bit by mosquitoes.
So what time was it when you got home?
Like 9, almost 10 o'clock. 10. Yeah. I don't know exactly. I wasn't really keeping track of time. So.
In that time, did you call anybody or?
No.
Use your phone or anything like that?
So you work on cars during that time?
Yeah, I was fixing the battery. It was loose or something. Something was wrong with it.
You get around?
Oh, yeah, it's running. The terminal is loose.
Okay.
Are you friends with any guys that you're working with? Are you friends with any of the guys that work yet? I mean, you've only been there a couple months.
Yeah, I know them from before, but I'm not tight. Like I said, I just go to work, do my job. I can't even try to get out. Because my wife is a supervisor where I work at, so, Jose's getting favoritism, so I don't like to hear none of that shit.
What do you drive?
I drive a railroader.
No, I mean for a personal vehicle.
I drive a truck.
What kind of truck?
A Grand truck.
What year?
05.
What color is it?
Right.
Do you ever lend your truck out to anybody?
Mm-hmm.
You never lend it out?
No, I haven't. I don't.
Sorry, so you don't know what, I mean, the only 2 Giovannis or Gios that you know would be, one would be Peachy's kid, which he lives here. He's got a brother named Jacob, and the other one's an older guy that fixes Hondas.
Yeah.
And you don't know where he's. And you wouldn't have asked Tania to come over and dance.
Where am I gonna do that? My wife's like me, like flies on shit. My wife gets a fit if I don't call her from here to where I live at. Give me a heads up, you're coming home, shit like that. So,
So you wouldn't try to arrange something for 2 guys?
what am I gonna get out of that?
Well, shit's about to get real. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you why we brought you in. Because Tanya's dead.
What?
Because Tania is dead. We found her deceased Friday.
Wow.
And we've been interviewing everybody that has contact with her. So we're trying to iron out everybody's stories. Because there are a lot of things flying around, people saying stuff about other people. And
it's always like that. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Wow.
So that's why I'm saying,
That's crazy.
right now, we need to be, I mean.
I don't got nothing. I'm doing
Like
everything.
I'm saying,
telling you.
Yeah, it's
um,
kind of critical.
if anything between, even if there was, like I said, if there was nothing that you think is gonna get you and your old lady in trouble, we're not saying nothing, okay? Because we want everything to come out now and be open.
I know what you're
That-
getting.
that
I know
we don't
exactly.
care about petty stuff like that.
No, she's the one that's how we know about her. Listen, I'm trying to keep my life straight. I've been through some shit. And the last thing I need is any shit like this or whatever.
What kind of shit you been through?
Just shit in general. Just with my kids and, trying to get, I started going to church, so,
So you're trying to turn your life, do the
Yeah,
right
yeah,
thing.
do the right thing. And so far, everything's been good, so.
Did you know she was pregnant?
Yeah, Bradley.
Did you ever know her to lie? Make stories up?
She make up some shit. She like using guys that I know. She uses shit out of my helper. Just manipulate him, I try to tell him, don't be falling in love with no stripper. You know what that shit is all about. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Learn the hard way. So, little stupid shit like that. They used to get into little arguments, but can't get in that shit.
And who's that with Bradley? Bradley? You think she was manipulating Brad?
Always asking him for money and shit like that, using his car.
Did you ever see them get into a fight?
I seen them argue before over the phone.
Anybody get into a physical fight? You ever seen?
No, I've never seen none of that. But she said one time, she did say he hit her. Yeah, that he hit her. I remember that. Broke her nail or some shit. She was all dramatic. My wife was with me. Because this was in front of her house.
Was this separate from the time that the police were called?
No, this was after.
That's what I'm saying. It was a different incident.
Yeah,
right?
this was a whole different incident.
Okay. So they got into it. She broke her nail.
Yeah, she said he hit her and broke her nail. Yeah, my wife was with me. I remember that.
Do you remember when that was?
No, I don't. That's crazy. Wow. Whew.
That was a fight with Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
With Bradley that time.
Yeah.
The other time you were talking, that was with.
That was when Black dude Mark. Yeah. Listen, she fucking so many dudes that she talked to, and God knows what she did.
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying because she knows a lot of guys, so I don't know. Like God knows what she's done. I don't know. I'm just saying.
You ever been with her? No. Never had sex with her?
Hand to God.
Hand to God. I'm good. Y'all can ask me, like I said, y'all can ask me whatever y'all need, I'm here.
You ever loaned your truck to her?
No.
You ever been inside your truck?
A long time ago when me and my wife went to Cheddar's. That was the day that the guy beat the shit out of her.
The first one?
Yeah, the black dude.
So
We went to Cheddar's, me, my wife, and her.
So she hadn't been in your truck since March?
I know she's never, that was the only time she was on the truck.
Okay, so I'm sure you watch TV and you understand about DNA, right? When was the last time you saw Tania?
I haven't seen her.
Shit. It's been a while. Okay. So there would be no reason to find your DNA on her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said you were willing to give a sample of your DNA?
Yeah.
Now, she was pregnant. Okay?
Okay.
And we're gonna take DNA from the child who's also deceased.
Okay.
Right? So there's not gonna be any surprises. We're gonna have to contact you in a little bit and be like, hey, why is he coming
You
back?
guys do whatever you gotta do.
But I mean, I'm not gonna be coming back to you in 6 weeks when I get the results back saying, hey, why, what's up with the,
I'm good.
You've
Straight.
never had sex with her?
I'm straight.
Did you ever have sex with her?
No.
Did you have any kind of dealings with her outside of just friendship?
No.
Never had any kind of business dealings with her?
Never.
Never called her about, let me ask you this. Because the reason that I got your number originally was because, do you know Michael? Michael or Elizabeth?
No, I don't know who that is.
Michael is Tanya's brother. Did you ever go by Tanya's mom's house?
Yeah, the day that I went to bring Bradley. Matter of fact, yeah, I remember. I brought Bradley there because Bradley was calling her for the car. They got into a little scuffle. She slung her clothes or some shit. Took her phone. And I brought her to her brother to the store right there on Portsmouth Boulevard. I guess he works at the cricket place or some shit like that. Yeah, I remember that. Her mom was outside, matter of fact.
Did you ever tell anybody in in Tanya's family that Bradley was stalking her from down the road? You'd seen his car on her street?
How do I know that?
So you wouldn't have said that to anybody?
No, I wouldn't know that. I'd probably say he's probably a stalker, but I've never seen any of that.
So when somebody said that I should ask you about it, you don't know why?
I'm just being honest.
Well, since you said you'll do the DNA thing, we're gonna try to get you out of here real quick. I'm gonna go get that started. Okay, so do you need water or anything like that, man? You good? All right. You need to text your wife, tell her you're okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna call her right now. That's what I'm gonna do.
All right, call her right quick. I'm gonna get that started, all right?
Hey, I should be out of here shortly. No, they're asking me some questions about Tanya fucking being dead. So, whatever they ask me, I just answer the truth with them. They got me in some little interrogation room here. Yeah, that's what I'm not. I guess they want to get a DNA test or something. I don't know. Yeah. No. I don't know, swab or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just tell them what they need to know. You guys are still here? Where's my truck? Okay. You know, I'm here. They still didn't tell me what the fuck's going on, though. They said she's dead, so I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Yeah. Yeah, I told them everything. Yeah. That's fine. I don't got nothing to do with it. I don't got nothing to do with it. detective said there's a lot of people talking. He said, she said, they're just trying to get shit on. Let's see what the fuck's going on. That's crazy. This shit is crazy. For what? About what? You feeling better? Huh? Yeah, they're here. I'll call you in a little bit. They said they shouldn't be home, so.
You got the study name for me.
Last name?
First name first.
Jose, Jose. Soto, Soto. That's good. Yes. CA.
ERA. Spanish.
Yes.
Date of birth.
1276.
Your address.
2613 Southwest Captain Circle.
CACT.
Yes, CACT West.
Sir.
Yeah.
Is there an apartment number or anything? Is that
No, it's a house.
That's Port St. Lucie?
Yes, sir.
34953. There is August 25th.
You got the cool job?
Yes.
Two.
Yes, two.
I mean, you're poking around, damn deal.
Oh, no, sir, it's a swab, it's just a swab for the inside of your mouth.
Well, that's how I got, I know about that. That's how I found out my son was.
Yeah, it's the exact same process. All right, just verify all this from.
Can I take a picture of this if you guys don't mind? Or I'm not?
No, you're fine,
No,
that's
fine.
fine.
We're gonna finish yours.
Just verify your information is correct as I wrote it. That's an 10/12/76, 2613 Southwest Cactus Circle, 34953. Today's August 25th. It's a little after 1641, which is 441. Down there it says, I, Jose Escalero, hereby voluntarily consent to the collection of buccal swabs of the inside of my mouth. I'm going to use the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office for DNA testing. If you agree with that, just a signature right there. The date right here is 8/25.
Well, there was something that I had to tell you guys. His mom, Bradley's mom, called me this morning to tell me that he had gotten arrested and all that shit too. So
okay,
I just want to make sure you guys know that.
Just need a couple of thumbprints. Just relax your hand a little bit. If you grab that like that and go. Just want to slide it out a little bit. There you go. Just relax. Throw it right there. This is our crime scene supervisor, Carmichael. She's going to conduct the swabs.
Like you said, painless. Don't have to stick your tongue out.
guys try reaching me?
I'm not sure. We may have.
I've never even seen the reason why, because they did something stupid. If I was going to the gym and they were looking for me, you just call me directly and tell me where it was for. I don't.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't remember if we did or not. It's been a long couple of days. Please take a couple of pictures.
Okay. Of me?
Yes.
Yeah, just to show who you are.
That way.
If I could just get to the stand right there
Can you
for
take
me.
this off? Or?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. And if I can get, just put your arms out like that for me, show you not, put your hands out like that, just show you not having injuries or anything. Here, bring your arms closer here.
This way, whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, none on your legs or anything, right?
I work with branches and shit all day, so you gotta see scratches. My wife is.
You do the
Yard waste collection? That's what I was doing today. I was doing that today.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do you need water or something?
Yeah, so how much longer do I need here?
Not too much longer. I'll be right back.
This. Bro, you said she was found dead. Hey, bro. I got two things that I want to ask you because, bro, you said she was found dead. What the fuck happened?
Well, that's what we're still working on.
And then his mom, because since you were talking so fast, I don't want to leave nothing out. His mom called me at 1:25 a.m. this morning.
Whose mom?
His mom. Tell me he got arrested.
Wanda called
You at 1:25 a.m. It's right there, right now. Just want to make sure you guys got all that shit.
It was this morning.
But I didn't get to it. Till I got to work. That's when I called her.
You called her at 6:31.
Yeah, I believe so. I know I called her back, but I was already at work. She was telling me he got arrested for some shit with Tania or some shit. I don't know. Oh, this is fucking crazy.
What did she say she get arrested for?
I guess for drugs and some shit that they found Tania or something. I don't fucking know. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to piece stuff right now. Because you telling me she's dead.
Well, that's a fact.
That's crazy.
Wow. You mind if my guy takes an image of that phone call and everything like that?
Yeah, take a picture. Okay.
I mean, if I give it to them and they just take a snapshot of it.
I would like to see it. If that's what you're saying.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you take my
To get the call log there.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Can you give him a sign?
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
I'll take it to him so you can get it back, so.
Yeah, that's
Takes
fine.
us just a minute, okay?
This is crazy.
So,
SCALE. This is crazy.
what kind of cell phone?
That's iPhone 7 something.
The 7 or 7 Plus? The big one or the regular?
It's the bigger one.
Big one, yeah. You know what color it is?
My phone is black.
Black.
This is crazy. I better fucking interrogate everybody.
Well, then,
Mother, everybody.
what we do in these cases is, it's just as important for us to rule people out, and because you have contact with her, it's very important that we start, it's like a weed garden. It's like weed garden. So we start pulling weeds and getting rid of people, that way we don't have to waste time looking at you. Once we can get everything done, make sure Jose's not in this.
I got you.
So you're out, and we don't have to waste time calling.
I see what you're saying. I got you.
You get everything knocked out while we're here the first time.
I got you.
They're gonna get that knocked out real quick, so you get it from back.
That's crazy. That's nuts.
Do you keep in touch with Wanda on a regular basis, or you just know her? Or?
No, you're not. That's what I'm saying, Brad. He's like my nephew.
He is your nephew?
No, he's like my nephew. His mom, they were my neighbors at one point.
They were your apartment? Or something?
Oh, no, old house.
Oh, okay.
That's how I met Brad.
I'll read this out to you. Just to make sure you understand that. I, Jose Soto Escalera, understand that I have the right to refuse a search, give or authorize or give permission to St. Louis County Sheriff's Office and employees to make a full complete search of my cell phone. It's the iPhone 7 Plus Black that we just collected, located here at 4700 West Midway Road, St. Lucie County, Florida. I understand that by giving my consent for the above described cell phone and digital data within to be searched, I'm giving up the right for privacy for these areas. I also understand if items are located in the area my consent is given for, then these items can be used against me in court of law. I'm giving my consent freely and voluntarily without compulsion or threat of any kind. Okay, you understand that? Just sign right there. And print underneath, and the date is August 28th. I'm sorry, August 25th. I'm like, oh, let's slow down. I'm telling you, man, it's been a long couple of days. I'm gonna witness it today.
Wow, this shit's crazy.
I know.
But what happened? Like, what was?
She was just found.
You guys not even telling me now. I don't even know what.
Well, we're not releasing a lot of the details of the still ongoing investigation. But she was found deceased and is suspicious. So that's where we're standing right now. And what we're doing now is there's so many names and so many people and so many families and friends that right now we are doing the process of elimination.
I got you.
Okay, which is why we brought you in here to talk to you on your own free will.
No, like I said,
because you know, the further we can basically, I don't mean to be mean, but the further we can kick you to the curb.
Let me ask you something. Since we're in here, what did Bradley get arrested for? What is he being charged with?
Bradley got arrested for marijuana. Had nothing to do with us. He got arrested for marijuana.
You know, he smokes weed like a fiend.
Yeah, we know that.
That's what he's arrested for.
That's what him and his dad got arrested for.
They're in jail for weed. That's it.
So how the fuck does his mom know?
We talked to Bradley about Tania.
But did you talk to her mom today?
We haven't talked to Bradley's mom at all.
So how the hell did he get mom?
He probably called her.
Probably called her from jail.
Yeah, because how did she know?
You probably call her trying to make a bed.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Because he did say she's supposed to be coming down, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So we,
Well, she'll be staying in my fucking house, thanks.
but in big cases like this, if we can knock out.
No, I see you try to eliminate as much.
Exactly.
I see what you're saying.
We got all these people giving different stories. And, Jose lent the truck. Look at the truck. Let's say she ain't been in the truck.
No, another shit.
Well, if you let me look at the truck, take swabs in the truck, I roll your truck out. That means you're telling the truth and they're lying.
Yeah.
So you get plucked out.
No, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, that's crazy. This shit is crazy, man.
Speaking of, would you have a problem with that?
And so she's never been in your truck, other than
Yeah,
like
she
long time
before,
ago.
yeah.
So like, sure, DNA degrades, right? So if it's like 6 months ago, we're gonna find the DNA and you're not gonna have hearing from us, so.
Plus at a Dodge pickup.
Yeah.
05?
Yeah.
Whatever y'all gotta ask me, just ask me. I don't like curveballs.
Oh, that's what I'm being
We're
honest
asking
with
you to look
you.
in your truck, make sure it's not a crime scene.
it's outside.
To swab DNA and all that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm being honest with you.
I just wanna know what the hell happened.
Single cab or extended cab?
No, it's a single cab.
Single cab? Step side? Regular bed?
Regular bed. That's crazy, man.
How long have you lived down here in San Luis County?
I came in here in 93.
93. Where do you mostly, when you lived down here, has it all been down at Fort San Lucie?
Yeah, I've just been all over the place.
You ever lived up in Fort Pierce? Never. Come on, man.
Jose, this is the exact same form we just did. What I changed was I put, instead of your phone, this is for an 05 Dodge pickup truck, gray in color, with a single cab and regular bed. It's located here at the sheriff's office, parked out back. And you understand that we are looking for a search of your vehicle for DNA trace evidence of the crime. And the protections at the bottom are the same. It says I'm giving up the right to privacy for these areas. I also understand that items located in the area of my consent is given. And these items can be used against me in court of law. I'm giving my consent freely and voluntarily without compulsion or threat of any kind.
Signature.
Same signature, print and date.
What days you guys get off over tonight? Yeah. At Westboro.
It all depends. You guys got me on soon?
Your normal work week, what's your days?
It all depends, Scott. Like Mondays is my heavy route, so 5:30, 6 o'clock, sometimes 7.
But I mean, like, you work Monday through
Saturday, I got my day off.
You only get 1 day off?
Yeah, Sunday's my day off. I'm in church, doing stuff on my church and shit like that.
Where's the church at?
Discovery, it's back there, by US 1. It's out of a school, we're doing it out of a school right now.
Is that the one behind like Kitterman?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Yes, sir.
At the, what is it, Sandy
Hill.
So she can use that time to do like that.
Oh, the other thing that I'm going to rule you out. Days and times. You said you talked to Tania on Wednesday. She was supposed to bring Jamar over on Thursday. Is that right?
Friday.
She
was supposed to drop him off Friday so he can spend the weekend over.
Okay, she wasn't bringing him over on Thursday.
No.
Okay.
She was
Talked
letting
to
me
her
know.
again.
She let me know, hey, it's good. I'm gonna bring him Friday. She never showed up.
So you talked to her on Wednesday
Yeah.
to set that up, and then you talked to her again on
Thursday.
Thursday verifying that was gonna happen.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And she never showed up. I don't see why.
You said Thursday, was that the day you were working on the car?
Yeah, Dre's car, the gray car.
Dre?
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember I told my wife, hey, guess who called me? And I told my wife that contact called me to see if the owner can call me.
You know Drake's last name?
Figueroa?
Figueroa, you already said that.
That's fucking crazy.
And after you worked on Drake's car, where did you go?
So,
Went home?
Yeah.
Stayed home the whole time?
Yeah, I've been home ever since then. I'll tell you, I was maybe gone for, I want to say an hour, 10 minutes or something like that.
Okay. And then you went back home?
Yeah, I was home.
Stayed home?
Yeah, I didn't go nowhere else. I was home.
When did you leave the house?
In the morning to go to work.
The whole time?
5 something, I can't remember. Because my wife leaves before me.
About what time you wake up?
It's 4. I'm up around like 5:10. I'm up. 5:10, and then my wife leaves because she makes my lunch and all that. And then I go straight to work.
You work Friday?
Yeah, I work every day.
What was your scheduled work on Friday?
What do you mean, like start?
Yeah, you start time on Friday.
We got to punch in at 6:15.
6:15, what time do you get off on Friday?
Oh, shit. Shit, I can't even remember. I know it was 5, almost 6 o'clock.
5, 6
I'm not sure. Time card knows they have all that shit that you guys do.
Do you punch in and out?
Yeah, I punch in and out. Yeah,
Okay.
yes, sir. Yeah, I can verify that. You don't want to do that too. I just can't remember. I know I got home late. She was crazy. Wow.
Do you or any of your neighbors have video? You don't have video at the house? No? That'd be easy for us next time. That's a quick rule out when you've got video or something watching.
That's why when I get in my house, that's why I want cameras in my house. That's exactly why I want shit.
I want to say that there's been cameras in my house, man.
It don't hurt to have them, bro.
No, it
don't hurt to have
somebody comes to me and where were you at Friday? Hold the phone.
Yeah. That's a good idea, man. I'm glad you brought that shit
I'm
up.
there. I'm still there. You know,
I'm glad you brought that shit up. That's a good idea. Yeah, when I get my house, that's what I want. That's what we're trying to do right now. This shit is crazy, man.
You got no video at the house at
No,
all?
sir. That's the rental we rented.
Oh, it's a rental house?
It's a rental.
But if we needed to, the Voice Pro has you punching it out.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to excuse myself.
Trying each other's right? Yes, I appreciate it.
Oh, this shit's aggravating. Embarrassing.
Maybe.
I'm just getting dragged here for shit that I don't got nothing to do with.
Were you close with Tanya or just not really?
I'm not tight like that, that's what I'm saying. I'm not. I just see her, hey, hi, what's up? I know that Gladys girl, shit like that, but we're not tight like that.
But you have her kid over, right?
Yeah, her son comes over and stays over. there you just go delete yourself off of Facebook.
When I pulled up her Facebook earlier, you were friends with her. That's how I got here.
I don't fuck with Facebook like that. I don't even know how to do that. No, I don't have her on. I never had her. Never.
You didn't delete anybody else?
No, I don't even know how to do that. My son used to use my phone, and he probably was fucking with it. He just ran me like a $300 phone bill a few weeks ago. But, and like I said, my wife's the one that handles my Facebook stuff. So I never added her. She was never. That's crazy. She was never on my Facebook. Never had her on. My wife would have questioned that. I got shit popping up on there. I don't even know how it's getting there. Like I said, I don't request people like that. I don't even know how to.
So you've never had any kind of sexual relation with her? You guys ever talk a little dirty or anything like that?
She's flirtatious with her mom. Like I said, she's ghetto because she talks about how she does shit, but she never tried none of that shit on me. And that's what you're trying to ask me.
Well, I'm not saying that you guys actually did anything. Did she ever flirt with you like that?
No, she never tried me like that. Never.
How'd she get along with your wife?
They're pretty cool. Tell you, we went out to dinner, her, me, and Bradley before. We hung out.
But you weren't tight?
No, we wasn't tight like that. Like, hey, come over, hang out. It's not like that.
So is there a difference between going out and eating and having a kid over and hanging and being tight?
Yeah, because we hung out with her because of Bradley. I'm tired with Bradley. Yes, I'm tired with Bradley.
So after Bradley and her broke up, how was your contact with her? Did it keep the same?
We talked, but like she'll bring them over, and then she never brought them over, like shit like that. But yes, being on the phone and having a long conversation, none of that.
So your kids were introduced while she was dating Bradley and hanging out with you guys through Bradley, and then because your kids were friends.
Yes, sir.
She would still bring them over once in a while.
They were dating, like I said, they were in a pretty fucked up relationship. They used to fight and yell and all that shit. One day they're together, one day they're not, but that's their business.
Did Bradley's mom and dad come into Lunches lately? Or do you know anything about that?
She probably got Bradley's from the, I don't know.
Did Wanda like Tanya?
Yeah, she was pretty cool with her.
You never heard Wanda or anybody bitching about Tanya?
On your phone, what do you have Tanya listed as? You have her in your contacts?
Yeah, she's in the contacts. She's under Loca.
Loca?
Yeah, crazy. LOCA. And then her old number, like I said, I had an old number that she had before, is under Tanya. The new number that I spoke to her is under Loca.
Do you remember what the old number was?
No, it's still in the phone if I'm not mistaken.
So you have a Tanya contact that's an old number.
Yeah, that was her old number. What says Tanya, that's the old number.
She has a TANIA?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
And Loca is.
That's the current number, yes, sir.
So the one that she called you on Wednesday about the kids getting together was on?
Yeah, Luca number, yeah. That shit's crazy.
I appreciate you cooperating like this. This gets us out of your hair and you out of ours.
No,
We move on.
my wife is the one that's freaking out.
We'll try to, however you want to spend it to her, you can spend it to her, okay? I mean,
No, I
nothing that we say
listen, I
here
don't
is
gotta
like-
lie to my wife. If there's one thing I learned, bro, let me tell you something. I've been through some shit. Telling the truth is the most easiest shit to do. Nah, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you the story all. I'm getting it to you all the first time. I don't gotta sit here and try to keep lying. No, fuck that.
It's the easiest way, because every time you tell a story, it's the same story.
Exactly. I'm good, so.
Where's your wife at now?
Probably out there waiting for me.
Do you have any questions for us?
This is fucked up.
Well, that's a statement.
I can't necessarily disagree with you.
My wife said they came to the house. I guess you guys went to the house or something?
Somebody from the sheriff's office.
Like 16 deep or something like that?
I have no idea. I'm just out doing other stuff.
We got teams running around doing different things, and some of them got 2 guys, some of them got 20. It just depends on.
Oh, yeah, let me ask you about, her old boyfriend, Mark. You said that he beat the crap out of her.
Yeah, I know of him because of the shit she said when she was with Bradley, when she used to, we used to talk and hang out, and that's not a good guy.
Do you know if she was still in contact with him any or no?
Knowing her, yeah. Knowing her, yeah.
You think so?
Like I said, when she talked to me like I'm a brother or uncle. The way she talks, that ghetto talk, she just don't care. It's just the way she was.
So it wouldn't surprise you if she was still in contact with him or anything like that? Or?
I wouldn't doubt it, because she said she loved him. And for God's sake, she still got him on Facebook. So.
How do you know if you weren't friends with him?
Because the picture that your buddies picked me up over here at the sheriff at the job, he showed me a picture of it. That's why I know. I know who he is because I've seen him.
You actually met Mark?
Not like this, but I've seen him in pictures. I know who he is.
Oh, so she showed you a picture. You didn't meet face to face,
No,
just through photos?
I never saw him.
Did she, after her and Bradley were going around and after her and Bradley broke up, did she ever talk about Mark again or anything like that?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. Was she talking with your wife when she would call your wife and chat?
No, because my wife was a little disappointed out of her because the shit she used to do with the stripping and all that. My wife didn't. Always real professional. Like, I don't know. I can't explain it. My wife's the reason I'm doing this shit right now.
Did you ever see her dance before? Never. You ever been to a strip club?
Yeah, but not to where she's worked at before.
Any around here?
No, I've never been there. It was in West Palm. That was a long time ago there.
You already get that money to make rain on stage.
I'm not getting my fucking money on. That's the way I look at it. I got a wife at home. I don't give a fucking pay for shit.
Do you need anything else real quick? I'm gonna double check on where they're at with your stuff. That's why I'm gonna go check to see how we're doing on that. Okay, so we can you moving along.
What's the youngest you guys hire officers? How does that work?
Used to be 25, but that's like 21.
Awesome.
So maybe now it's at 19, 18. It's,
Damn, I'm still fucking wow, man.
there anything you can think of that we haven't asked you that we might need to know? Any body that comes to mind that says maybe they ought to look in that direction?
I don't know. There's so many guys she talked to me. Shit, I don't know. I can't even. Like I said, I never talked to her like that. We were tight, but not like that. Like, I don't know her business like that. I know her mom. The only thing that I know is that her brother lived with Raggy at one point.
Right.
Some shit like that. Let me see what else I know. That's pretty much it. And her mom's sick, you know. But that's about it. It wasn't an everyday thing. It was like, hey, what's up? What's good? How you doing? Everything. But to be every day like that, no.
When was the last time Jamar came over to the house?
Shit, I can't even remember. I know we took him to church. That was the last. I can't remember what the hell that was.
You talking months, years?
Months. No, months. It wasn't here. It was months ago.
Was it this year?
Yeah, it was in this year. I know that, but it was months ago. I don't know exactly when, but you know. Shit is crazy. Because the way she told this morning was like they arrested him.
Oh, he got arrested.
I just didn't, like I said, I didn't know that. My wife was telling me this was going on. This, and I'm like, no, this is a prank. There's no way. That's why I was waiting for your partner there to tell me what he was talking about. How many guys you already interviewed?
Can't tell you, I've been working a lot of hours.
I got you.
We've talked to a substantial number of people. Okay. We still have a substantial number of people who got you. No problem. And like I said, it's the weed garden concept.
Put the shit out there until you get.
Sometime one of them.
I'm just curious, what the fuck happened? This shit is crazy. Curious.
In the ballpark?
It's gonna be a few more minutes, but we're halfway done with it. It just takes a few minutes for that shit to, the computer programs to talk to each other and shit like that. So, I'll be in the other room for a minute. I appreciate you coming in. Okay.
Robert,
thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
All right.
Guys are funny.
It's kind of crazy.
Damn. That's crazy. Whew. I feel bad for him, man. For Jamar.
Oh, yeah.
That's his mom.
At least he still got a grandma.
Yeah, but it's not the same, man. It's not the same. It's crazy. It's crazy because it's just crazy. It's crazy.
Hopefully they'll give him some support, give him some counseling or something.
Yeah.
Make sure he's good. Just like we explained, when names come up, we gotta.
No, I understand. I understand.
As sure as we don't.
Yeah.
If we just Jose did it. Get all the way to the end. Yeah, Jose did it.
This is fucked up. I just want to know what happened. Like, what the fuck went down? I just know that chick know a lot of guys, man. And she knows fucking Crip members.
Yeah.
Bloods and Crips, shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
She ever mentioned it by name?
No, she never mentioned it. That's what I'm saying. She was real. She wasn't stupid. No, she wasn't stupid. She wasn't a stupid chick, that's for sure.
A lot of stuff going on, that's for sure.
Sure.
Been here for 13 years.
You guys have dispatchers here, right?
Not in this building, but
You know, on the 7 mile an hour?
yeah.
My kids, mom, it's related to her, father.
Okay. Working. See her very much?
No, I see her on Facebook, but when I see her at the gas station in the morning, on the street.
Seems to be the meeting place.
That's where all you guys are. You guys act like you
Oh,
shit, it's crazy.
Everybody drives a truck, one's up there at one point or another.
I like what I do. Cool job, pays the bills.
You work a set number of hours, or you just drive your route until your route's done?
You gotta make that shit up till you're done. You can be done. There's heavy days and there's light days.
Right.
Like my Monday route, I can get done between, it's a heavy, so 5:30, 6 o'clock. Tuesdays, fucking 1:30, 2 o'clock. Wednesday is a bad day because I don't fucking get in there till like 7. My only early day that I know is Saturday. Like today, I wouldn't know. I would have been off like 2:30, but it was a little extra shit out there. And then Sunday we don't work well, so.
You guys work hourly or you get a salary or?
We get by the day, but anything after a certain amount of hours, it's like Chinese overtime shit.
So if you can knock your route out by 1 o'clock, you're still getting your till 5 pay?
Yeah, you get your flat rate, you make money, but the longer you're out there, the less. That's the way I look at it. I just did it because of the benefits.
Right.
Because with the other job, the money was good, man, but it was the day fucking nights that they were in French. People don't have no compassion, no.
Did they take taxes out on you at that place? That was all cash money.
Under the table, but then my wife was like, we gotta buy a house. My wife just fixed my credit. I had a 356, it's up to a 766 right now. So that's what we're trying to do, get a house. She just
Yeah, it's hard to fix credit when you're not making a tax payment.
So now that I'm on the books, hopefully I can get something and see what happens. That's what I'm trying, that's what I'm shooting for. I just want
the bank won't recognize that money is
I just want a
income.
house with a pool, man, so I can enjoy that shit and drink some beer and just, that's it. I used to go out when I was young. I used to party and shit like that. You get older, I'm like, fuck that shit. I look back and be like, I blew a lot of money going out drinking and shit like that.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Connecticut, from Bridgeport.
Really?
And I moved here in '93. This shit right here wasn't even here. Like, you couldn't get back here. Way back in Torino, you couldn't get through there. None of that. All was closed.
Yeah, 93 was.
Yeah.
95 even done there? Or they still building on
It wasn't. It was still building on it. They just started on
it? So change around here a little bit.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I still might go. Like, fuck. Wow.
Did he give you a card?
No, nobody gave me another card.
That's the case number.
Okay.
My name and number on the front.
You know who I delivered to? I was hoping I'd catch him. Mascara.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've been to his house over there in Point West, in Vero.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
If something pops into your mind,
No, definitely.
I should have told
This is
this,
crazy,
or
man. This is crazy.
I forgot about that, or they need to know about this or that.
Yeah.
Call that number. I'm not at the desk, especially now, I'm not at the desk at all. But it goes to a voicemail, and then it emails me, so I get it, and I'll get back to you as quick as I can. You think of anything or?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I
Hear
can
something.
anything she always said, but
Yeah.
fuck, like I said, like this, she pops up in and out. She was just one of those. So,
Well, you
like if you ask me about Bradley, I can tell you with Bradley because I worked with Bradley for such a long time. He was my neighbor. I see
you
him
have
a lot.
connections that are intermingled in amongst this circle.
I got
So if you hear something or you see something,
No, definitely. So I don't want to be.
you can call them. Let me know what's up.
It's crazy. It's fucked up. Does her mom know what's going on? Like, what happened to her? Like, because I know your partner said.
Well, it's you watch crime shows on TV, right?
Yeah.
You know, some things we tell people, some things we don't.
I got you. I don't look at it like that.
It's part of the game.
I got you.
Most of it we just don't. Somebody will tell us.
I got you. I see what you're saying.
That's the way you just got the roots.
I always wanted to be a cop, and I just never got to it. I don't know. I always wanted to be. What is that, you guys? I was talking to a gentleman in Okeechobee, like undercover, busting people in their house and shit like that, like street shit.
Yeah. That was my gig. Did a lot of time in the schools,
Yeah.
all the kids.
What's like the worst case you ever seen at work, shit like that? Like,
This one's up there. This one may be different.
I got you.
Different places to look. It varies. You know, I've done a lot with fire service and EMS and law enforcement. I got like 26 years in now, public service. So it's pretty much
that's cool then.
been to the race.
That's cool. That's cool.
It's my time with that retirement check.
Heavy couple
Let me try to see what's up with the phone. See if we can get you out here. You doing texting? Did you use any apps or anything to communicate with her? Snapchats?
Listen, I don't even know how to use
Facebook
that.
messengers, any kicks, any of that? EMS? Just
Like I said, I don't fuck with my phone like that.
just text and phone calls. You doing texting?
Yeah, I text.
Text and phone calls?
And that's it, but I don't use my phone for nothing else. My wife will be the first one to tell you I'm not that great when it comes to that.
I feel you, man. Some stuff.
Like you like shit pops up on the phone. Like message, like what you said, message the wave. There's a wave shit on there or something. You wave. I get people. I don't even request these people. I don't even know how the fuck it even gets there. So I just, I don't know you. Shit is crazy. Oh shit. I don't think I get off work early or something. Shit. You can't catch a break, man.
Well, this was my kid-free weekend. All my
It's
kids
fun
went
to
to the
When you get there.
exercise. All at the exercise. That's pretty. Weekend plans. and
I'm telling you, I'll be doing this shit right here.
That's it. So that's how. No weekends.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
So we're that big,
The big green ones, yeah. These are dangerous. You gotta watch them. Especially when they got low them, they don't stop the brakes. It's crazy.
I was seeing until they stuck in the middle of the damn road.
Yes, sir, Reed.
We got a winner.
Thank you. I thought y'all were gonna steal my phone.
Nothing like that. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me run, double check, nobody got anything else I need to know, and we'll get you up out of here. You got a business card?
Yeah, I shall fall back to tell you, doing shackles, platoon dogs, already.
Members of the jury, we've reached the end of our court session today. We're going to break from this case and resume tomorrow morning at 8:45 in the morning. Please be downstairs at 8:45. You should have a better experience in the morning with parking because there's going to be less jurors reporting to the jury clerk. Please remember, don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, about the case. Don't do any research in any form whatsoever. Avoid all of the media coverage of this case. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Please leave your notes on your chairs. See you tomorrow morning, 8:45. All right, the jury has exited. We'll conclude Detective Newman's testimony in the morning. Any other issues to take before we break for the case?
Not for the defense, Judge. Just scheduling, we're well ahead of schedule. I think there's an outside shot. We could rest tomorrow.
Probably Wednesday, but outside shot tomorrow.
We're doing really good.
Okay.
Way ahead.
From your side, does that present any challenges? Okay.
Well, maybe in getting defense witnesses here, but I'll be able to include
Right.
them more fully on that tomorrow.
That's what I meant.
Mitigation
Yeah.
expert this evening.
Well, you still have your interpreter testimony from the state. Right?
Yes.
You have that part. That's,
Correct.
you're factoring that into it.
And there's more,
Yes.
yeah.
And you have your DNA experts as well.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
But there is a chance that tomorrow afternoon, probably the state might be resting. So if you
Yeah,
wanted to
a
get
chance.
your defense witnesses lined up.
Right, because we've got to get that lined up before we know what the verdict is even. We're going to need them.
Oh, you mean if there's a second phase?
Yeah.
Okay. For the guilt phase, that's right. Okay.
Right.
So as far as that's concerned, though, especially if we're on track and we get done earlier, I do intend to give you all a break, of a day or so between the
Good,
two
because
phases.
even
Yeah.
if I can get my Connecticut witnesses here, the state will need to be closing, so they'll need to-
Right. So I do intend to do that, if possible. Yeah. Madam Clerk, was there an issue? Oh, okay. I thought you were saying Jeff. All right, we'll see y'all in the morning, 8:45. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Wow, so they saying the state may be done tomorrow. Wow. That seems very, very quick for a DP case. Would you all agree? Or what are your thoughts in regards to that? That seems very quick. That's what I'm like, pretty dang. No wonder they throwing witness up there at the witness, which is fine with me. But we're talking about a case that's 8 years old, right? How do they? I don't know. I don't know how they get through that quick, but clearly the evidence. So this boy must not be, the nephew must not be testifying. We haven't heard, he hasn't testified. No. No. I mean, they talked to him on a police report. Yes. But everything that he's testifying that they showing in court on that video, that's what we were going through on the police report as far as Jose. But I don't know. Do they call the nephew? Do they not call the nephew? What is that about? Yeah, well, maybe we will hear from him tomorrow. That would be nice, right? Because we got to hear from they talk about tomorrow, She-Wolf. Yeah. He said the state may rest tomorrow. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, well, it doesn't look like they had a lot of objections or sidebars or anything, but that do still seem pretty quick, right? To me. But maybe, I don't know. I guess maybe, I don't know. Well, yeah, because I don't know. Well, we've been on here for almost 8 hours. Yeah, I would think it'd be longer, but when I did the Ronnie Walker case, it was also a DP case, and I want to say that was also in Florida. And that case was like a week. I'm talking about DP and everything, because if they vote him guilty, I'm almost sure in Florida they have another trial for the DP. We'll probably get that tomorrow. It was Pretty Brown. And that case was quick too. Like, we had witnesses like for 2-3 days, and next thing we know, we was in a DP trial. He was found guilty. Boom. Next thing they did a trial for the DP. So maybe that's, for phase 2. Yeah, the penalty, if that's, if they find him to do that. No. The state didn't rest. It appears that they may rest tomorrow, SD. Yeah, it appears that they're gonna rest tomorrow. At least that's from what I could see, as far as what we seen. Would you say you caught up now? I know that's right. Yeah, they gonna have to have somebody to link some DNA. But besides him being the baby daddy, because him being the baby daddy and him doing all the lying does not convince me, guys. I know why he was lying. Unless he unalived her, right? But other than that, the reason why he was lying is because he was married. Sure, and he was messing around with his so-called quote unquote nephew's baby mama. Right. So I already know why he was lying. So I'm cool with that. I don't know. We're gonna find out. I mean, we can't say about no. I mean, I know they said they seen his truck and they designed, but you know, people can see a lot of things with their eyes and it not be really what it is. But then I heard they had some video from one of the neighbors' houses. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just telling you what I need right now. They're not giving it to me, and I keep saying, "Give it to me, baby," and they're not giving it to me. At least not today. Because I'm like, well, all this stuff she done picked up on the side of the road. We got hair, we got nails, we got t-shirts, we got bottles, we got condoms, we got condom wrapper, we got it all. Okay, so y'all send all this stuff out for testing. What it do there? Don't be holding us up. Tell us what it means. I know, and almost reading the stuff from y'all. Reading the stuff from the police report, like unless they don't testify, then I'll give it to you guys. But I don't want to read through it because, like, I felt like when I didn't know that they were going to play his video, but I knew he wasn't. I know he's not going to testify, but yeah, I thought one of her friends would have to get up there and testify. I just don't know. But regardless, I guess if some of them don't testify and we want to know what they said, they have about I think it's about a total of maybe 18 witnesses on here. And this is not even like the CSI people. Yeah. About 18 people on here. Yeah, and even his wife's statement is on here. And I got the transcripts, like from when they did their depositions. But we got it. So even if they don't testify and they give it to us, we gonna get it for ourselves. You say you want to hear from the nephew. Yeah, if they don't have anything besides that DNA of the baby, that don't convince me. That just mean that he didn't know he was baby daddy. He said he got snip. Dang. Like I said, y'all done tore up all the seats and stuff. It better be some DNA up in that truck. That's what she do now. Yeah, I'm looking through the police report to see if they tell me if any of the DNA came back. And it seemed like his wife was a supervisor at his job. Like, I don't know what the heck they got going on. They got a lot of witnesses that stated that he was searching for a dirty gun for a month before that. Although they're not going to put on all those witnesses. They did put on the one witness that said he asked him for a dirty gun. But in the police report, they're talking about there was multiple. Yeah. Yeah. So any holes that we think that we're missing, we may can find them in the police report. Donna, I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know. They talked about this nephew, and he gonna have to approach the bench. He gonna have to get in the jury. He gonna have to get in the chair because them just telling me about this nephew in the opening statements don't mean nothing to me. And even when he get on the stand, I may not. I don't know if I could. I don't know. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I see anything. Mm. Yeah, it look like they're gonna have to bring in this. So they got some cell phone records from him and her communicating. So they probably have to do that too. Yeah, it depends on what, because everything in the truck was removed. So it depends on what kind of DNA. He did admit that she was in his truck at some point in time, but he acted like it wasn't anything recent. And from my understanding, from everything that I've been noticing from the police report, she was not shot. From my understanding, she was cut. Yes. This happened in 2018. I don't know why it is just now getting here. I can't even say COVID. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely took 8 years. Okay. I'm gonna have to look through the documents and see. I know I found it. I know I seen his wife's name somewhere. So I have to figure out. I want to say her name is Barbara, but yeah, I have to look and see if I can find more. If I can find her information, so I can look up and see if I can find anything to see if she's still married to him, because she probably like she holding on to him. Interesting. Who, the wife? Yeah, I think is her name Deborah? I thought I seen Deborah somewhere. Merelda, is that right? Okay. I thought it was Deborah. Let me see something. Let me see. Let's see if we can be nosy. Um, hmm. I don't be on Facebook to the point that I don't even know what to look for. Wait a minute, y'all. We are in Florida, right? Only because their last name is not like. I wonder, y'all think he a hyphen, or you think how he get a hyphen name? Because you know his name is Jose Soto hyphen Escalera. His wife gave him her last name. Y'all think? Yeah, I probably have to play around with this and see if I can find something. Who's at the front door? I don't know. Oh, 1971. Okay. Let me see.
Motion detected at front door.
Let me see. So I found the Facebook page. Not her Facebook page, guys. I found the Facebook page that they have for him for the unaliving at the yeah, I have to see if I can find some information on that one. Who having a Monday party without you? I know you are so the person. We are looking for Deborah Soto Escalera, born in 1971 in Florida. She is the wife, or was the wife, of our boy Jose. There you go. Marilda got it. Yeah, I was looking on Facebook because I was thinking that maybe she probably be a Facebook person. 1971 sound like she, definitely will have a Facebook profile, even if she don't look at her Facebook profile. But she may have a profile that may take us down the rabbit hole to go to some other stuff. But you think so? Well, she probably should have another, like, a little she got one. They hid her honey. Oh, you found it, Pretty Brown? Hey, Gina, how you doing? Mm. Therapist looking for it, so we may find it.
Motion detected at front door.
Oh, she didn't got remarried. And that means she ain't married. Interesting. I don't know what she looked like. Let me see. Oh, it was. Would you say it was on one of those documents? you saw it. If didn't nobody else see it, you saw it. Yeah, because I know he is in Port St. Lucie. I think that's Lucy. Let me see. Got his arrest information. I'm assuming he was at home when he got arrested. Or maybe not, because it's a different address. His permanent address and the arrest address is something different. Ooh, I knew some. I knew the resource for our therapist that we know. Okay, let me see if I can pull it up and share it with you guys. Thank you. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. Let's be nosy. We are investigators. We are here to investigate a cause. So we need to know all players involved. Wait a minute. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. This it, therapist. I got it right? So it looks like she is divorced. She don't even look like they would be married. Like, I don't know. She don't look like a good fit for him. Y'all think that's really, you think that's really her? She got married, remarried.
Motion detected at front door.
This 15 weeks. Gosh. I guess she done with Jose. Wow. Y'all should send these pictures to him. Wait a minute. Is that a jail? What's this? Oh, I go into Martin County Jail as part of her jail ministry program. It is the most rewarding thing. Is that where he at? I didn't go to church. I didn't go to church and jail to find God. I went because it was the only way to interact with guys from other blocks and pass off contraband. On this particular day, I had to get some pills to a guy in B block, and the chapel was the safest way to do it. I don't remember. What? Mm. I don't know. You said what are you reading? It's a post. She married blank for brains in 2016. They got divorced pretty recently to her marrying this guy, her third marriage passing. Yeah, contraband. Yeah, I don't know what. I'm assuming y'all know how to read do y'all know how to read Facebook messages? I don't even know. Okay, y'all have to walk me through this. Okay, so right here, this is the person that created the post. Okay. So so down here, who is this? What is this then? Is this with him? Is that what she trying to allude to? Okay, so she tagged him in the post. But this is something that she created, right? So we would say this is coming from her, right? Oh, this is about them. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. You know, I see jail bars. I'm like, well, what's going on? Well, she look happy. I guess the third one could be the charm. There you go, therapists. They are not antidepressants. There you go. She must have knew you was looking. Ooh, me. All I'm saying, it is fine, is I've never been less happy while holding a taco. Therapist, for the last time, I can't get your insurance to cover tacos. Me. Don't yell at me. You need a taco. Oh, therapists, they are not antidepressants. Oh, so they saying they need tacos and they trying to get their therapist to write a prescription for tacos. Okay, I get the joke. Did y'all get the joke? It took me a while to get the joke. Look, it took me a while to get the joke. E-comments on almost all her posts. Why you supporting this boo? I keep looking at this phone. You say she good at moving on? I don't know. I don't know, SD. It was some kind of post that she was putting together for her and her boo. I don't know. I'm not reading that novel. That's too long for me. She got Charlie Kirk. She got his family. Am I still on her page? I guess so. It's okay. So yeah, she'd have moved on. She ain't thinking about Jose Soto Escalar running around here messing around here with these young girls, getting them pregnant. Oh, crazy self. Yeah, she move on. She moved on real quick. Yeah, she not waiting on him, Marilda. She is out and about. You say these is Zach flavor jokes? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I had to read it about 2-3 times to get it. Oh. Yeah. You want to hear that she a state witness? You think she'll retract her story? Because remember, she was one of his alibis. These jokes are terrible. Okay. Well, no wonder I wasn't getting them. I'm like, okay, this therapist one. I'm like, okay. All right. Okay, I get it now. The therapist is saying that she can't write her prescription for antidepressant, which is tacos. Corny. That is so bland. That's so blah, but whatever. Don't be putting the therapist, name in there. Dad jokes for sure. I don't get it. I still don't get it. Okay, she said, please get in. Like mall. Yeah, because it's a bear. Oh, mall. All right, whatever. Terrible. Like, yeah, I'd rather you just do knock jokes. I don't want to have to figure out words in that type of way or anything. But if she does not get on the stand, I will definitely tell y'all what she was going down. She was doing for my man for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, pretty brown. That's me too. Oh, okay. Yeah, it wasn't that funny because I didn't get it right off the bat. Like, who want to be thinking that hard about a joke? It's supposed to make you laugh off the bat, not you got to analyze, think about it. I'm cool. Just tell the joke. You're like, don't nobody want to be doing that, doing no puzzle. Yes, Barbara. This is allegedly her. We are going with this. Yep, and she is divorced. You know, you can get all that stuff public records. Yeah. Yeah. His address is here. I have it on the thing. You want his old address? I'm sure he doesn't. I mean, well, we know he probably don't live there no more. You say you wonder if they met online? I don't know. I think it might be her. Why wouldn't it be? I mean, I got this other stuff that was sent to me. Therapist said that's her. She didn't cross check and triple check. Don't be playing no games. Yeah, I could see him getting with somebody that's the total opposite. That's why he was running around after that 23-year-old beautiful young girl. Okay. That's why he was at the strip club. That's why he was like tricking that bag. She was the supervisor at the job. Like he probably was doing what he wanted to do and how he wanted to do it. Okay. And she probably didn't even have a clue. Look, Barbara said, I found him. What'd you find, Barbara? You found somebody else too? Yeah, everybody looking. They say they gonna find it. You want me to see if we can get an interview? She probably don't want no part of that doggone life. She probably want to forget that she even know this man ever, 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 ever. She probably don't want no parts of this. Like, please, I have left that all the way behind me. I don't ever want to talk about him ever again. Who is he? I don't know him. Okay, message. Let me see. Okay, y'all gonna have to walk me through this. Let me share my screen because y'all know I don't know nothing about no dog on Facebook. Wait a minute. Okay. Do I just click on here to do the message, y'all? Oh, shoot. This where I gotta type at? Y'all see it? Okay. Okay, we'll get a message over there to her. I'll figure out some way to. I got it. Okay, I got it. I just wanted to make sure where I was going to do my message. I'm gonna compose something very nice and send it over there, and see if she'll help us. Right? All she can do is say no. Oh, I'm gonna like crack my back. So I'll let y'all know if she responds. It looked like she's very active on Facebook. So she was just on there 11 hours. She's been on there every day. So I'm assuming that she'll get the message once we get it over there to her. Well, so I'll get that sent over. I am going to I gotta get on. I gotta do it. I'm doing a stream tonight. I don't know if any of y'all want, I don't know. Y'all tell me if y'all want me to do it live. I was just gonna do a recording and post it up. I had an update that I was gonna do on the federal case with Little Dirk and the 5 co-defendants in regards to their trial. I don't know if y'all want me to do a live, or I was just gonna pre-record it and just put it out there. Or if y'all want me to do it live, I can do it live and answer any questions or anything. If not, then I was just gonna do a recording and post it versus to doing a live. Miranda says she clutched her pearls. Oh, wait. Oh no, we shall see what happens. Yeah, so if not, then yeah, because I gotta I'm gonna do that this evening and get that on the books while it's fresh and hot. You think I should do it live? You gonna be there tonight? Pretty Brown, why you been to one of the after dark sessions? That's what I know. Want to know. Are you gonna be there? Okay. Okay. Well, I will do it live. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. It's not gonna be that long. This is not gonna be that long because I don't have that much to give. Unless they ask a whole bunch of questions. You said that's why I'm coming. No, that's why I'm coming. Well, I'll put it out there and we'll see. You say if you could stay up. Barbara, you at the right, you on the same time zone as me, right? Yeah, well, we'll do it tonight. And if y'all have any questions, I know it's a lot background to it, but I do want to do I want to get it started just so we can kind of get our feet wet with some of the information in regards to it, because they do draw a lot of traffic to the channel. I don't know. For some reason. So you said last time you fell asleep. Oh yeah. I forgot, Barbara. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you up, if not, like I said, it'll be on there. It's cool. I'll do it live, even if it's just me and Pretty Brown there and SD. I still do it live, and then that way y'all can see it, and the people that want to see it live can see it. It's probably better than me talking to myself, because I don't do good with the pre-recording. It'll probably take me all night to pre-record some stuff. Like I'll be doing a take after take after take. But if I do it live, it is what it is. I don't even care. I can say stuff wrong and all types of stuff and make mistakes and don't even care. But when you doing a pre-recording, you be wanting it to be perfect, and I keep going back, and before I know it, I'll be here till tomorrow. Barbara, is everyone in the chat sick? I don't know. I hope not. Y'all better get it together. Really? I know my sugar, and I gotta keep my sugar being high. Matter of fact, I need to put my little thing back on while I'm talking. Yeah, mine's be high. I'll be having to figure out ways to not get it to reach there. All right. Well, I'll send out the notification, guys, for the stream tonight. If you want to come, I'll see you there. If not, it'll definitely be on there in regards to the breaking news and update for that trial. I will also send out the notification for this one for tomorrow, right? They said they're going to be starting at 8:45, which is about 5:45. That's when he wants the jurors to be back in. I'm assuming that court won't start till 9. So that'll be 6 o'clock this time. So we'll start about 6:30. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that'll definitely do it. You got that right, Barbara. That will definitely do it right there. Oh boy, yeah, they're gonna have to, yeah. Yeah, you definitely want to keep that together. It's a balance. That's what I do know. All right, guys. Well, you definitely know that you were in the right place today, where there's no filters, right? No fluff, just facts. So you can be the judge. All right, guys, I'll see you tonight. If you want to hang out with us, it's probably going to be like a 30-minute stream unless y'all ask me, unless we go into a whole bunch of questions. You know how we can veer off into some stuff, and we'll kind of go from there. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the chat. Thank you to everybody who gave donations, memberships. I appreciate it. Love you all, and I will see you later tonight. All right. See ya.